Su Xiao raised her hand and pulled everyone behind her, sneering coldly. She was cursing those spoiled brats. At this moment, more people galloped over from afar, all laughing arrogantly. Their eyes on the refugees weren't looking at people, they were looking at prey. No different from wild rabbits or pheasants. Unfortunately, they didn't know that among the rabbits, there was a northwest tiger hiding. That one's mine. One spoiled young man suddenly charged into the crowd, grabbing a young woman and hanging her onto his horse. The woman screamed wildly, "Let me down. I don't want to go. Help. Too much." Big sister Su Ling's eyes turned red with anger. What's the difference from the northern werewolf? Even our own people in the Great Yu dynasty are like this. What hope do the common people have? Yeah, it's rotten to the core, second sister Su Jin sneered. Cowards who bully the weak. If he dares to attack people from the Northern Wolf Nation, he's still a man. But it's a pity, women are no better than trash. Third sister Su Lai clenched her fists. It's a shame I'm not as skilled as them. If I were, I'd kill all these. Lin Guiyan looked at the group thoughtfully. Seeing the chaos worsen, Su Xiao noticed that many refugees were already being trampled to death under the horses' hooves. The group of troublemakers became even more excited, waving their whips and fighting over the crowd. If they dared to wave their whips at the Northern Wolf Army, they would be considered brave. Since they refused to behave properly, she wouldn't hold back. Everyone step back, Su Xiao said, pretending to take out her handmade M9 pistol from her bag. She calmly loaded the bullets and aimed at a spoiled young man who was about to whip a fleeing refugee. First, catch the thief, catch the king. As she finished speaking, bang. The spoiled young man was still laughing arrogantly, but in the next second, he couldn't smile anymore. He stared blankly and fell under his horse. The horse, startled by the gunshot, suddenly reared and stomped wildly. The young man was crushed into meat by his own horse. Everyone at the scene was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Seeing this, the other spoiled young men screamed in fear. Oh no! The third young master of the princess's mansion was trampled to death by his own horse. Su Xiao heard this and sneered. It was from the princess's mansion. No wonder they were so arrogant, and no wonder they made him their leader. She quickly retracted her pistol, shouted loudly, "Everyone run. If you're caught, you'll definitely die. The princess will make everyone pay for her son's death." As she finished, the fleeing refugees, who had been scattering in all directions, ran even harder. They didn't care about the direction. They just ran in one direction with all their might. This made the scene even more chaotic. The spoiled young men were quickly scattered by the crowd, shouting at each other, but unable to hear. "Let's go." Su Xiao turned and hurried away, leading the way. She pushed through the panicked crowd, clearing a path for those behind her. She also picked up some stones from the ground, throwing them at anyone trying to cause trouble, smashing their heads and making them bleed, so they wouldn't dare to act up again. Thanks to Su Xiao leading the way, Xuan Ziqing and Lin Guiyan protected the women and quickly left the scene. They had to leave fast. The third son of the princess's mansion had died here, and everyone present that day would be caught. No one could escape. But Su Xiao was confident she could run faster. At this moment, without divine eyes or surveillance, who knew who was who? Su Xiao and the others took advantage of the chaos to quickly leave the main road and took a small path. They hurried for about half an hour, making sure to leave those people far behind before stopping. Mostly because Song's group really couldn't go on anymore. "Sorry, I slowed you down," Song panted. "My body is just not strong enough." "Mother, don't say that," Su Xiao said. "You are all ladies from a noble family. It's already very good that you've come this far. Don't worry, with me here, no one will hurt you." "Lin Guiyan," Su Xiao called. "Young master, I am here," Lin Guiyan replied immediately. "Watch the roadside. If anyone comes, tell me right away," Su Xiao ordered. "Be careful and don't let them see you," she added. Lin Guiyan, who was not very tall, about 1.6 meters, was only slightly taller than Su Xiao. But he was very quick and agile like a little monkey and darted off swiftly. Su Xiao took out a rainflower needle from her space and handed it to Sun Ziqing. "Protect them here." If anyone comes, no matter who they are, press this mechanism. It's highly toxic, blood-sealing poison that can stop the heart. Don't get hurt yourself. Okay, Sun Ziqing eagerly played with the rainflower needle. And you? I'm setting traps, Su Xiao said. When they realize what's happening, it will be when they attack us. I guess it won't be long before the Princess Chang's mansion gets the news. In Suzhou, they definitely won't take this lying down. A group of refugees, killing the princess's third son. They'll be furious and come to avenge him. Perfect. I want to test the weapons I made and let them see what pressure from me, Su Xiao, looks like. When Su Xiao said the last words, her eyes flashed with a cold, murderous look. Su Xiao came from a future world and had never cared much for imperial power. Since they refuse to behave, then don't act like people. Be wandering spirits or ghosts instead. Sun Ziqing was surprised. You have more good stuff? Su Xiao said with a wicked smile. You'll see soon enough. All right. Sun Ziqing's eyes lit up. Go quickly. I'll stay here and protect them. I won't let a single hair fall. Su Xiao quickly turned and ran into the woods, burying tripwire mines and marking them so her team wouldn't accidentally trigger them. Hanging from the branches were tiny trigger-type grenades. Although small, they could seriously injure someone. In this time when medicine and antibiotics were scarce, even a small infection like tetanus could be deadly. Su Xiao coated all her weapons with poison, or simply placed rusty nails on them. Her motto was, if you don't let me live, you won't live either. If I live, you die. 1 hour later, a discreet but well-protected defensive net slowly spread through the woods. With 3 layers of defense, the sense of safety was instantly increased. Su Xiao jumped back to Song's side and said, there's an open area ahead where we can rest. Where is Lin Guiyun? Has he returned? Young master, I'm back. Lin Guiyun lightly jumped down from a branch and said as he landed, at the place where the chaos just happened, many soldiers arrived. From their stance, it looks like they're chasing everyone who just appeared there. How many people are they? Infantry? Cavalry? Su Xiao asked. Few are on horseback. Most are infantry, Lin Guiyun replied. And it seems some are coming this way. Right now, there are about 100 people, and with others chasing behind, it probably totals over 200, Su Xiao nodded. These are the guards from the princess's estate. Let's go, we need to retreat into the forest. Lin Guiyun, come here. I'll teach you how to recognize routes and signs, Su Xiao called him over. See this mark? It means there are landmines underground. Don't worry about what they are, just go around them. This is a tripwire grenade. Stay clear when you see it. And this. Xuan Ziqing's eyes flickered. Are you afraid they will attack with fire? Not just afraid, but certain they will, Su Xiao replied. This forest has too many dead trees. Fire attack is quick and effective. Under the huge flames, no one can hold out. Even if they can endure the heat, they can't handle the smoke. They would either be burned, suffocated, or overwhelmed by smoke. But at first, they won't choose fire because they are also afraid of catching fire themselves and getting burned. Don't worry, little brother. I won't hold you back, Big Sister Su Ling said as she stepped forward, grabbed a machete, and started chopping coolly. I'll help too. Second Sister Su Jin rolled up her sleeves and began working. Third Sister Su Lai quickly grabbed some rope and started tying firewood. Lin Guiyun said, I'll help you. Mrs. Song said to Aunt Lu, let's go and work too. Madame Song rolled up her sleeves, showing her strong arms. Yes, she was very efficient. Su Xiao and Xuan Ziqing, both strong, took charge of chopping, while others gathered the cut wood. In just half an hour, they cleared a large open space. Su Xiao took out a construction shovel and started digging a fire break. But as she dug, she realized it was too slow. If they kept digging like this, they wouldn't finish in time. The palace guards from the princess's residence would come to catch the fleeing refugees and then come into the woods to find them. So, they had to use tools from the laboratory. But should they reveal their secret in front of everyone? Xuan Ziqing was a bit more relaxed. Lin Guiyun was new and still unknown whether he was trustworthy. Seeing Su Xiao hesitate, Xuan Ziqing understood her concerns. He immediately turned to Lin Guiyun and said, Lin Guiyun, Go check the situation again. If you see them moving toward us, come back and report immediately. Yes. Lin Guiyun put down his work, carefully followed Su Xiao's footprints, and went out cautiously. After Lin Guiyun left, Su Xiao took out a small excavator from her space. As soon as the excavator appeared, everyone at the scene was stunned. Yuan Jingshi stammered, unable to speak clearly. What? What is this? Oh. It's called an excavator. My master left it to me. Su Xiao opened the door, jumped into the cab, and operated the excavator, digging coolly and efficiently. Watching this efficiency, Yuan Jingshi couldn't keep her mouth shut. Su Xiao, today is another day to see a different side of you. How many surprises do you have? I don't know. With the excavator, work went very quickly. The isolation belt was soon dug out, and the central area was leveled at the same time. After putting away the excavator, she took out a tent from the space. She also brought out a water tank she had prepared earlier. Even some tables and chairs were brought out. It was like camping with all the gear ready. After all this preparation, 3 hours passed quickly. The palace soldiers had already caught all the fleeing refugees. Are they all here? The captain of the soldiers circled the refugees. Are these the ones who killed the princess's third son? It's not me, it's not me. Someone in the crowd trembled and spoke. It was a group of strangers. I saw it myself. That little boy took out something unknown and pointed it at that person. The person fell from the horse immediately and didn't move. We didn't kill him. We are innocent. This person betrayed Su Xiao. But Su Xiao had already expected this. She knew how mean people could be, especially when their lives were at stake. They often shift blame onto others to save themselves. So, Su Xiao took everyone into the woods, planning an ambush. Although she was skilled technically, that didn't mean she didn't understand fighting. It was time for these foolish people to learn about the tactics of the great teacher. Ambushes and guerrilla warfare, understand? She still had many advanced weapons and devices. If they lost again, she thought, she might as well die. She wouldn't want to face her former teammates with shame. Lin Guiyun brought this news back in time. When he saw the scene, he was stunned. Amazing, young master. He was right not to follow the wrong person. The young master is truly extraordinary. Lin Guiyun recounted everything he saw outside and said, if I'm not mistaken, their next move will be to search the woods. Su Xiao moved her limbs and said, Lin Guiyun, cousin, you too protect everyone here. Today, I will show you my true strength. As soon as she finished speaking, they heard the neighing of horses outside and loud shouts saying, the footprints stop here. They went into the woods. Go in and search. No one should escape today, the captain of the soldiers arrogantly ordered. Catch all the little mice inside and give them to the third young master as a sacrifice. Su Xiao raised her finger to signal everyone to be quiet, then grabbed her bow and quiver from the table. She moved lightly and disappeared, appearing at the front line. Soon, the soldiers from the princess's residence appeared in Su Xiao's view. Su Xiao drew her bow and shot an arrow. 3 people fell to the ground, dead. There's an ambush. Others saw this and ran away in panic. At the same time, hidden traps on the ground and on the branches exploded. Countless iron nails, metal shards, and stones shot out instantly. Screams of pain echoed through the woods. What kind of monster is this? The captain of the soldiers was stunned. He had never seen anything like this. Someone, go in and search, the captain shouted anxiously. I don't believe he has many of these things. We are many and we can push through. More than 10 people rushed in again. They walked cautiously, unlike the reckless first wave, carefully taking each step forward. But no matter how careful they were, it was useless. Because Su Xiao had already predicted their route and was waiting with a surprise. Hurry up. Why are you dawdling? The captain impatiently urged. If you delay Princess Chong, your heads won't be enough to chop. A dozen people gritted their teeth, determined, and charged inside. Yes, they had to go all out. Suddenly, screams of pain sounded, and those dozen people were instantly pierced by sharp spikes falling from above, turning them into a string of candied fruit. It turned out someone accidentally triggered the trap set by Su Xiao, wooden sticks sharpened and falling from the sky. People wondered where Su Xiao got so many wooden sticks. She had just asked everyone to cut down trees. What was that for? This is the reason I did it. There are many machine tools in the space. Making a few spikes with them isn't difficult, is it? What's going on? The captain of the guards was completely shocked. Someone go back and investigate. Captain, we've already lost 30 men. We can't go in. Someone pleaded. Let's report to the princess and ask her to send troops. We're just guards. Our equipment isn't good enough. The captain thought this made sense. All those who died were his men. If everyone is dead, who will be the captain? Go. Report to the princess that the murderer of the third young master is hiding in the woods. Ask her to send infantry to surround the bandits. Su Xiao saw that the others kept circling around the edge of the woods, but didn't come in. She knew they were scared. She took out her high-powered binoculars from her space to look. Someone went back to report. Su Xiao then took out her homemade 98K rifle from her space, calmly loading the bullets. Honestly, if she had enough materials, she would have shot all these people today. When it comes to fighting, firearms are much better. But since materials are limited, she had to save them. Tremble, mortals! Su Xiao aimed her 98K at the kid on horseback who was leaving to report and fired. The bullet hit the messenger, who collapsed to the ground. Su Xiao's scope was now aimed at the guard captain. She waved her left hand at him. Bye-bye. The guard captain trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief, and he fell to the ground. Captain, captain! The remaining guards panicked and shook their captain desperately. Unfortunately, their captain had already gone to meet the other 30 soldiers in the afterlife, so he couldn't respond anymore. We fight him. Someone couldn't take it anymore and raised his big sword, rushing into the woods first. A wooden arrow pierced through his chest. He looked down at the arrow in his chest, widened his eyes, and went to report to the captain. Run. Retreat now. The others understood. The person in the woods was tough. They couldn't beat him. Really couldn't. So more than 100 people turned around and ran. Now it's my turn, Su Xiao said with a light smile. The advantage is mine. Su Xiao quickly climbed to the top of the tree, switched to her crossbow, and began firing wildly at the fleeing figures. This was her improved compound crossbow. The crossbow was made from carbon nanotube reinforced composite materials, weighing only 1.2 kilograms, with a pulling force of up to 80 kilograms, and a range 30% longer than traditional crossbows. Most importantly, it had a tiny optical aiming system and a ballistic computer that automatically adjusted aiming parameters based on temperature, humidity, and wind conditions, greatly increasing accuracy. All the arrows were poisoned, ensuring a hit meant death. With the aiming system, Su Xiao didn't need to think. She simply released her arrows. The people running ahead of her kept falling like groundhogs, collapsing to the ground, unable to move within seconds, quietly dead. The remaining survivors were so scared they screamed loudly, abandoning their weapons and running desperately. Just moments ago, they had been proud, claiming to be soldiers from the princess's guard, holding the power of life and death. Now, they looked like chased rabbits, wishing they had more legs to escape the grasp of death. Su Xiao didn't miss a single one. She marked them all. After she finished off the last guard, she threw her crossbow back into her space, switched to a red tassel spear, and jumped down from the tree. She slowly approached the bodies of the guards, one by one, shooting them again. The red tassel spear was aimed at their hearts. Stab. All the guards were dead. None could escape. Su Xiao called Sun Ziqing to help collect the bodies. While helping, Sun Ziqing couldn't help but ask, Su Xiao, shouldn't you explain where all these things come from? I don't know, Su Xiao pretended to be innocent. My master gave them to me. Why didn't my master give me these? Sun Ziqing asked back. Maybe your master isn't very capable, Su Xiao replied irresponsibly. After all, your master has many disciples, but I only have one. I'm the only child, so I get more attention. Sun Ziqing's eyes widened instantly. That makes sense. No, my master couldn't possibly make these. Su Xiao, don't go. Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing dragged the bodies together and set them on fire. No more lighting fires, afraid of maggots and plagues. They finally escaped from the epidemic area, and they can't let the plague happen again. Su Xiao turned around and replaced the landmines. This time, Sun Ziqing came over and helped her set the mines. "What's this?" "Tripwire landmine," Su Xiao explained. "It's a pressure-triggered mine. Just step on it, and it will activate. When you lift your foot, it explodes." Sun Ziqing's eyes widened like bells. "How did you come up with such strange things?" "Is it really strange? I don't think so. My master taught me," Su Xiao replied confidently. "Anyway, I just blame everything on that imaginary master. Since you can't find this person anyway." Sun Ziqing gave Su Xiao a thumbs up. "Same master. Why is there such a big difference?" "Su Xiao, do you have other good things I don't know about?" "Yes," Su Xiao smiled. "You'll find out slowly." After speaking, Su Xiao finished burying the last trap and led Sun Ziqing back to the open space in the center. "Su Xiao, why do you insist on confronting the princess today? You could have just stayed out of it," Sun Ziqing suddenly asked. "Because the people are innocent. I am also a common person," Su Xiao said. "The fate of the country is everyone's responsibility. If it's a war between two nations, the outcome is on them. But civilians are not soldiers. I look down on those who kill innocent people. Strong people are not strong because they defeat the weak. They are strong because they have compassion, are not afraid of oppression, are willing to face life and death, and dare to fight for freedom. Such people are true strong ones. Everyone lives a life, and they should aim for something and do something. If my actions this time can make the princess realize her mistakes and learn to protect the people, it won't be a waste. If she remains stubborn, at least she knows there is someone in the world who can take her life. Even for her own safety, she will think twice before harming civilians. Think of it as my daily good deed, doing something for the people of Suzhou. It's also a way to honor my master's teachings." Sun Ziqing asked, "What did your master teach you?" Master said, "A single spark can start a prairie fire." Su Xiao replied, "I have planted a spark of hope among the people of Suzhou, hoping it will grow into a blazing fire someday." Sun Ziqing stood respectfully and said, "You are very talented, teacher." The princess was in her palace, holding her third son's body and crying loudly. After crying, she asked, "Have the people sent out to find the culprit come back?" "Not yet, Your Highness." "What?" The princess was furious. "More than 200 people went to catch the criminal, and they haven't returned? Wasteful. All of them are useless. When they come back, I will punish them." At this moment, the princess didn't know she wouldn't need to punish anyone anymore. They had all gone to face the king of and reflect on their actions. She touched her son's cold face and felt overwhelmed with sadness. "My son, your death was so tragic. I will avenge you. I will cut him into 1,000 pieces, make him wish for death, but not find it. Son, wait for me. I will bring his head here to apologize to you." An hour later, the princess grew impatient and sent another group of guards to urge the others to hurry. She was waiting to use the culprit's heart and liver as a sacrifice for her son. However, the guards returned hurriedly, bringing shocking news that made the entire princess's residence tremble. "Princess, it's terrible. All 200 guards were killed. Not only that, they were burned. If I hadn't found their badges on the ground, I wouldn't believe it. 200 people, all burned." The princess's precious porcelain cup slipped from her hand and shattered on the ground. "What did you say? 200 people, and not even a commoner was caught? And they were killed? Are you joking with me?" The princess was angry. "Is it your negligence? Did you not go to catch them? Your Highness, we are telling the truth. Several of us saw everything." The guards all knelt down, tears in their eyes. "It must have been a band of robbers. Please, send soldiers to fight the robbers and avenge the third young master." The princess's face darkened as she said, "I will go see this bandit myself. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms." "Your Highness, no." The guards were shocked and desperately tried to stop her. "You are a princess, a delicate lady. You must not take such risks." What am I afraid of? I am the beloved daughter of the Empress." The princess sneered with disdain and said proudly, "With me here, I want to see who dares to slack off. Bring me my official letter. Go find Lord Hu, the commander of the guards, and tell him that a group of unknown bandits has appeared in Xiu County. They are many in number, well-equipped, and need to be dealt with by the army. Also, tell Lord Hu that half of this year's funds come from my territory. If he can't handle this matter to my satisfaction, let him manage the military supplies himself this year." The princess gently touched her son's face and said, "My son, when I return, I will go avenge you." She turned around to check her troops and led her team away. The sky gradually darkened. The princess and her soldiers gathered outside the woods with Lord Hu and his guards. "Your Highness," Lord Hu, a middle-aged man with a beard, bowed. "Sorry for the late arrival. Please forgive me. It doesn't matter whether you're forgiven or not. It depends on how well you handle the bandits," the princess said coldly, staring at the woods. "The bandits are hiding inside. I want them alive if possible, and dead if necessary. I want to see who dares to harm my son. Your Highness, it's getting late. Going into the woods now might be dangerous." Lord Hu started to speak, but the princess interrupted arrogantly. "It's just a few mountain bandits. Are you afraid, Lord Hu? Or are you too old to wield a sword? If you can't handle this position, I am sure many young and brave men are eager to serve me." Lord Hu hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, Your Highness. I will arrange for people to search immediately." The princess leaned back, as if the culprit would be caught in front of her in the next second. She was already ready to fight and avenge her son. Compared to the regular soldiers, the guards were better equipped. But in front of modern weapons, even the best gear was not enough. Suddenly, someone triggered a trap. As they stepped forward, countless rusty iron pieces, nails, branches, and stones scattered everywhere within a 10-meter radius. Screams of pain echoed one after another. An injured soldier instinctively tried to dodge, but accidentally triggered the trap, setting off a hidden explosive. More people screamed in terror. My eyes." In the darkness, countless arrows whistled toward the defending army. A dozen or so soldiers were instantly struck down. "Watch out for an ambush. Fall back." Lord Hu quickly called a halt when he saw the situation was bad. The rear-guard soldiers began to retreat. But it's easy to advance, leaving is much harder. In the chaos, someone stepped on a trap, causing more confusion and disorder. When they all finally pulled back, nearly 50 soldiers were injured or lost. They hadn't even fought face-to-face, yet so many had fallen. This was something the princess and Lord Hu never expected. "Princess, it's too dark at night. Our vision is limited. It's not safe to fight anymore," Lord Hu said urgently. "Maybe we should wait until morning." The princess was reluctant at first, but when she saw the injured soldiers rolling on the ground in pain, she had nothing to say. "We can't lose more of our people just because we haven't even seen the enemy clearly." Annoyed, the princess waved her hand. "Got it. Rest tonight, and we'll fight again tomorrow." She stood up and left. She was noble and wealthy, so she couldn't stay outside in the wild. Even if she had to camp, it would be in a luxurious tent with a big ivory bed. This is so frustrating. A bunch of useless fools. The princess sat on her big bed, furious. "I didn't think that the mountain bandits in Suzhou would be so fierce." "Please don't be angry, princess." A handsome young man stepped forward gracefully, kneeling slightly to massage her legs and speaking softly. "It's just some bandits. There's no need to get so upset. Maybe I'll sing a song for you." "Go away. I have no mood to listen to your songs," the princess said irritably. "Tomorrow, I will personally oversee the battle. I want to see who this enemy really is." Meanwhile, outside, Su Xiao heard the noise and knew the enemy was back. Lin Guiyun stood up quickly. "I'll go take a look." "No need," Su Xiao replied calmly. "I've set enough traps. They can't get in unless they grow wings and fly in." "Should we guess who's outside?" Sun Ziqing asked. "I think it's the princess herself. Although she's free-spirited, she's very loving to her children. If you killed her third son, she'll come after you with everything she's got." Su Xiao, have you thought about how to handle things tomorrow?
So Xiao chuckled softly.
Handle? She doesn't deserve my attention. She stirred the campfire, her eyes full of disdain. If it were an official army, maybe I'd consider it. But a princess who doesn't understand military strategy and likes to boss others around like a reckless fool. Do you think I'd take her seriously? Do you believe that tonight, if I put a knife to her neck, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice everyone outside just to save my son? She'd agree without a second thought. Su Xiao lowered her eyes and said, she only relies on her royal background to do whatever she wants. Without that identity, she's nothing. If she were the protector of the nation, I might respect her a little. But is she? No, she's just a troublemaker. A princess supported by the strength of Qingyi Prefecture. Look at what she's done. The common people are displaced. Her son tortures and kills refugees for fun. Kidnapping, human trafficking, these things are linked to her. So, does she deserve respect? Yuan Jingshi looked steadily at Su Xiao. Su Xiao, you seem to have no respect for royal power. But that's not right. I don't, because I live in the mountains and don't fear the throne. But you've always lived under its shadow. Why do you have these thoughts? Su Xiao touched Yuan Jingxi's water pouch with her own and lowered her voice. I have a poem. Life is precious. Love is even more so. If it's for freedom, both can be sacrificed. After saying that, she tilted her head and took a sip of water. Yuan Jingshi looked at Su Xiao through the flickering firelight, pondering her words carefully. So, are you really not even 14 yet? Yuan Jingshi asked. Yes, I'll be 14 in 2 months, Su Xiao replied with a smile. I'm an adult now. Think about it. Boys only come of age at 20. And you're not a girl. At 14 or 15, you're already of age. Yuan Jingshi laughed loudly. I haven't even come of age, and you're earlier than me. That's pretty good, Su Xiao answered with a gentle smile. But Yuan Jingshi always felt that her smile carried something unusual. Su Xiao looked at her palms. It's good. She suddenly felt 20 years younger, like a young girl, no, a young boy. And so, the night passed peacefully. The sky was just beginning to brighten when Su Xiao got up to practice martial arts with her 3 older sisters. Today, Su Xiao practiced a set of Tai Chi, stretching all her muscles and bones, preparing for a tough challenge ahead. Her movements flowed smoothly like clouds and water, full of energy. Lin Guiyun's eyes lit up suddenly, and she secretly started to learn by watching. Third sister Su Lai saw this and waved to Lin Guiyun, saying, if you want to learn, just do it openly. No need to hide. Since brother has accepted you, he considers you one of us. After saying that, Su Lai pulled Lin Guiyun into her team, and they practiced martial arts together with Su Xiao. Seeing that Su Xiao didn't object, Lin Guiyun smiled happily and started to imitate the moves properly. After finishing their practice, the Song family and Aunt Lu had already prepared breakfast. It was called preparation, but actually, Su Xiao secretly brought it out from her space. Since they were outside, the food was simple. It was quick to eat and could quickly restore energy and strength. Compared to Su Xiao and her sister's simple and convenient food, the princess outside the woods had a much more luxurious breakfast. She had set out 10 cold dishes, 10 hot dishes, 10 platters, 10 snacks, and 10 dried fruits, plus various nourishing soups and broths. It was a full table of food. This was just her breakfast alone. I'm tired of eating these every day, the princess said irritably, waving her hand. Where is Lord Hu? It's already morning. When will he go to catch people? Lord Hu has already taken people out, someone replied. Let's go and see, the princess said quickly, leaving her meal behind and rushing back to the edge of the woods. But before she arrived, she saw Lord Hu shouting loudly, retreat, retreat, quickly. But it was too late. Arrows rained down from all directions in the woods. A dense shower of arrows shot from every angle. Suddenly, someone was hit right in front of the princess, and warm blood splattered all over her face and hair. The princess was stunned for a moment, then screamed loudly. Ah! She hurriedly backed away in a panic, falling onto her guards behind her, trembling all over.
Kill him.
We must kill him. He's too arrogant. How can someone be more arrogant than me in this world? I am the princess. Whoever I want dead must die. The princess grabbed her guard and pushed him forward forcefully. Go after him. As long as you catch that culprit, I will give you whatever you want. Wealth, power, money, beautiful women, jewelry. Hearing this, the guard charged forward loudly. But before he even entered the woods, he was shot dead by an arrow. No one knows if he regretted his impulsive action before he died. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the woods, unclear whether male or female, but very clear and strong enough for everyone to hear. Princess of the Great Yu Dynasty, I know you're outside the woods. I have a few questions for you. Who do you think you are? Asking me questions. The princess's words were cut off mid-sentence. A box was thrown out from the woods and landed in front of her. It opened, revealing a hand inside. The princess, with sharp eyes, immediately recognized that the hand belonged to her companion from yesterday. She let out a sharp scream, took a few steps back, and fell to the ground, trembling with fear. Ailiang? Where is Ailiang? In a short while, someone pale and stumbling came to report. Princess Ailiang. He's gone. The princess's face turned white with fear. When did they arrive? She had no idea. Could this person silently kill Ailiang and also kill her without anyone noticing? The princess was terrified and no longer as arrogant as before. She trembled and asked, Ask your questions. Forget it, I don't want to ask anymore, Xiao said with a gentle smile. No matter what I ask, you probably won't know anything or will pretend to be clueless. I don't believe your son is out there causing trouble without your knowledge. Ultimately, you think the lives of common people are insignificant, and you see yourself as a princess who can kill or save at will. I admit, I was the one who killed your son. I won't deny it, Xiao continued. I'm not here to argue about right or wrong. But I want to say this. The people who died yesterday and today all lost their lives because of your selfishness. Princess, do you feel guilty? Guilty? The princess suddenly snapped out of her shock, sneered and said, You didn't kill me last night. That's your loss. Because of what happened last night, you will never have another chance. Today, I will definitely not let you leave here alive. As you said, I will always support my son in everything he does. Because I am the princess of the Yu Dynasty. A commoner like you should feel honored to be killed by my son. As an inferior person, you dare to challenge those above you. The princess coldly said, Execute the entire family. Ha, such bold words, Xiao chuckled. Let's see who'll die here today. The princess sneered and said, Send someone to burn this forest. Let's see how long he can keep talking back. Princess, please don't. Lord Hu hurriedly stepped forward. This forest connects 2 villages. If we set it on fire, both villages nearby might not be able to survive. If they can't survive, then they should move, the princess said arrogantly.
What?
My son's life isn't worth them moving. Lord Hu was speechless. Set the fire, the princess ordered fiercely, waving her hand. Anyone who catches the people inside will be rewarded with 1,000 taels. Suddenly, a group of people brought dry wood and surrounded the forest. Someone took a torch, threw it onto the dry wood, and the flames instantly flared up. In no time, the fire spread rapidly, engulfing the trees and spreading into the forest. Hidden in the woods, Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing were discussing how to fight next. Su Xiao's idea was to directly eliminate the princess once and for all. As long as the princess of Suzhou was gone, chaos would break out in Suzhou, and no one would pay attention to small figures like them. However, Sun Ziqing had a different opinion. Sun Ziqing said, Su Xiao, I know you like to handle problems decisively. But things aren't always that simple. Killing a princess isn't a big deal, but it could cause chaos early. The people of Suzhou might act first. When the palace falls into chaos, other regions could follow and rebel. If we don't plan to go south anymore, that's understandable. But our destination isn't here, so we can't get involved in this mess. And besides, the princess is a royal family member and is deeply favored by the Empress Dowager. A princess died under mysterious circumstances. The court would not ignore this. it would lead to trouble and war. The hardest hit would be the people of Suzhou. They already have enough hardships, and we must not make things worse. Su Xiao nodded, thinking that Yuan Jingshi had a point. She asked, "So, what should we do now? Didn't you have a good time in Lin County?" Yuan Jingshi smiled. "It's a clever escape plan. Then we can teach the princess a lesson." "What kind of lesson?" "Like draining the entire princess's household." Yuan Jingshi winked at Su Xiao. "When she hears her backyard is on fire, she won't pay attention to us. Even if she loses a son, she still is two. She has to think about her remaining children, right?" "That makes sense." Su Xiao's eyes lit up. "Let's do it." Oh no, they really set fire. Aunt Lu, who was sewing, looked up and saw thick smoke in the distance. "It's okay, the fire won't reach us," Su Xiao said. "But we do need to move." "Yuan Jingshi, where is the princess's house?" "In Yu County." Yuan Jingshi replied with a smile. "Let's go to Yu County," Su Xiao chuckled. "I love stockpiling supplies. This time we'll make a big profit." "Lin Guiyun," Su Xiao turned and ordered, "Go check the northwest. See if anyone is there." "Yes, young master." Lin Guiyun quickly ran off without a trace. Su Xiao quickly gathered all the items on the ground into her space. When she finished, Lin Guiyun returned. "Young master, no one is in the northwest." Lin Guiyun panted. "The forest is too big, they can't get through." "Good. Now is the perfect time to break out," Su Xiao said. "Yuan Jingshi, lead them to retreat that way. I'll leave some souvenirs for the princess." "Okay." Yuan Jingshi didn't hesitate. He led his people to withdraw. "Don't push too hard and no one to stop." "Understood." Su Xiao waved her hand. After Yuan Jingshi left, she took out a special gift she prepared for the princess, an upgraded version of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. She spent a day making and then installed the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle on it. Whenever someone touches this, it instantly triggers an explosion, making them experience what it feels like when countless pear blossoms bloom. Su Xiao checked the third line of defense again and replaced the mines, making it impossible for them to escape. Even if the fire reaches and detonates the grenades hanging on the branches, the underground pressure mines won't be triggered. She hopes they will like this gift. Su Xiao calculated that the mines she left were enough to delay them until she reached the princess's residence. She decisively left the scene and caught up with Sun Ziqing and the others. The smoke in the woods grew thicker and the fire spread faster, about to reach their side. Su Xiao took out more than 10 towels from her space, soaked each one, and covered her mouth and nose to continue retreating. "Everyone listen up, wait outside. As soon as anyone comes out, report immediately," came the voice of the guards outside the woods. Su Xiao raised her hand to stop everyone. She then took out a blowpipe. Thin, needle-like darts shot into her body instantly. The guards outside collapsed to the ground. Su Xiao rushed over, hurriedly collected the 3 bodies into her space without dealing with them properly. Seeing Su Xiao succeed, Sun Ziqing led his people to continue following. 10 minutes later, the group successfully left the woods. Pretending to be prepared, Su Xiao let out 2 carriages from one side of the woods and said to Lin Guiyun, "Can you drive a carriage?" Lin Guiyun shook his head. "Get in." Su Xiao quickly grabbed Lin Guiyun and helped him onto the carriage, giving a quick lesson. "Did you learn it?" Sweat dripped down Lin Guiyun's face, but he gritted his teeth and said, "I learned it." "You drive, I'll cover the rear." Su Xiao decisively handed the carriage to Lin Guiyun, then climbed onto the roof and drew her bow and arrow from behind. She triggered the hidden trip mines buried in the woods, which exploded instantly. In the next moment, thick smoke billowed out. Countless toxic fumes mixed with the burning smoke, creating a deadly poison. Anyone who inhaled it would feel weak and exhausted. Since everyone has come this far, they might as well stay. Su Xiao smoothly returned to her seat, took the reins from Lin Guiyun, and gave a sharp tug. "Go." Without the guards noticing, the 2 carriages disappeared instantly beyond the woods. Su Xiao followed behind, cleaning up the wagon tracks and releasing toxic smoke to trap them. Sure enough, after 10 minutes, the proud guards all became weak and collapsed one after another. Even if they realized the people inside had escaped, they had no strength left to chase. This big fire burned all day. A forest covering dozens of acres was completely destroyed. "Someone, go in and search," the princess sneered. "Find the living, find the dead." "Sir, it's bad. All the guards outside are under the influence of the sleeping drug and have fainted," someone quickly reported after noticing the guards inhaling the toxic smoke. Before Lord Hu could reply, he heard continuous screams coming from the woods. Someone had triggered a trap. Lord Hu was surprised. Despite the forest being burned down, there were still hidden weapons. He felt both angry and anxious. Who is this mountain bandit? How can one person defeat so many? What kind of person did the princess provoke? Today, the princess was truly desperate. She sneered and said, "All soldiers who die or are seriously injured today will receive 50 taels of funeral and medical expenses. Anyone who returns alive will get an extra 100 taels. Great rewards bring brave men. 50 taels of silver is enough for a family's expenses for 20 years. So, despite feeling scared inside, everyone forced themselves to charge in. This operation truly relied on risking lives to carve out a safe path. After about 20 people died, the others finally moved smoothly into the center of the forest. But despite searching repeatedly, they couldn't find any sign of the enemy. Not even footprints. It was as if the group had vanished into thin air. How is this possible? The princess was in disbelief upon hearing this report. Ignoring the danger, she stepped into the woods herself, eager to see that scoundrel kneel and beg for mercy. Covering her nose and mouth, she entered the clearing and saw the firebreak that Xiao had dug. The princess arrogantly said, "I told you, just a few people. How could they be so well prepared? But even with more people, it's useless. I want everyone captured without fail. There's someone here." Someone finally spotted the. Many people wanted to make a good show, so they rushed over in a crowd. They all reached out, trying to pull the back. Suddenly, a powerful rain of needle-like projectiles, like a storm, was unleashed. Centered on the, within a 20-meter radius, it covered everything equally. Even the princess herself couldn't escape this rain of needles.
Ah!
The princess's arm was instantly pierced. Blood gushed out, staining half her body red. This time, the rain of needles didn't contain poison, but was equipped with a bleeding trap. Once hit, the wound would be hard to heal, bleeding continuously. Without quick treatment, she could bleed to death. This attack was a psychological tactic. It created the fear of a slow death. "Kill him. I want to kill him." The princess was so angry she nearly lost her mind. Xiao easily played with over 500 enemies, but she wasn't feeling proud because her time was very limited. Yuxian was still half a day away from their current location. If everyone went there now, it would be too late. So, Xiao decided to go alone to Yuxian, while others found a safe place to wait. Yuan Jingshi also thought this was the best plan. He observed the situation in Sanchuan and reasoned, "We should head east to Yuling Mountain, southeast of Yuxian County. There's a Taoist temple there where we can hide for a while." "Xiao, you need to act quickly. At dawn, we leave." "Don't worry," Xiao nodded. "Let's go." Yuan Jingshi and Xiao split up at the fork in the road. Yuan Jingshi took Song's group to Yuling Mountain, while Xiao handed the carriage to Lin Guthyun, telling him to wait outside the South City gate. Then, Xiao took a horse from her space, mounted it, and headed toward the princess's residence in Yuxian. It was almost evening now. She had to get into the city before the gates closed and leave when they opened again the next day. This night was her time to act. She took advantage of this time gap. "Go!" Xiao lowered her body, continuously urging the horse to run faster. The horse, stimulated, started to kick wildly. The person and the horse looked like a streak of lightning, heading straight for Yuxian County. Whoa! Xiao suddenly pulled on the reins, causing the horse's front hooves to lift off the ground and stand still. Xiao clung tightly to the horse's back, holding the reins with one hand and raising her right hand into the air. But she couldn't afford to show off now. Once the horse calmed down, Xiao put it into her space, quickly changed her appearance, and dressed as a farmer woman. She carried a basket filled with eggs and millet, looking like she was visiting relatives in town. Although there were now refugees in Suzhou, the situation was much better than in Yenzhou, as there was no threat of disease. So, the city gate security checks were much more relaxed. Su Xiao had experience forging household registration documents before, so making a fake one again was easy for her. She entered the city calmly. Su Xiao turned and slipped into an alley, changed her outfit, and when she came out, she looked like an ordinary young street vendor. She carried a basket of vegetables and walked confidently along the street, quickly finding the princess's residence. The princess's residence was easy to find. It was the most luxurious building in Yuxian County. The princess's status was very high, the highest in Suzhou, so her residence was surprisingly large. Plus, the Empress Dowager's favor made the Long Princess's home like a small imperial palace, covering a vast area. Trying to steal from the princess's residence in one night was extremely difficult. Su Xiao could only choose her target carefully. However, plans often changed unexpectedly. Suddenly, she saw the gates of the Long Princess's residence wide open and countless people rushing out.
Hurry, follow.
If anything happens to the princess, neither of us will be safe, a sharp-voiced man shouted. Everyone, protect the princess. If she's hurt, we all have to serve her. More people ran out of the residence. Su Xiao hid on the roof across the street, counting. Over 800 people had come out of the princess's home. How many people can a princess's residence hold? More than 800? He said the princess was hurt? Could it be that her trap had caught the Long Princess? That would be very interesting. The princess's mansion is now completely empty. If I don't steal everything clean, I would be letting down her ambitions. Su Xiao chuckled to herself. Truly, heaven is helping me. Your Highness, see you tomorrow. The once lively princess's mansion is especially quiet tonight. Except for a few guards at the gate and those watching over the estate, most people have left. So many courtyards are dark and silent. To others, this might seem like a problem. But to Su Xiao, it doesn't matter. She took out her thermal imaging device and checked each courtyard. Any empty courtyard, she relaxed and started collecting everything valuable. No matter what it was, flowers, furniture, or decorations, she gathered it all. She searched one courtyard after another, sweeping through 7 in total. When she reached the 8th courtyard, the thermal imaging showed 2 guards on the roof for patrols on the sides of the building and 2 guards at the entrance. With such tight security, there must be something very valuable inside. A smile appeared on Su Xiao's face. She switched to her rifle. She checked the magazine. There were 10 bullets left. Not many, but enough. Once settled, she planned to reload with more bullets. She couldn't keep relying on just these. She added a thermal scope to her sight and quickly aimed at the 2 guards on the roof. In an instant, 2 figures on the roof collapsed, without even reacting. What's going on? The patrols on both sides heard the noise and rushed out. Before they could ask about the 2 unlucky guards on the roof, for bullets followed swiftly. The 2 guards at the entrance also heard the gunfire and turned around to shout for help. But then, 2 more bullets struck. By this point, all 8 guards watching the courtyard had been taken down. Su Xiao put away her rifle, leapt down from the roof, and swiftly turned her dagger at the necks of the 8 guards, dead beyond doubt. She circled the courtyard, confirming that this was one of the main princess's storerooms. Inside, there must be something very important. Otherwise, the guards wouldn't be so heavily armed. She immediately rubbed her hands together with excitement, very curious about what treasures might be hidden inside. It was like the joy of opening a mystery box. As usual, the first step was to unlock the door. This time, Su Xiao didn't bother with the lock. She pulled out a heavy sword and swung it at the lock. The door broke open with a loud crash. Even if there was noise inside, it didn't matter. The people from the princess's residence wouldn't dare come easily because they knew this place was heavily guarded. If they came in without permission, they could easily be mistaken for thieves. Is the Long Princess that kind of person who listens to explanations? So, even though there was movement inside, no one dared to come near. This made things easier for Su Xiao. She took out a headlamp from her space and turned it on. The moment the light appeared, Su Xiao couldn't help but curse. Inside the three-story building, shelves were filled with all kinds of rare and beautiful jewelry. Gold and silver looked dull compared to these treasures, becoming the least noticeable items. Anything here could be worth a fortune if taken out. Sure enough, she's the daughter the Empress Dowager favors most, Su Xiao said with a smile that was hard to hide. No wonder she acts so arrogantly in Suzhou. Now I understand. Sorry, Your Highness, but these all belong to me now. Su Xiao spread her arms wide and started grabbing everything. She held onto a hanging curtain, moving swiftly and gracefully like a flying goddess, shifting from wall to wall. Wherever her fingers touched, the items entered her space. It took her over an hour to collect everything from the storeroom. When she finished gathering the last box of coins, the once magnificent storeroom had become dull and gray, unrecognizable from its original splendor. Su Xiao turned and headed to the next courtyard. The storage areas of the princess's residence were all in one place, which made it very convenient for Su Xiao.
She didn't need to search around.
The second courtyard was a warehouse for grain. Since grain wasn't as valuable as jewelry, it was guarded by only 4 people. Same old method, same old plan. For bullets sent them to their rest. Su Xiao opened the grain warehouse door and was stunned speechless. Did you really think the world was short of grain? Yes, common people lack enough food, and they often go a year without a full meal. However, these noble aristocrats who blood from the common people have their granaries overflowing and spilling out. Inside, the grain is better left to rot and spoil than given to the people. Su Xiao saw the innermost granary, where the storage date was written, and it was actually 10 years ago. This means all this grain is 10 years old. She wasn't sure if it was still edible. But even if it isn't, it can still be fed to chickens and ducks. Without hesitation, Su Xiao raised her hand and collected all the stored grain into her space. The granaries, covering over 1,000 square meters, there are 10 in total. She emptied them all. Completely emptied. Not a single grain was left behind. After finishing with this yard, she moved on to the next. That yard was even less guarded because it only contained some old-looking tables and chairs. But the quality was definitely good. Since she was already here, she wouldn't leave empty-handed. After clearing these yards, she was ready to move to another place. At this time, it was 3/4 of an hour past midnight. The time when people are most likely to feel sleepy. So, after leaving the back courtyard, Su Xiao boldly went to the middle courtyard, where the crown princess lived. Although the crown princess was not in the residence, the servants responsible for her still dared not slack off. Those on night duty kept watch, and those on guard kept guard. Su Xiao hid in the shadows, waiting for the guard to pass by. Like a ghost, she appeared behind him. She pressed a dagger against his neck and asked, "Where's the princess's private treasury?" Ah. Before he could speak, Su Xiao covered his mouth with a handkerchief. Think carefully before you shout for help. Do you think I will kill you faster, or will the guards come sooner? I only want the valuables, not to harm anyone. I take what I need and leave, she whispered in his ear. So, where is the princess's private treasury? The guard trembled and pointed to a small island in the lake not far away. Without hesitation, Su Xiao slashed with her dagger. The guard's eyes widened instantly. Isn't it said that she doesn't harm people? Su Xiao threw the body directly into the lake. The island in the middle of the lake is not connected to any other land, so she had to row over. From the way she threw the body, it was clear the water was at least 10 meters deep. Furthermore, she was unsure if there were other traps in the lake water. In this situation, the only way to reach the small island in the lake safely was to fly over. Did she think this could stop her? She was a member of the Special Forces team. Even if she was in logistics, she was still a Special Forces member. Su Xiao pulled out a long and used flying rope from her space. This rope is designed for climbing tall buildings, over hundreds of meters long, allowing a person to slide from a 100-meter-high building directly onto the roof of the opposite building. For a small island in the lake, this was an easy task. Su Xiao aimed at the roof of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Press the switch.
Whoosh.
A flying claw shot out from the device and firmly embedded into the roof. Xiao pulled hard to make sure it was secure, then fixed the device to a nearby pillar. She took a running start. Jumped. She shot through the air like lightning, heading toward the island. She lightly touched the ground, then rolled. The entire island was the private treasury of the princess, so there was only one building. Whether it was confidence or arrogance, only 2 guards were on the island. Xiao smoothly strangled one guard, threw the body into the water, then quickly opened the door. After collecting the last item, she turned and left the princess's residence without looking back, running while changing her outfit. By the time she landed, she had transformed into an old man with white hair, leaning on a cane and carrying a basket, heading toward the city gate.
Stop.
Who are you? Where are you going? Show your household registration and travel permit. Someone stopped Xiao, eyeing her carefully. Are you from here? I've never seen you before. Sir, I'm here to see my daughter. My daughter is a maid to the second prince. I heard there was some trouble at the princess's residence recently, so I couldn't visit her. That's why I came to see her, Xiao said confidently, handing over some copper coins. I'm old now, and I don't know how many times I can see her. The princess's residence is magnificent, shining with gold and jade. My daughter is now favored by the second prince, so I feel at ease. The guard was initially very arrogant, but when he heard that the girl's family was from the princess's residence, he immediately became humble. Oh, I see it's from the princess's house. You should come by more often. The guard moved aside to let Xiao pass. Thank you so much, sir. Xiao hunched her back but walked quickly, strolling out of the city gate. Not far from the gate, she heard a sharp cry behind her. Close the city gates. Hurry, close the gates. The princess's house has been robbed. Go tell the princess. Say our home was stolen. A sly smile appeared on Xiao's face. Behind her was chaos, but ahead was a clear path. Xiao turned around and jumped onto Lin Guiyun's carriage, whispering, "Let's go quickly." "Pure princess." Lin Guiyun was startled and stammered. "It's me," Xiao said, restoring her voice. Lin Guiyun's spirits lifted. His men kept driving the carriage out of the city quickly. Xiao slipped into the carriage, quickly removed her disguise, and returned to her true appearance. Just as she finished fixing her clothes, someone stopped the carriage. "Stop. Check," someone outside shouted. Lin Guiyun's muscles tensed instantly, but Xiao quickly held him back and said from inside, "Sir, what's going on?" She also opened the carriage door, revealing everything inside to the outside. The soldiers who stopped the carriage carefully examined it, making sure there were no illegal items, then asked, "Who are you? Where are you headed? Are you coming from city? We're residents from a nearby town, delivering game to the noble families in the city. We trade outside the city." "The noble gave us 20 coins as a reward," Xiao said, acting like a simple country girl, trembling as she took 20 coins from her pocket and held them out to the soldier. "This carriage was borrowed from the noble. They said a family member is pregnant and wants to eat some game, but it's hard to buy in the city, so they asked us, 'Which noble family?' The soldier casually took the coins and asked, 'That's all?' 'Yes, that's all we received today,' Xiao answered nervously. 'The person's surname is Huang. They said they are related to the princess's house.' The soldier nodded immediately. 'So it's his family. I haven't heard of any good news from them. All right, you can go now.' 'Thank you very much, General.' Xiao hurried onto the carriage. In her nervousness, she almost fell out, but Lin Guiyun quickly pulled her back, preventing her from falling. He looked like a very timid commoner. Lin Guiyun kept his head down and didn't dare to look up. He wasn't afraid of the soldiers blocking the way, but he was worried he might laugh out loud. His young master is really impressive. He acts just like what he is. If he didn't already know how capable his young master was, he might have believed it. Xiao and Lin Guiyun escaped openly and honestly. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, the news finally reached the eldest princess. "Princess, something terrible has happened. Our house was robbed." The subordinate who came to report was crying and sniffling. "Everything is gone. Nothing left. At first, the eldest princess didn't think much of it and said, "The princess's residence has many guards. How could they steal anything? It's all gone, princess. The treasury, the granary, your private storehouse, and even the two young masters' private stores, all gone." The eldest princess almost thought she was hearing wrong. She grabbed the other's collar and demanded loudly, "Say that again. Princess, you should come back and see for yourself. Half of the estate has been emptied. Not a single thing remains in the backyard." The subordinate trembled as he spoke. "The guards watching the storerooms are all dead. No survivors. We still don't know who did it." The eldest princess suddenly stood up, her vision blackening, and she collapsed backward. "Princess!" A crowd rushed forward. Chaos broke out everywhere. The theft at the princess's residence spread quickly. The entire county was on high alert, with soldiers chasing along the roads. Any large convoy encountered was stopped and checked, regardless of their status. Many merchant caravans suffered because of this. Any items that resembled those from the princess's residence were confiscated. Suzhou was already chaotic, and now it was even worse. But the good thing was, the eldest princess no longer had the energy to seek revenge on Xiao. Her mind was full of plans to recover her stolen property. A son's worth is precious, but jewelry is even more valuable. Anyway, she still has two sons. Moreover, the remaining two sons are also worried and anxious. Their private funds are also empty. The person responsible, Xiao, and Lin Guiyun rushed together to the Yuling Mountain Taoist temple southeast of Yuxian city. Yuan Jingshi asked, "Did you succeed?" "Yes, we did," Xiao nodded. "How are things on your side?" "Everything went smoothly," Yuan Jingshi smiled. "But just to be safe, let's leave now." "Let's go." Xiao didn't waste time and called everyone to descend the mountain. Yuan Jingshi told Lin Guiyun to go to another carriage. He sat beside Xiao, driving the cart while speaking. "The princess's residence has had a big problem. They will be furious and start a big search across Suzhou. Do you have any good ideas?" Xiao asked back. "There's a saying, knowing there are tigers in the mountain, yet still heading into the tiger's den." Yuan Jingshi said, "If we rush out now, we might fall into their trap. Even if they suspect us, we should be careful. The princess might act recklessly and arrest anyone she suspects. So, I suggest we hide in a nearby county for a while and observe the situation. We might need to change our identities again," Yuan Jingshi added. "A little hidden in the wild, a little hidden in the city. I heard that the magistrate of neighboring Feng County is recruiting talents. We could pretend to seek refuge there temporarily." "What do you think?" Xiao nodded. "That makes sense. I happen to be in Feng County now, gathering supplies. The princess's residence has gained a lot, but we can't act openly here. However, the gold and silver can be exchanged for supplies." "Is that settled then?" "Yes, it's settled. We're going to Feng County." They agreed on their next move, turned their carts around, and headed straight for Feng County. As they left Yuxian, the whole county went into chaos. As Yuan Jingshi predicted, the princess issued an order for a county-wide search, with no exceptions. Every household was searched. It was truly chaotic. Meanwhile, Feng County was also lively, because the magistrate's sister-in-law's son had gone missing. Brother-in-law, Yuer, is missing. He was right here just now. The county magistrate's younger sister-in-law was crying so hard she was gasping for breath, almost fainting. "Child rearing is your responsibility too. Stop talking." The magistrate of Feng County sharply interrupted her, stopping her from saying the most important thing.
Go.
"Why are you just standing there? Everyone, go find them." The magistrate slammed the table angrily. "This is outrageous. Even my family members have been kidnapped. Feng County is the most chaotic area for kidnappers. The kidnappers have powerful backing, so the magistrate of Feng County can't do anything about them and can only swallow his anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recruited talented people from the martial world just to protect himself. But before he could recruit anyone, his sister-in-law's illegitimate child was the first to get into trouble. "Go quickly and see if anyone has taken the bait from the notice I posted," the magistrate asked his subordinates anxiously. Just as he finished speaking, someone hurriedly entered from outside, running and shouting loudly. "Good news, sir. Someone has taken the bait from your notice." The magistrate of Feng County was overjoyed and said, "Bring them here quickly." Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing stood before the magistrate. The magistrate paused, almost unable to believe his eyes. The ones who took the bait were 2 children? Is this a joke? Nonsense. The magistrate waved his hand dismissively. Do you think this is a place for jokes? This is Feng County's official office. Sun Ziqing smiled slightly and said, "Sir, please don't worry. We dared to take the bait because we have the ability. Is there a big urgent matter on your mind? Does it involve your family? Is it?" Hearing this, the magistrate no longer cared that they were minors and quickly asked, "Do you have a way?" Sun Ziqing smiled slightly. "Words alone can't prove our skills. Rest assured, at this time tomorrow, your family will be safe and standing right in front of you." The magistrate's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? Of course," Sun Ziqing replied confidently. "Good," the magistrate said. "What do you want?" Sun Ziqing exchanged a glance with Su Xiao and then said, "My cousin's family has been in the trading business for generations. Now, they want to set up a shop in Feng County. I hope sir can protect them a little. Without connections, it's impossible to do business these days." All right. The county magistrate of Feng County nodded happily. "You are welcome to stay in Feng County. As long as you help me solve my current problem, everything will be fine. Then we'll wait for good news from you, sir," Sun Ziqing said with a bow. "We are leaving now." "Good. Tomorrow at this time, I will host a banquet to welcome you," the magistrate replied cheerfully. This time, Su Xiao stayed silent throughout, while Sun Ziqing took the lead. It was a decision they made together. Sun Ziking's idea was that Su Xiao should appear as a secret card, hiding her true strength. This way, the neighboring princess of Yu County wouldn't connect Su Xiao with the murderer of her son. Also, since Sun Ziqing was a bit older, he could speak on her behalf, making others more likely to believe him. Their main goal in Feng County was to stay low-key, make some money, stock up supplies, and watch the nearby princess's mansion for any opportunities. They hoped to strike again, maybe even get some advantage from the princess's mansion.
Why?
Because she was too arrogant. And because Su Xiao didn't like her. Su Xiao agreed happily with Sun Ziking's plan. She liked pretending to be weak and watching her enemies get angry and helpless. It made her feel great. After leaving the county office, Su Xiao asked, "Do you know where the kidnapper is?" "That's easy," Sun Ziqing said, pulling Su Xiao to a tea house. They rented a private room, and he added, "This place has the most reliable information." They hadn't sat long when they overheard a conversation next door about the kidnapping. "That kidnapper is too bold. Even the magistrate's niece's child was kidnapped. Doesn't that mean we're all in danger? You just found out? If we didn't have to stay, we'd have left long ago. Life here is just too hard." "Exactly. Everyone who can leave has already gone. Now, no merchants dare to come to Feng County to do business. Everyone's afraid of being stopped on the way. Losing goods is one thing, but losing lives is a real problem. Why is this kidnapper so bold? How could he not be? The leader of the kidnappers is actually a close aide of the second prince of the princess's family. With the princess backing him, no one can challenge him. Hey, I heard that things aren't peaceful over in Yu County either. I heard that a group of brave warriors couldn't stand the way the princess's residents behaved, so they moved the entire palace away. Now, the princess is so angry that she has sealed off the entire county and is planning to check every household. I also heard that she invited the Yuan family from Suzhou to help. The Yuan family has a pack of highly sensitive hunting dogs that can sniff out anyone who has touched the treasure vaults. Is that true? How could it be false? I heard that a young man named Yuan Jingshi from the Yuan family is quite talented. Even before turning 20, he's already well-known locally and is called a little Zhuge. Wow, so with Yuan Jingshi here, the case at the princess's residence will be solved quickly. I really want to know who could do such a big thing. Next door, Xuan Ziqing sneered and said to Su Xiao, "Does Yuan Jingshi have no shame? Even if he's trying to boost his reputation or make himself look good, he shouldn't be so shameless as to call himself a little Zhuge." "I wouldn't dare to praise myself like that," He's just relying on his subordinates' ideas and taking credit for everyone's work. I didn't expect the princess to invite Yuan Jingshi to help. Luckily, we left quickly, or we'd have to face that hypocrite Yuan Jingshi again. Xiao said, right now, the Yuan family hasn't officially broken with the court, so they wouldn't refuse the princess's invitation. Or maybe, the Yuan family is trying to play both sides, leaving options open. That's understandable. But I don't believe Yuan Jingshi can find anything useful, Xuanziqing said. Do you really think those dogs are that amazing? It's hard to say, Xiao replied. If trained well, some dogs can indeed sniff out scents from dozens of miles away. If that's the case, I wouldn't dare to act against the princess's residence. For safety, it's best not to act now, Xuanziqing said. No worries, we can keep the money and sell it in the capital. It's easier to sell there. No, since the kidnapper is a close aide of the second prince, we need to be careful not to alert them, Xiao said with a smirk. A surprise attack would be the most interesting. Xuanziqing chuckled softly. It looks like the princess really has upset you. Xiao nodded indifferently. I like these foolish people who overestimate themselves because they keep sending me supplies. There's a saying, when you have nothing to eat or wear, your enemies will come to you with gifts. At the border between Yu County and Feng County, in a hidden mountain valley, there is a large camp hidden inside. The camp is bright with lights and lively with voices. A young man, dressed boldly with his chest exposed, lazily sits on a throne in the main hall. 4 beautiful women, dressed lightly and alluring, kneel beside him, feeding him wine. Second young master, here are the payment for the goods sold to Jiangnan, said a burly mountain bandit, clapping his hands. Soon more people brought in about a dozen large boxes. The boxes are opened, revealing dazzling gold, silver, and jewelry. The second young master, sitting above, only glances casually at the items before looking away and saying, "Is that all?" "Young master, you don't know. Now, the people of Suzhou have all fled. The leftovers are of poor quality and can't fetch good prices. The Jiangnan side thinks the goods are bad and offers very low prices. Good-for-nothings," the second young master sneers. "Suzhou has 8 counties. I don't believe I can't find some good items. Don't forget who supports you. If you can't bring me profit, what am I keeping you for? Young master, we've even caught the son of the county magistrate's sister-in-law, but we really can't find better goods," said the bandit through gritted teeth. "But the children of officials are limited. Once we catch them, there won't be more." "Humph," the second young master arrogantly replies. "So what? My mother is the princess of the Great Yu dynasty, and all of Suzhou is her territory. They support my mother, which is only right. Losing a few children is nothing, they can be born again. As long as there are women, children will be as many as we want. If it weren't for that thief robbing the princess's mansion, I wouldn't be forcing you to make money quickly. Remember, half of all expenses in Suzhou are paid by my princess's estate. If I don't make money, how can I support you all? Let me catch those. I will skin them and tear their bones apart to avenge my third brother. They only killed a few refugees? How dare they resist? Unforgivable." As he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. No one dared to reply. No one knows that on their roof, the god of death has already arrived. Xiao, dressed in a black cloak and wearing a silver mask, sat on the roof listening to the conversations below and sneered coldly. The Diyu dynasty is truly finished. Even a princess is so arrogant, let alone the royal relatives in the capital. The entire official system of the Diyu dynasty is probably rotten from the inside out. It's just that the Northern Wolf Kingdom is currently changing from the old Wolf King to the new Wolf King. Otherwise, any strong young ruler would immediately send troops south. At this moment, the Diyu dynasty is as fragile as a thin shell, just a light poke, and it would shatter. It seems I need to act quickly. Soon, the Diyu dynasty will fall into chaos. I must find a safe place before it erupts and wait for the right moment to strike. The second young master had drunk enough and, drunkenly, was holding 2 beauties, preparing to rest in the back. He just entered the room, barely had time to take off his clothes, when he saw the 2 beauties seem to notice something. Their faces turned terrified, and they were about to scream, but suddenly rolled their eyes and fainted. As the beauties collapsed, a person dressed in a black cloak appeared behind them. The second young master's drunkenness was instantly replaced by fear.
Who are you?
Come. Before he finished speaking, a shiny dagger was pressed against his neck. He was so frightened that his legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Hero, please don't hurt me. If you want the women, I'll give you these too. If you want money, there are plenty of gold and jewels outside. Please don't kill me. Xiao stood behind the young man, speaking through a throat voice changer, blending voices of men, women, children, and the elderly, and said, "Take me to your warehouse." Quickly, the young man's eyes flickered, and he was about to think of a sneaky plan. Xiao, with lightning speed, threw a pill into his mouth. Before he could react, he swallowed it forcefully with a gulp. The young man was terrified and instinctively wanted to scream, but suddenly found he couldn't make a sound. He was completely silent. Xiao coldly said, "The pill you took is a poison I specially developed. In 3 days, without an antidote, your intestines will rupture, your 7 orifices will bleed, and you will suffer the most excruciating pain, as if being devoured by ants. Then, you will tear yourself apart and die." When the second young master heard this, he became even more weak and collapsed onto the ground, sweating heavily. He finally realized what was happening. This person must be one of the thieves who stole from the princess's residence. No, one of many. There are so many things in the princess's house. One person couldn't have taken everything. The second young master finally understood how serious the situation was. He trembled all over and pointed to the warehouse in the distance. Xiao grabbed his collar and easily dragged him along. When they reached the door, she whispered in his ear, "Stand straight. If others notice something's wrong, you'll be in big trouble." The second young master had to force himself to stand upright, hiding his trembling body with his loose clothes. Xiao followed behind him as they headed toward the warehouse. Second young master. The patrolling bandits saw him and saluted, but no one dared to ask who the little dwarf beside him was. After all, the second young master still held a lot of respect here. He could only give a pleading look, hoping the others understood his predicament. However, they didn't dare to make eye contact. They turned away quickly, afraid the second young master might get angry and take it out on them. Such things had happened before. So, despite meeting many people along the way, no one noticed that the second young master was acting strangely. They even thought Xiao, who followed him, was a new subordinate he had just recruited, and they treated her very respectfully. Finally, they arrived at the warehouse without incident. The second young master signaled to Xiao with his eyes and a finger that this was the place. Xiao pushed him and said, "Open the door." The second young master clenched his teeth, resigned to his fate, and shakily used the key to open the warehouse door. Xiao pushed him inside. No matter how much he hesitated, she firmly followed behind him. Sure enough, after 3 minutes, the second young master reluctantly closed the traps and mechanisms inside the warehouse. If he didn't do it now, his life would be over here. At this moment, the second young master secretly vowed, once he got the antidote and gained his freedom, he would catch this thief and punish him severely. Xiao looked up and raised an eyebrow. The room was filled with armor and weapons, and gold, silver, and jewelry were of lesser importance. No wonder the Princess Chong was so eager to amass wealth. She was preparing for something big. It seems she no longer wants to be just a princess in Suzhou, but aims to overthrow her brother's throne and sit on the imperial seat herself. Interesting, Xiao chuckled. Second young master, your mother's ambitions are quite grand. Just as the second young master was about to speak, Xiao raised her hand and lightly cut across his neck. He flopped to the ground like a slippery eel. Xiao circled the warehouse and suddenly smiled. "Thank you, Princess Chong, for your gift. I will gladly accept it." In this era, secretly hiding a set of armor was considered a serious crime, punishable the same as hiding 3 bows and crossbows. Hiding 3 sets of armor was punishable by hanging. The armor hidden here was enough to cause Princess Chong and her people to die 1,000 times over. It seems Princess Chong is waiting for the flames of war to ignite, so she can rise up under the guise of supporting the emperor and declare her own territory. Unfortunately, her luck ran out when she encountered herself. Xiao mercilessly began collecting everything. All the armor and weapons were gathered into her space. After cleaning out the warehouse, she moved on to collect the gold, silver, and jewelry. Once she finished tidying the warehouse, she dragged the exhausted second young master away. He couldn't die yet, he was still useful. Rather than blindly searching for someone, it was better to make the other side obediently return the person. So, Xiao left a letter with the bandits in the mountain stronghold, telling them that the second young master was now in her hands. To ensure his safe return, they must release all the kidnapped children. They had half a day. After half a day, if even one child had not returned home, the second young master would lose a leg. One day later, if another child was still missing, he would lose 2 legs. After 4 days, 2 arms and 2 legs. 5 days later, they would only return his head. At dawn, the person responsible for attending to the second young master saw the letter and, hurriedly, went to find the bandit leader. "Boss, it's bad. The second young master has been kidnapped." The bandit leader almost thought he had heard wrong. They are kidnappers, yet someone actually kidnapped them? And on their own territory, they kidnapped the second young master? Listen to this. Are these words even real? That person trembling handed over the ransom note to the bandit leader. The bandit leader saw it and immediately felt weak in the knees, kneeling down with a thud. Cold sweat broke out and dripped down his chin. What should we do? The bandit leader suddenly felt lost and helpless. If anything happens to the second young master, the princess will never forgive us. We will all be buried with him. Why are you just standing there? Release the people. Someone nearby snatched the letter and said loudly, "Let these kids go, and if we catch them again, so be it. Maybe we caught the wrong person and angered the wrong person. Yes, release them. Quickly, release everyone from the cellar." The bandit leader scrambled to free the captives. The children in the cellar were suddenly and confusedly driven out of the hideout. At first, they doubted whether they were truly free. But once they realized the bandits really intended to let them go and weren't tricking them, they all ran away as fast as they could. These bandits not only wanted to free the children, but also promised to them safely home. Because the letter said that if even one child didn't return home, the second young master's leg would be cut off. They couldn't afford to be careless. So, at noon, the son of the magistrate of Foam County unwittingly returned home. When the magistrate saw his illegitimate son standing there safe and sound, he couldn't believe his eyes. He had really come back, and he returned completely unharmed. Those 2 young boys truly achieved it. They are indeed experts among common folk. After the bandits finished releasing the last child, they all waited hopefully, expecting the other side to realize their mistake and fulfill their promise to send the second young master back. But they waited and waited until nightfall, and still, the second young master did not return. Where are Xiao and the second young master now? They are in Yu County. They finally caught a big fool. How could they not make good use of this? After collecting the ransom from the bandits, it was time to demand from the princess. A ransom letter was delivered to the princess's residence. When the princess saw this letter, she almost had a heart attack. The princess angrily slammed the table. "It must be those people. They killed my 3rd son and are trying to harm my 2nd son. I will stand against these people." Yuan Jingshi saw the princess losing control and immediately asked, "May I see this letter?" The princess seemed to remember something and quickly handed the letter to Yuan Jingshi. "Young Master Yuan, can you ask your hunting team to find the owner of this letter as soon as possible? As long as you can save my son, I will agree to any conditions." Yuan Jingshi took the letter, looked at the contents, then sniffed the ink on the paper. His brow furrowed as he said, "I've never seen this ink before. I have all kinds of ink from the north and south of the Great Yu dynasty, but I've never smelled this one." If Xiao knew that Yuan Jingshi doubted the ink, she would probably laugh out loud. Because this ransom note wasn't handwritten by her, it was printed using a machine from the future. Smelling it was impossible, unless you were crazy. Yuan Jingshi was actually smelling the scent of modern ink cartridges from the future. He frowned and said, "Since the other side has sent this ransom note to the princess's residence, they must be in Yu County. I will have people search everywhere. But, princess, you should be prepared. If we can't find them, to keep the second young master safe, we need to prepare the ransom money quickly." "I understand," the princess said grimly. "Go and catch them." Yuan Jingshi bowed and turned to leave with the letter. As soon as he left the princess's residence, his followers gathered around. "Young master, do we really need to help find them?" "Quiet." Yuan Jingshi stopped his followers. "Go back and report." Back at his own place, Yuan Jingshi looked at the ransom note over and over again. For some reason, he suddenly linked this note to the young man from Lin County who had fooled a group of people. He became more certain that it was a team effort. Because one person couldn't easily sneak past so many guards in a mountain stronghold and kidnap the second young master. Since the third young master was attacked, the guards around the eldest and second young masters had doubled. Breaking through layers of guards and successfully kidnapping someone was not an easy task. It must have been a team effort, a gang working together. So, who exactly is this group? When did such a powerful organization appear in the Northwest? If I can recruit this group and use them for my own purposes, Yuan Jingshi's heart started beating faster. That would give me more confidence to conquer the world. At this moment, the second young master slowly woke up. His vision was blurry at first, then he saw where he was. He was locked inside an iron cage. The second young master immediately panicked and shouted, "Let me out." Oh, his voice was back. He could speak again. Xiao still wore a black cloak and a silver mask. She threw a steamed bun inside and said, "Eat." "What is this?" "Even dogs wouldn't eat this," the second young master complained. "I want to go out. I want to return to the princess's residence." Xiao left a simple reply, "If you like it or not." She turned to leave. "Wait, don't go. We need to talk." The second young master was genuinely scared of the masked person. "Where is my antidote? Didn't you say that if I took you to the warehouse, you'd give me the antidote? It's already given to you," Xiao replied casually. "Haven't you noticed you can talk now? Without the antidote, how are you able to speak?" The second young master thought about it and realized it made sense. Then he asked, "Who are you?" "No, I mean, what is your organization behind you? I didn't know there was such a powerful and mysterious group in the Great Yu dynasty. What are your goals?" Xiao smiled. "Organization? Goals? Well, if you put it that way, yes. I am a successor of socialism, and my goal is to achieve communism." "What?" The second young master was confused. "Just stay here honestly. Once your princess mother raises enough ransom, she will naturally release you. Don't worry, I am a person of integrity. I said I would let you go, and I will," Xiao said with a gentle laugh. "After all, our purpose is just to make money, not to harm lives. Are you serious?" the second young master asked uncertainly. "Of course," Xiao replied with a meaningful smile. "Of course, I need to keep him. Who would I kidnap next time? This is a good source of income. I can't let it go easily."
"So, what do you think?"
"Is there any news?" the crown princess asked urgently. Yuan Jingshi looked guilty and said, "Sorry, I am not very knowledgeable. We searched all over the city, but couldn't find the person. He might not be in the city or is part of a large group working together. Is my son going to be lost to him?" The crown princess's eyes darkened with anger. "I think the other side's goal is just money. Since they only want money, we might as well meet their demands. As long as the second young master comes back safely, that's enough. As long as the person is safe, no matter how much money we pay, we can earn it back." The crown princess was very unhappy but had to admit that Yuan Jingshi's words made sense. "But they are asking for 10,000 taels of gold and 100,000 taels of silver," she said. "If nothing was stolen from the princess's residence, I could find that much money easily. I could even find it by sweeping the floors. But now, the entire backyard has been cleaned thoroughly. Where can I find so much money? Perhaps young Master Yuan can help me." "I will remember your kindness," she said, looking at Yuan Jingshi. When we return to the capital, I will praise the Yuan family to my mother. Yuan Jingshi looked determined and said, Princess, you are being too polite. I and the second young master are friends. Even if you don't ask, I can't just stand by and do nothing. It's just so unfortunate. You know, Yenzhou is now suffering from a severe plague. Several northern counties have been wiped out by the North Wolf Kingdom, and the local officials have fled. Our Yuan family had to step up to save the people, opening granaries to distribute food and treating the sick. That's why the plague didn't spread from Yenzhou to Suzhou. It's really hard to do anything now. This disaster relief effort has almost emptied our family's savings. Even some of our relatives have contributed money and supplies, giving almost everything they could. I'm not trying to boast. We live in Yenzhou and are responsible for helping the government manage the area. But now, we can only do a little and can't help much more. Please don't think I am avoiding responsibility. You can send someone to ask around Yenzhou. We truly helped over 300,000 refugees. We are doing our best, but we are truly overwhelmed. The crown princess was so frustrated she couldn't hold back her anger. But she couldn't directly pressure Yuan Jingshi. The Yuan family is a major family in the northwest. Although they haven't officially been rewarded, the Yuan family is basically the local authority in Yenzhou, the ruler of the area. Even though Suzhou and Yenzhou are close, the Princess Long can't really control Yenzhou. Although Yuan Jingshi doesn't have a noble title now, he has connections in the court, so she's not afraid of her being the princess. However, I can negotiate with the other side on behalf of the princess to see if we can lower the ransom, Yuan Jingshi said. I will do my best to bring the second young master back safely. What could the princess say? She could only irritably wave her hand, signaling Yuan Jingshi to leave. When the agreed time arrived, the princess was indeed ready with the ransom and obediently handed it over to Yuan Jingshi to free the hostage. Yuan Jingshi took the ransom and went to the agreed place. From afar, he saw someone sitting in a pavilion, dressed in gray cloth, wearing a straw hat. Yuan Jingshi greeted from a distance. May I ask your name? A strange voice came from the pavilion. Have you brought what I asked for? Everything is here. I need to confirm the safety of the second young master first, Yuan Jingshi replied. The gray-clad person pointed upward. Yuan Jingshi saw the second young master, looking exhausted, hanging from the roof, with a cloth gag in his mouth, struggling wildly. He still looked quite lively. It seems you're a person of your word, Yuan Jingshi said, trying to get closer. Suddenly, sharp spikes appeared at his feet, blocking his way. All right, I'll stay here. The ransom is here. Would you like to count it? No need, the gray-clad person answered. Put down the goods and take the person. Very straightforward. I like dealing with straightforward people, Yuan Jingshi said. I'm Yuan Jingshi from Yenzhou. May I ask if we can be friends? Stop wasting time, the gray-clad person coldly replied. Money and goods are exchanged. The account is settled. As he finished speaking, the gray-clad person seemed to press something, and the second young master on the roof suddenly fell with a thud. In the next second, a smoke bomb exploded in place, instantly blocking everyone's view. When the smoke cleared, all the gold and silver on the ground had vanished. Fortunately, the second young master is still alive, lively and well, with nothing wrong. Yuan Jingshi, who has sharp eyes, saw that the person in gray inside the pavilion was still there. He quickly rushed into the pavilion, grabbed the person's arm, and was about to speak when he sensed something was off. What he was holding was not a person in gray at all. It was a scarecrow dressed in gray clothes and wearing a straw hat. Yuan Jingshi's pupils suddenly shrank. He heard a familiar voice coming from the scarecrow's chest. Did you bring the things? No need. Put the things down, the person is taken away. Stop wasting time. Payment in full. Settle the account. This sentence repeated 3 times. Only then did Yuan Jingshi realize he had been tricked. He tore apart the scarecrow, and a small mechanism the size of a finger fell out of its chest, hitting the ground with a loud and shattering into pieces. The repeated words also suddenly stopped. Yuan Jingshi couldn't help but laugh angrily. All right, he said through gritted teeth. No one in this world dares to play me like this. We'll see about that. The mastermind, Xiao, had already left Yuxian smoothly and returned to Feng County. When Xiao arrived, Sun Ziking immediately went over to fist bump her. Was it a big win? Xiao smiled happily. Absolutely. We made a huge profit this time. You probably didn't expect that, right? The princess is ambitious and wants to take over. Sun Ziking looked surprised. Ambitious? Yes. The bandit who was robbing people is actually her private army. All the money they earned was used to make armor and weapons. I raided her armory. Sun Ziking was amazed and clapped for Xiao. Great job, little brother, Xiao said. It seems this princess has disliked her brother for a long time. Since her mother can act as regent as the Empress Dowager, why can't she declare herself emperor as a woman? By the way, I actually admire her ambition. This world has never set rules saying only men can be emperors. If a woman is strong enough, she can do it too. However, having ambition is one thing, having the ability to be a good emperor is another. Just because she tolerates her son's abuse and kidnapping, I don't think she's suitable. Even if she becomes empress, she won't last long and will be overthrown sooner or later. Securing that position is not just about talking. It's not that easy. Yuan Jingshi nodded in agreement. Family, country, and the world. None of it is simple. I share your attitude on this. So, taking away her armor and weapons is actually good for the common people. Without armor, she wouldn't dare to start a fight. For the people of Suzhou, the noose around their necks can loosen a little. Yes, Xiao said. How are things on your side? Very smooth. Since the county magistrate's niece's child returned, he has treated me as a guest of honor. Our next plan can proceed, Yuan Jingshi said. But we should stay low-key and not attract the attention of the neighbors. Don't worry, I have it under control, Xiao smiled. This time, you handle the front, and I'll take care of things behind the scenes. After saying that, the two exchanged a knowing high five. Just then, Lin Guhyun came in from outside. Young masters, the county magistrate has sent an invitation. Please come and dine with him. Yuan Jingshi and Xiao looked at each other and smiled together. Speak of the devil and he appears. They changed into new clothes and went to the residential area behind the county office. The county magistrate, who usually looked tired, appeared very energetic today. Please accept my respect, the magistrate said as he was about to bow. Xiao and Yuan Jingshi both held him up at the same time, stopping him. No, I've received news that this time, dozens of children have been returned, all from nearby villages. Not only did you save my family's children, but you also rescued others. That's a great achievement. I will definitely report this to my superiors and praise you, the magistrate said with a big smile. Rescuing so many children was indeed a great achievement. But Xiao was not after that. No, we're just martial artists who don't care about small details or fame, Xiao refused. And this wasn't even something we did alone. I just have some connections in the martial world. I asked a group called Socialism for help in rescuing them. If anyone should be thanked, it's Socialism, not me. Socialism? That sounds so unfamiliar. I've never heard of it before, the magistrate asked in surprise. Cough, cough, cough. Previously, I probably wouldn't have been born, I think, Xiaohan vaguely replied. Yuan Jingshi patched things up for Xiaohan. That's right. I also went down the mountain to experience the world because the times are getting chaotic. It's okay. We won't appear in front of others. This time, the county magistrate believed him. It seems that this organization called Socialism is very powerful. They strike hard at once, not only challenging the princess's residence, but also escaping unscathed. Regardless of who the greatest hero is in this matter, I will remember your kindness, the county magistrate said warmly, inviting Xiaohan and Yuan Jingshi to sit and eat. Xiaohan and Yuan Jingshi bowed to the magistrate and sat at the main guest seat. I'll toast you both first, the magistrate said generously, raising his cup. If you need anything from me, just ask. Yuan Jingshi smiled and took a drink, saying, There is indeed a small matter that needs your approval. Go ahead. Sir, do you remember I told you last time that my cousin's family has been in business for generations? We came to Feng County because we heard there are some coal deposits here and we want to buy more to transport to the capital to make a profit, Yuan Jingshi explained. We hope you can be flexible on the price. The magistrate was surprised. Are you sure? These things are not easy to transport. Yuan Jingshi nodded with a smile. We do business for both the rich and the poor. As long as it's business, we do it. The magistrate was overjoyed. You two are truly lucky for Feng County. All right, I agree to this. The reason the Feng County magistrate agreed so quickly was because most of the coal mines here are open-pit mines, which are easier to operate. At this time, people's use of coal was very low. Mainly, they used charcoal for heating like the charcoal in the charcoal cellar, because coal burns easily and produces a lot of smoke, and at that time coal wasn't washed, so it had a very unpleasant smell when burned. Rich people didn't use it, thinking it lacked style. Poor people couldn't afford it, and even though it smelled bad, they still had to buy it, preferring cheaper firewood instead. So, coal was left unused, neither high nor low. The entire Suzhou region has coal resources, so several nearby counties are not short of coal. Everyone can mine it themselves, so no one needs to buy coal from others.
Coal is very heavy.
Without modern transportation like trains, relying only on carts pulled by horses or oxen, how much can be transported? Therefore, coal often sells poorly. So, Yuan Jingshi suggested buying coal. The magistrate of Feng County was almost overjoyed and felt that these two people were sent by heaven to save him. How much do you want? The magistrate of Feng County asked carefully. Xiao smiled slightly. Whatever you have, I want as much as that. This one sentence made Xiao and Yuan Jingshi extremely busy in the days that followed. Because the magistrate of Feng County really gave them a lot of coal, not only from Feng County itself, but also from nearby towns. When the coal merchants heard that a wealthy person had come to Feng County to buy coal in large quantities, they all rushed there to sell their coal. This news reached Princess Chong of Yu County and Yuan Jingshi. Princess Chong didn't react much, but Yuan Jingshi immediately understood. Could this mysterious big merchant be the same person who bought out Lin County and then suddenly disappeared? Let's go to Feng County and meet this mysterious person, Yuan Jingshi told his attendants. I want to see how capable this person really is. The Song family members got busy again. Xiao assigned tasks to each of them. Because Song sure was good with accounts, she was responsible for handling the funds. All payments went through her. Aunt Lu, who was originally timid and hesitant, saw Xiao working tirelessly every day and barely eating, and finally decided to help with affairs for the sake of the children. She gradually learned to handle guest reception. Any boss coming to sell coal was received by Aunt Lu. Disliking dealing with women?
I don't care about that.
Madame Song managed the storeroom, counting the inventory daily and handing the accounts to Xiao at night. Meanwhile, the three sisters and Lin Guiyun had more important tasks to do. Xiao accidentally discovered that the local people were good at making ropes. The ropes they made were strong and useful. This rope has many uses. Since we found it, we definitely can't miss the chance to use it. However, this rope isn't bought and sold in a regular way, so someone has to go from house to house to gather it. While doing that, they can also buy some necessary items like ready-made food. Xiao told her three older sisters, "Don't worry about the money. When we run away, we won't have time to cook. Cooking takes too long, so just buy ready-made meals. Any kind of food is fine as long as we can buy it. Don't worry about the price. Also, if there's something you like to eat, buy it. We're not short of money. Our brother can support all three of you." This one sentence moved the three sisters so much that they were tearful. Then, before dawn, they went out shopping and only returned after dark. Lin Guiyun's job was to drive the carriage and protect the three women. Although Lin Guiyun hasn't learned many fighting skills yet, he is very tough and willing to fight hard. Of course, the three sisters didn't go anywhere dangerous. Since Suzhou is so chaotic now, even though the mountain bandits who kidnapped them are scared and haven't dared to show up, they still stayed cautious. They only went to busy parts of the county town. The three of them split up to buy things. One person bought rope, another bought food from restaurants, taverns, and street vendors, and the third bought water jars, oil, salt, vinegar, clothes, shoes, and even makeup. They bought whatever they saw. At night, they returned home and started boiling water and storing it. Everyone was busy nonstop. No one was idle. Su Xiao was also very busy. She was busy collecting supplies and filling her space. 2 days passed, and Su Xiao set up a small laboratory to store these supplies. While she was busy, someone outside reported, "Young Master Yuan from Yenzhou has come to visit." Su Xiao tidied her clothes and turned to meet Yuan Jingshi. Yuan Jingshi asked, "The person from Lin County, is that you?" Su Xiao played innocent. "Young Master Yuan, I don't know what you're talking about." "Still pretending?" Yuan Jingshi's face darkened. "I thought we were friends." Su Xiao looked helpless, as if she had been caught and had to admit it. She tugged on Yuan Jingshi's sleeve and said, "Let's talk inside." Yuan Jingshi obediently followed into the yard, looking like he was waiting for an explanation. "All right, since you've guessed, I won't hide it anymore," Su Xiao said. "The person from Lin County is indeed me. But don't misunderstand. I do things for others too. A mysterious organization called Socialism," Su Xiao added, giving herself a cover story. "They're very secretive and powerful. I've never seen their true face. So mysterious. You know, we've been traveling to the capital, and the expenses are high. Without money, we can't go on. Look, I have all women with me. How can I lack money? Especially my mother, who comes from a big family in the capital. I can endure some hardship, but I can't let my mother and my wife suffer. Am I even a man?" At this moment, the organization called Socialism approached me, gave me some money, and asked me to do a task. I only need to handle my part, and I won't interfere with the rest. I'm now in Feng County because that organization gave me new orders to help buy coal and other supplies. I also took the chance to stock up on some things for myself, Su Xiao said sincerely, looking at Yuan Jingshi. "You must keep this a secret. If it gets out, I won't be able to do my job. The reward they give is very high, and I rely on it to support my family." Yuan Jingshi nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. I've always wondered how you left with so many things. If there was a large team and organization handling logistics, it would explain everything. Of course. I'm not a fairy. I can't just sweep up and take all that stuff," Su Xiao said. "By the way, how did you come to Feng County?" "Oh, I was just passing by to see you all." Yuan Jingshi changed the subject. "Have you ever seen someone who's not tall, wearing a black cloak with a silver mask, and whose gender is hard to tell?" "No. Why are you asking that?" Su Xiao asked back. "The other side contacts me only through letters, with silver notes hidden inside. I just follow what the letters say. Look, this is the letter they sent me." Su Xiao had become addicted to forging letters and actually made a few fake ones, all printed with a printer. Yuan Jingshi took one and examined it carefully. His eyebrows suddenly raised. "That's right, this is the smell. The ink seems to be specially made for their organization. By the way, Brother Su, I really admire this socialist organization. Could you help introduce me?" Su Xiao hesitated and asked, "May I ask why?" Yuan Jingshi lowered his voice. "You might not know, but this organization is very bold. They not only stole from the princess's residence, but also kidnapped the second young master of the princess's family and demanded a large ransom. Now, the princess is searching everywhere to find this organization to get revenge. If you're connected to them, you need to be careful." Su Xiao quickly looked shocked. "No way. Oh my, young Master Yuan, you must keep this a secret from me. I only do small jobs for them for pay. I have no idea about the princesses or the young master's affairs. All right, I'll keep your secret. You help me with the introduction," Yuan Jingshi said with a smile. "I've also been in contact with them. We are allies, and neither of us will tell anyone." Su Xiao immediately understood what Yuan Jingshi meant. "Playing this game with me." She pretended to hesitate. "Let me ask the other side first. If they're not willing, I can't force it. Then I thank you, Brother Su," Yuan Jingshi said with a bow. "With your ability, it's no wonder they want you. I've been envious. Too bad you're returning to the capital, or, hey, there's always next time," Su Xiao said with a fake smile. "Maybe I'll come back someday. Besides, young Master Yuan can also go to the capital." "That's true. I will definitely go to the capital," Yuan Jingshi said more firmly, hinting, "I will go to the capital to claim the throne." Su Xiao pretended not to hear and said, "Young Master Yuan, since you're here, let's go out and relax." "No, you should focus on your work. Don't let it delay your earning." I'll wait for good news from you. Yuan Jingshi said, I stay at Wanfiken. Just tell them my name when you go, and you'll find me. Okay, Xiao nodded with a smile. In the afternoon, when Yuan Jingshi returned, Xiao told him about Yuan Jingshi. Yuan Jingshi laughed for a long time. He finally came. It's not surprising he could find us. Stealing the entire princess's residence silently, and kidnapping the second young master twice, yet both times he escaped completely. Who wouldn't be interested in such an organization? If we could use this organization for our own purposes, Yuan's power would immediately rise. We could even challenge Suzhou in the south and fight back against the Northern Wolf Kingdom. So unless Yuan Jingshi is a fool, he will definitely come, Yuan Jingshi said. Your cover story is very fitting. Now, we need to act like we're big shots, build our reputation, and keep ourselves clean. Then, do you think I should meet Yuan Jingshi? Xiao asked. I think it's not necessary, Yuan Jingshi considered. We should keep the organization mysterious and aloof. Not just anyone can meet us. Of course, if you have other ideas, we can discuss them. Xiao thought for a long time, then said, Originally, I wanted to find out some news about the 3 northern states from Yuan Jingshi. But then I realized I don't plan to conquer the world now, so there's no point. Forget it, I won't meet him. Let him keep waiting. Right now, the world is peaceful, and even if we have this idea, we can't show it. We must act with a legitimate reason. Act with a legitimate reason, the two spoke in unison. Then they nodded to each other in agreement. But we can give him a little surprise. Yuan Jingshi lowered his voice. Pretend to be mysterious and profound. Make him believe there's such a powerful organization. Deepen his impression. In the future, we can use this organization to frame anything we want. I think the same, Xiao said with a smile. I'll give him an unforgettable memory. After Yuan Jingshi returned to the inn, he paced back and forth in his room, wondering about Su Zhao's position in the organization and whether she could successfully introduce him. I waited until evening, but still did not receive any news from Su Zhao. Yuan Jingshi began to feel a little anxious. But no matter how anxious he was, he could only wait because, at present, no one could find any trace of that mysterious organization except Su Zhao. Yuan Jingshi went to the first-floor lobby to eat. He overheard many people talking. Did you hear? A big boss has come to Feng County. Very generous, quick to pay, and never shortchanging. If the goods are good enough, they pay immediately. I heard that too. I also heard they have a large team. Otherwise, how could they collect so many supplies? These supplies could support a team of several thousand people. Wow, so many people? But it makes sense. Someone who can spend so much money can't be an ordinary person. I also heard that this organization has been around for a long time, but only recently appeared in the martial world. They say it's from the royal family of the previous dynasty. Otherwise, where would they get so much money? That makes sense. If they are from the former royal family, it adds up. Anyway, let's not talk about this. It doesn't concern us. We should focus on selling our goods while Sui Prefecture is peaceful. We need to make some money quickly, or... Yes, you're right. I'll go find them to sell goods tomorrow. Yuan Jingshi was deep in thought. From the royal family of the previous dynasty? That explanation made sense. Only the former royal family could have trained a well-equipped team and had enough money. Could he recruit these people? No, he definitely could. At worst, he could first trick them into his camp, tell them he's willing to help restore the dynasty, and wait for the right moment. Then the Yuan family could seize power. After all, history is written by the victors. He was determined to make this new emperor his own. After dinner, Yuan Jingshi returned to his room. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. He saw on the windowsill a man standing on one leg, casually resting the other on the window frame. The man was wearing a large black cloak and a silver mask that covered his entire face. Do you want to see me? A voice, indistinguishable as male or female, slowly spoke. What advice do you have, sir? Yuan Jingshi's eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward. Before he could get close, he was stopped by a long spear in the other person's hand. Are you a member of a socialist organization? Yuan Jingshi asked. I know you are from the former royal family, Yuan Jingshi continued. You are frantically collecting supplies to restore the dynasty, right?
So Xiao boast.
He hadn't yet thought of an excuse, but the other person had already filled in the gaps for him. Very clever, they are good at imagining things. Cough, cough, you figured it out, Xiao replied hoarsely. It seems, sir, please don't misunderstand, Yuan Jingshi quickly said. Our Yuan family is willing to help you. What does Yuan Jingshi mean by that?
But then Xiao realized.
Oh, he's trying to imitate Qiao Pai usurping the Han dynasty. Wow, impressive. Yuan Jingshi is quite ambitious. Xiao immediately adopted a confident and commanding attitude. He looked Yuan Jingshi up and down, then chuckled softly, his voice deep and magnetic. You're not qualified yet. When you grow enough to speak with me, then you can say that. Young Master Yuan, the future is promising. We await your rise. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao turned and fell out of the window toward the outside. Yuan Jingshi instinctively reached out to catch him, but his fingers only managed to hook the other's cloak, which slipped from his grasp and floated gracefully to the ground. Yuan Jingshi was about to jump out after him but was caught tightly by his bodyguard, who held him firmly, afraid he might follow. Hurry, go see if he's still there. Yuan Jingshi pushed his bodyguard away. Seeing Yuan Jingshi calm again, the bodyguard then jumped out the window. But when he landed, everything was gone. Yuan Jingshi looked at the empty ground and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. But he had to admit, the other person's words and actions had deeply attracted him. They made him want to remove the mask from the other. As the legitimate son of the Yuan family, he had been used to getting what he wanted since birth. As long as he asked, his family would never refuse. Since he was 15, he had been building his own team, officials, generals, and martial artists, all of whom were captivated by his charm and willingly served him. No one had ever told him he wasn't good enough and that he should grow stronger first. But the other person was truly powerful, so strong that he admired him. Actually, it's not just love that makes men desire what they can't have. Career can do the same. In fact, the pull of a career is even stronger than love. It can awaken a man's deepest instincts and desires to achieve greatness, to be honored, to be recognized. Under such intense stimulation, the organization of socialism became the top goal that Yuan Jingshi wanted most. The feeling of wanting something but not being able to get it is the most painful. He would never forget this feeling in his life. Yuan Jingshi came again. Not only did he come himself, but he also brought gifts. What is this for? Xiao looked at Yuan Jingshi in shock, then at the two huge boxes on the ground filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. This is a gift for that gentleman. We met yesterday and got so excited that I didn't have a chance to give it to him, Yuan Jingshi said with a gentle smile, holding a folding fan and clearing his throat. Please tell him for me that I will remember his words, and I will work hard to strengthen myself, so I can stand before him and speak. Since time is short, I don't know what he likes. Since you're helping him and others just buy some things they need, if I get another chance to meet him, I want to show him that I, Yuan Jingshi, can also do things for him. Xiao was completely stunned. Was Yuan Jingshi out of his mind? Just then, Sun Ziqing returned. Seeing Yuan Jingshi and Xiao's confused expressions, Sun Ziqing knew that Xiao had played his part well yesterday and Yuan Jingshi had been fooled. Sun Ziqing looked both amused and hesitant, with a very strange expression. But to Yuan Jingshi, this expression seemed to say, no wonder Ziqing didn't accept my offer. He was working for the socialist organization. Of course. That gentleman is already so talented and outstanding, so it's easy to imagine how capable and charming the person behind him must be. Ziqing is obviously captivated and willing to do things for him. That's only natural. Yuan Jingshi took a deep breath and spoke very seriously to Xuan Ziqing and Xiao, saying, Give me 2 more years, and I will prove myself. Okay, Xiao replied flatly. Keep going. Xuan Ziqing had to turn his body, adjust his expression, then turn back to Yuan Jingshi and say, Don't be discouraged. That gentleman has very high standards when choosing people to work with. Not only is he knowledgeable, talented, skilled in martial arts, and caring for the world, but most importantly, he comes from a very noble background. He wasn't exactly lying, was he? Su Xiao was indeed very mysterious, and with such a powerful master, her background must be very high. He had been with Su Xiao for so many days, but still hadn't figured out her true background. Yuan Jingshi listened and nodded in agreement, saying, "That's true. I think the same." Cough, cough. "All right, I will pass your message to him," Su Xiao said with a strange expression. "But whether he wants to meet you in the future depends on him." "I understand." "Thank you, Brother Su, for your help," Yuan Jingshi said. "I won't bother you and Xuanzi Qing anymore. I will hold back the princess on my side, so you can focus on your work." This was a sign that they intended to cooperate. Su Xiao was eager for someone to help hold back the princess, so she readily agreed, saying, "Then I thank you, young Master Yuan. I won't bother you any longer," Yuan Jingshi said with a smile, and left. After Yuan Jingshi left, Su Xiao and Xuanzi Qing couldn't help but laugh together. Imagine if one day Yuan Jingshi finds out that the man in black is you. What do you think his expression would be? Xuanzi Qing asked playfully. "I really look forward to that day." "Stop joking. How are things going on your side?" Su Xiao asked. "Don't worry, everything is smooth. With me involved, how could there be mistakes?" Xuanzi Qing proudly replied. "I've been following the county magistrate around these days, and I've really made some progress. The place where the princess forges weapons and armor should be near the border between Feng County and Yu County." Xuanzi Qing took out a map and pointed at it. "I suspect the forge is right here." Su Xiao nodded and said, "Forging armor and weapons must be done in a well-organized place, but it also needs to be under the control of the princess. That way, if something goes wrong, she can respond quickly. I have only met the second and third young masters, but I have never seen the first young master. I suspect he is here overseeing the construction," Su Xiao added. The princess wouldn't entrust such an important task to outsiders. Her own son is the most trustworthy. After all, when the country is taken, it will eventually be handed over to her children. "That makes sense," Sun Ziqing nodded and said. "I've been looking into the reputation of the first young master these past few days." "Guess what? Is his reputation very good?" Su Xiao asked back. "Exactly." Sun Ziqing clapped his hands with a fan and said, "Compared to the second young master's arrogance and luxury, and the third young master's violent tendencies, the first young master is truly upright. He is diligent and kind-hearted. He rarely seeks women, and his backyard only has his wife and 2 concubines, with no other women. Plus, there are no scandalous rumors about him. He rarely appears in public, but whenever he does, he always receives praise." "So, the princess is trying to boost her eldest son's reputation and prepare to promote him," Su Xiao said. "That makes sense. It fits the idea of someone plotting to take over the throne. Are you sure you want to meet this first young master?" Sun Ziqing asked. "Aren't you worried it might be a trap?" "Worried? I've never been afraid of anyone," Su Xiao replied with a smile. "If the other side is truly hiding their strength, I'll cut off their support from the root. If they're just pretending to be powerful, I'll expose their secrets." Sun Ziqing nodded. "Be careful. Don't worry," Su Xiao answered confidently. "I will prepare thoroughly before I go. I won't rush into danger. First, I stole from the princess's mansion, then kidnapped the second young master, and stole from the armory. Even if the princess isn't very smart, she knows to protect her eldest son and the forging factory so I don't get everything. So, they've probably set a trap, waiting for me to walk into it. Maybe the princess and the first young master are already eager for me to come so they can take revenge." As Su Xiao guessed, the princess and the eldest son are now on high alert, setting a trap at the forge, waiting for Su Xiao to walk right into it. Su Xiao is crouched on a tree branch, with infrared scanning, observing the dense crowd below. Honestly, if Su Xiao jumps down, those people will rush forward without hesitation, trying to cut her into pieces. That's why only a fool would jump. But Su Xiao is not a fool. So, she chose to do something else. Gunpowder is easy to make. Everyone who went to middle school knows the basic ingredients: saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. The exact ratios vary, depending on the maker's preferences. The small bombs Su Xiao makes are powerful and practical, top quality. In her past life, her friends loved her small bombs. Every mission, they would secretly take dozens or even hundreds of them. They are easy to carry, have a wide range of damage, and can instantly weaken the enemy's resistance. Since everyone below is already in position, how can she let them down? Come on, let's show them the power of modern technology. Su Xiao throws her small bombs into the air, scattering them in all directions like a shower of flowers. The quiet forge instantly erupts with sparks and explosions. The hidden guards are blown into bloody pieces in an instant. Those who are not dead yet scream in pain, forget hiding, and jump up, howling wildly. Su Xiao's lips curl into a smile. She pulls out a bundle of arrows from her space. Calmly, she knocks an arrow and shoots. One arrow, one target. Looking for friends, find a good friend. Su Xiao happily sings as she shoots her arrows. Salute, shake hands, you are my good friend. Her voice, altered by a voice changer, sounds strange and eerie in the dark night, making her scalp tingle and her back crawl with goosebumps. He's here. Someone in the distance spots Su Xiao and rushes toward her. The princess said, "Whoever catches him will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold." Hearing about the reward, everyone's eyes turn red, and they rush forward eagerly. Everyone, charge together. There's only one of him, and so many of us. Can't we catch just one person? Exactly. Let's go all at once. Those who are timid will starve, while the brave will survive. After tonight, whether I can succeed depends on this moment. Suddenly, a wave of guards rushed forward. Su Xiao sat boldly on a tree branch, fiercely sticking up her finger at them in mockery. Her attitude instantly provoked the group, making them shout angrily. "Do you think I am so weak?" Su Xiao took out a small explosive she had prepared. "You underestimate me. Here, have a little snack." Another round of projectiles was launched. "His supplies are limited, and we are many. Let's crush him," someone shouted loudly. "If we retreat now, all our efforts will be wasted. Charge. I'd admire your courage." But unfortunately, Su Xiao chuckled softly. "You underestimate me too much." She quickly reached into her space and took out a rain of pear blossom needles, gently pressing them toward the crowd below. Suddenly, countless peach blossoms bloomed all around. Poisonous. The first person to be pierced foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Soon after, bodies fell all over the place. "Is that all you've got? Do you think you can catch me?" Su Xiao sneered, then suddenly stood up and leapt into the distance. Her wide cloak fluttered in the wind. Like a giant bat, she streaked across the sky. In a flash, she disappeared.
Where is she?
Where is she? The pursuers behind, seeing the corpses on the ground, were overwhelmed with panic. They left no trace of their presence, but they lost over 100 people. This organization called socialism was terrifying. Su Xiao untied the rope she had set earlier, pressed a mechanism, and the steel cable retracted with a whir. That was how she escaped just now. It was late at night, dark and quiet. The group couldn't see clearly and thought she had truly flown away. Without hesitation, Su Xiao turned and entered her space. She planned to strike again later in the night. Those people probably thought she was gone for good and wouldn't return tonight. But she wanted to show them that Han-san would come back. Time passed second by second. Now it was 2 a.m., the most exhausted and restful time for people. Su Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, quickly dressed, and stepped out of her space. Sure enough, the once noisy forge was now calm again. It won't be peaceful for long. Su Xiao appears again at the forge entrance. This time, she uses a gas grenade. The same old problem. Not enough materials, so she can only make a few. They are not meant for large-scale destruction, just to temporarily disable and cause hallucinations. But that is enough. Without hesitation, Su Xiao fires 3 nerve gas grenades into the camp. She counts 15 seconds silently, then quickly puts on a gas mask from her space and rushes into the camp. If anyone is still standing after that, sorry, please go die. Su Xiao carries a long sword, swinging it at anyone she sees. While fighting, she also frantically collects everything into her space. Anything in her line of sight, no matter what it is, gets stored away. Now, the effects of the gas kick in. The people are either rolling on the ground, talking to imagined figures, or passing out completely, sleeping deeply. Some even start fighting their own allies, causing chaos. Su Xiao pushes aside a guard caught in hallucinations and directly kicks open the warehouse door. Inside, stacks of iron ingots make her gasp in surprise. They had secretly mined a large iron deposit, and for many years. With current mining and smelting technology, they couldn't have accumulated so many ingots otherwise. Compared to the iron ore collected in Fonlin Town, these are truly impressive. She's made a huge profit this time. Really a big win. When Su Xiao kicks open the innermost room, she sees a handsome man holding a pillow, talking softly. "Baby, why do you look so small? Don't worry, I've always loved you. My wives and concubines are just to hide the truth. When I become the emperor, I'll give you a proper status, so you can stand proudly by my side." Su Xiao. All right, she gets it now. No wonder the eldest son isn't interested in women, he's gay. Forget it. She'll let him go this time. It's good to leave him to trouble the princess. Su Xiao collects everything in the study into her space, then takes the jade pendant from the eldest son's neck as proof she's searched the place. Having finished, she calmly retreats. When the sun rose, the people who had been in a trance gradually woke up. When they saw what was in front of them, everyone broke down in shock. This phrase fits perfectly here. Whether it was the mining area, the smelting zone, the warehouse, or even the ore, nothing was left behind. The eldest son staggered out in a rush, his face pale. It's all gone. Everything is gone. How is that possible? How did they do it? At this moment, someone tremblingly spoke. I think I saw a hallucination. I saw a person raise their hand, and that thing just disappeared. Vanished into thin air. That must be a hallucination. I also saw a phoenix flying in the sky. The bird was so beautiful, with colorful feathers. I also had a hallucination. I saw huge cracks on the ground. It scared me to death, the eldest son firmly believed. Of course, it's a hallucination. Could anyone really take things away into thin air? Why was he so sure? Because he also saw a hallucination. He was with his little lover, flying together. When he woke up, there was no lover, only his white jade pillow. It seems this organization is incredibly powerful, to the point of being terrifying. We prepared so thoroughly, yet we still couldn't defend against them, said the army captain. Last night, they didn't go on a killing spree, just took what they wanted. Otherwise, not a single one of us would survive. The eldest son shivered and said, Quick, go inform the princess. Tell her the mine and the forging factory are finished. When the princess heard this news, she immediately fainted from anger. She couldn't understand why this so-called socialist organization kept targeting her. They kept catching her alone and causing trouble. Compared to the princess's frustration, Su Xiao was very satisfied, returning fully loaded. As soon as she got back to her place, Yuan Jingshi couldn't help but come over. How did it go? Did you get what you wanted? Of course. Just look at who made the move, Su Xiao replied with a smile. Yuan Jingshi gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. Come on, tell me, what did you get? Yuan Jingshi eagerly pulled Su Xiao into her room. Su Xiao smiled as he pulled her into the room. This smooth progress was thanks to Yuan Jingshi. So, she was willing to indulge Yuan Jingshi. However, the three sisters of the Su family saw this scene and felt hesitant to speak. Especially the eldest sister, Su Ling, felt very complicated inside. As long as the younger brother is happy, that's enough. Today, I need to go out and pick up the water jar I reserved. What about you all? Eldest sister Su Ling asked. Second sister Su Jin replied, I noticed my younger brother's clothes are a bit worn out. I'll mend his clothes at home today. I don't know what he was doing last night, but his clothes got so damaged. I'll also make him a few more pairs of shoes since he runs around so much and wears them out quickly. Third sister Su Lai hesitated and said, Sisters, have you thought about something? What is it? Both Su Ling and Su Jin asked at the same time. Maybe it's time for the younger brother to come of age, Su Lai said. This question instantly made the three girls silent. It seemed they had truly forgotten about this. because they had genuinely started to see Su Xiao as a younger brother. People are often the hardest to forget. Su Xiao was talking with Yuan Jingshi when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. A warm, familiar flow rushed down. Having been a woman for over 30 years in her previous life, Su Xiao quickly realized that her body had reached a certain stage of development. She remained calm, but she couldn't help but notice that the nose of the person sitting opposite her, Yuan Jingshi, suddenly caught a whiff of blood. He immediately became nervous. "Are you hurt? Where? Let me see. I'm a doctor. I can treat your wounds." As he said this, Yuan Jingshi already reached out to try to lift Su Xiao's clothes. Su Xiao pressed her hand on the table, quickly retreated, and caught Yuan Jingshi's hand in time. "It's not me, it's someone else's blood." Killing someone, of course, would leave blood. Hearing that Su Xiao was not injured, Yuan Jingshi relaxed. "That's good. Don't hide injuries from me. I'm good at treating external wounds." Su Xiao nodded calmly. "I'm a bit tired after tossing all night. I want to rest for a while." "All right, I'll come back after you wake up," Yuan Jingshi said happily and left without noticing her. After Yuan Jingshi left, Su Xiao covered her stomach and pondered deeply about what women in this era used during their periods. "Go ask the lady-in-waiting." Su Xiao turned around and went to find Lady Lu. Xiao, what's wrong? Your face looks so pale," Lady Lu asked with concern when she saw Su Xiao approaching. "Are you feeling unwell?" Su Xiao leaned close to Lady Lu's ear and whispered, "Auntie, mine has come." "Which one?" Lady Lu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly understood. "It's here," Su Xiao nodded. "Do you have anything for me to use?" "You child, why didn't you say so earlier? Come on, let's go to my room." Lady Lu pulled Su Xiao along into her room, took out a bundle from inside, and opened it. "I've been expecting you to come. I've prepared everything for you." "What is this?" Su Xiao looked in shock at the simple devices. "It's for girls when they need to use the menstrual cloth," Lady Lu explained. "You haven't forgotten how to use it, right?" "Did I come here before?" Su Xiao asked back. "Yes, once before," Lady Lu replied. "Have you forgotten yourself?" "I don't remember," Su Xiao said, feeling a bit guilty. In the original owner's memory, there was no such thing. "Actually, it's better if you pretend to be a boy. You're a bit different from others," Lady Lu said, pulling Su Xiao to sit down. "Others come once a month, but you come once a year, and only for one day. I was worried about your health, so I asked the lady of the house to get a doctor to check you. The doctor said you're in good health, no problems at all." Su Xiao understood. "This body really is special." Lady Lu said, "The doctor said it won't affect your future marriage or having children. I think it's good this way, so you don't have to suffer so much. Look, I've prepared everything you'll need for your whole life." "Is it really for a lifetime?" "Once a year. This big bundle could last a lifetime." "But how do I use this?" Su Xiao was shy for the first time. In ancient times, this thing was completely different from modern sanitary pads. She really didn't know how to use it. "Come, I'll teach you," Lady Lu said with a big smile. "My Xiao, finally remembering she's a little girl. But you've been running around so much lately, you've grown taller, much taller than me."
Su Xiao nodded.
She really has grown taller recently. "I estimate I am about 1.6 meters tall. This height is quite good for women of this time. But in her previous life, she was 1.75 meters tall. She still thinks that being taller is more convenient, so she never skimped on her diet or her body. She ate plenty of meat, eggs, and vegetables." "Madam, I'll head back first," Su Xiao said, tossing a large bundle of equipment into her space and hurriedly leaving. As she stepped out, she accidentally bumped into Sun Ziqing.
"Hey, Su Xiao, perfectimin."
"Come on, let's go take a bath together." Sun Ziqing grabbed Su Xiao and was about to lead her out. Su Xiao quickly pulled her hand away. "You go ahead. I won't go. My third sister made me some shoes, and I need to try them on. Maybe another time." Seeing Su Xiao walk away without looking back, Sun Ziqing muttered, "Men's friendship should start with taking baths together." As expected, just like Lady Lu said, it was quick and easy, less water used and faster. It was really convenient. The next day, Su Xiao was full of energy. Little brother, I ordered too many water jars. Lin Guiyun can't carry them all alone. Can you help me? Big sister Su Ling came over to say hello. Since we can still get water in the county, let's stock up some more. Okay, Su Xiao agreed readily. She looked up at the sky. It was still clear, with no clouds, and the sun was blazing hot, making all the plants droop. If it weren't for a few deep wells in Feng County, the city folks would have already given up. But yesterday, Su Ling noticed the water level had dropped quite a bit. It might not be long before the water supply in Feng County runs out. Once they leave Feng County, they will step into a truly barren land, an area that has not seen rain for 2 years. So, they need to prepare water supplies in advance for the entire county. Su Ling hurried to buy more water jars and stock up, knowing her space could hold everything. The more she stored, the better. There are so many people to consider. After breakfast, Su Xiao and Su Ling drove a cart to fetch water jars. When they arrived, they saw many others waiting to get water jars too. Everyone was standing together, chatting happily. This day is getting hotter and hotter. If our county still had a few old wells, we wouldn't be so thirsty. I heard the crops outside are already dead from drought. This year's weather is really tough. Our Feng County is a bit better, still some water left. I heard that in the southeastern counties, everything has dried up completely and no water can be found. The people in Yu County and Feng County are fleeing, but some are still staying. In the other counties, everyone has run away. Those areas are now just bare land. I also heard that the county magistrate of those counties has fallen ill and plans to leave with his family. Once he leaves, the whole county will be empty. Is it really empty? Even the mountain bandits don't go there. If bandits don't come, how can people survive? Sister Su Ling listened to these talks and looked worriedly at Su Xiao. Su Xiao comforted her with a pat on the shoulder. It's okay. Just as she finished speaking, someone screamed loudly, "No." Su Xiao looked up and saw a girl in a pink-blue dress hanging from the window of the 3rd floor, about to fall. Without thinking, Su Xiao rushed forward quickly. She kicked a long and used oil paper umbrella from the corner, took a running start, pushed it against the wall, and suddenly leapt up to the 3rd floor. She jumped lightly, caught the girl around the waist, and opened the umbrella in her hand. "Hold on tight to me," Su Xiao said. Then, she held the umbrella with one hand and the girl with the other, spinning gracefully as they landed. Su Xiao closed the umbrella quickly, released the girl, and said, "Sorry, it was an urgent situation, not meant to offend." The girl who was saved stood there blankly, staring at Su Xiao, still seeming to be stunned from the scare. At this moment, a maid-like person rushed out from inside, hugged the girl, and started crying loudly. "Miss, you scared me to death. If anything happened to you, how could I explain to the master and madam? Even if you like that young master Yuan, you shouldn't joke with your life." If it weren't for this lady just now, the maid suddenly turned to look at Su Xiao, scrutinizing her with a critical eye, and asked, "Who are you?
How old are you? Whose daughter are you?
Are you married?" Su Xiao shrugged and said, "I'm just a passerby. Although I am not married, I have no plans to marry for now." At this moment, the girl in the pink and blue dress, whom she had saved, finally regained her senses and burst into tears, crying out, "But I just like him. If he can't marry me, why does he treat me so well?" Su Xiao silently pulled Sister Su Ling back to retreat. After taking a few steps back, she was stopped by the girl in the pink and blue dress, who grabbed her sleeve. "I ask you, what's wrong with me? Why does Yuan Jingshi refuse to marry me?" The girl shouted hysterically. Well, Su Xiao thought, this is a familiar love trouble. Why does it concern me? You should ask Yuan Jingshi himself. There's no use. He doesn't want me, and I don't want to live anymore. The girl turned around and was about to throw herself at the big jar. Su Xiao was startled. That was her jar. What if it broke? What should she do? Su Xiao quickly grabbed the girl by the collar and pulled her back. The pink and blue girl flailed in the air for several rounds, realizing she couldn't break free and could only glare at Su Xiao with resentment. All right, I'll take you to see Yuan Jingshi. Is that okay? This jar is mine. If it breaks, I won't have anything left, Xiao explained seriously. Do you know young Master Yuan? The girl in the pink and blue dress asked skeptically. How new is that? Anyway, let's go. I'm in a good mood today. I'll do a good deed and see it through to the end, sending the Buddha to the west, Xiao said to Sister Su Ling. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Okay, Sister Su Ling replied with a smile. If she didn't know her younger brother was her sister, she might have mistaken the younger brother and this girl in pink and blue for a couple. Their playful fighting looked just right for a pair. Yuan Jingshi was still in Feng County, mainly because he didn't want to go back and see the princess's collapsing face, and he was afraid she would go crazy and force him to help her find that socialist organization member with the hunting dog team. In the past, he would have helped if asked, but now he had changed his mind. He wanted to win over that organization, so he couldn't help the princess do evil. So he simply hid in Feng County until the princess calmed down. But before she could settle down, he heard that her private mind had been completely taken over by that mysterious organization. Yuan Jingshi broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not oppose this organization. Fortunately, he chose to stay friendly and peaceful with them. Otherwise, if the Yuan family were targeted by this group, could they escape being completely looted? The truth is no, they could not. Even Princess Lian couldn't resist the other side, so how could the Yuan family? This incident made Yuan Jingshi realize deeply that there are always stronger people beyond, and higher powers beyond that. But it also strengthened his determination to conquer the world. He wanted to gather all such talented people for himself. What was he afraid of then? With the organization in hand, the world is mine. Young Master, Master Su has arrived. He said he needs to see you, Yuan Jingshi's subordinate reported. He also brought a young lady with him. Yuan Jingshi was surprised.
Master Su?
And a young lady? What about Master Sun? Master Sun didn't come with them. Yuan Jingshi thought for a moment and said, Tell them to wait downstairs. I'll go down now. He changed into a new outfit and gracefully went downstairs. As soon as he appeared, the girl in a pink and blue dress, with bright eyes, immediately lit up. Brother Jingshi, the girl suddenly threw herself into Yuan Jingshi's arms. Yuan Jingshi helplessly opened his arms, letting the girl throw herself into his embrace. He looked at her with gentle affection. Lan Lan, why are you here? You still ask. The girl named Lan Lan looked at Yuan Jingshi with a pout. Are you ignoring me again? That's not true. Stop making trouble. Don't let Brother Su see. Yuan Jingshi said softly, though he was rejecting her, his tones still gentle. Master Su couldn't help but touch his nose. Yuan Jingshi really had the charm to attract girls. He was from the Yuan family, a legitimate heir. He looked good. Even though he seemed weak and sickly, he was elegant and refined. Sun Ziqing also looked good, but he always had a somewhat sneaky and sharp-tongued vibe, and he was quick to slip away from women like a mouse. So, by comparison, no wonder Yuan Jingshi never took Duan Yunyun as his official wife. With his appearance, he could easily make a noble daughter from a prominent family fall for him, willing to dedicate her entire family to support him and help him rise. No, this girl just accidentally fell from the 3rd floor. She's probably very shocked. Please comfort her well, Xiao said. I've taken her to safety, so I'll be leaving now. Just as Yuan Jingshi was about to speak, he heard Deng Yunyun's voice at the inn's entrance. Cousin. Who is she? Xiao quickly turned around and saw Deng Yunyun glaring angrily at her. She had been planning to leave, but now she didn't want it anymore. This kind of intense scene isn't something you see every day. She not only decided to stay, but also gave the young waiter 20 copper coins to quickly find Sun Ziqing at the county office and bring him over to watch the scene. When Sun Ziqing heard it was about Yuan Jingshi, he immediately set aside what he was doing and came over under the hot sun. How far have you gotten? Sun Ziqing sat next to Xiao and gently nudged her with his hip. These two delicate young ladies are both questioning Yuan Jingshi at the same time, asking who will be his real wife, Xiao said softly, handing him a handful of sunflower seeds. Guess, who is the true wife? That's easy. Neither of them is, Sun Ziqing said sharply. Don't be fooled by how gentle Yuan Jingshi seems to both of them. This guy is much colder than us. Neither of them is qualified, Sun Ziking added. By the way, how did Deng Yunyan come here? Did the Deng family and the Yuan family make some new agreement? Maybe, Su Xiao replied. Hey, do you think they might fight? Not exactly fight, but they'll definitely dislike each other, Sun Ziking said. Oh, look, they're starting to argue. Su Xiao and Sun Ziking watched carefully as Yuan Jingshi was sweating from being questioned by the two young ladies. Yuan Jingshi looked at Su Xiao and Sun Ziking, seeming to ask for help. Both Su Xiao and Sun Ziking, being shameless, quickly looked away, pretending not to notice Yuan Jingshi's plea. In the end, Yuan Jingshi had no choice but to speak. Cousin Yunyan Lanlan, it's not that I don't want to give you an answer, but I really can't decide about my marriage myself. I didn't mean to disappoint you. If you think I'm not worthy, I will return to my family and have nothing to do with you anymore. Yuan Yunyan cast a sorrowful glance at Yuan Jingshi, then looked sadly at Su Xiao, who was watching the scene with amusement. With a heavy tone, she said, I won't force you anymore, cousin. I only came today to tell you that our Duan family will fully support you. No matter if I marry you in the future or not, our family's promise will always stand. This time, I came because of grandfather's order. He said that since you're away from home, you need someone to take care of you, so I came. But since you already have another young lady by your side, I suppose you don't need me. Then I'll take my leave. The girl named Lanlan spoke up. I wouldn't dare call myself that. Brother Jingshi never said he would marry me. Yuan Yunyan gave a bitter smile. Well, that depends on what he says. Lanlan, cousin, Yuan Jingshi said, I still have some matters to discuss with brothers Su and Ziqing. Could you both head back first? He then took out 2 finely crafted golden hairpins, placing one on each of their heads. I'll come find you later, all right? Whatever he said seemed to work, and both Yuan Yunyan and Lanlan left. Only then did Yuan Jingshi wipe the sweat from his forehead and breathe a sigh of relief. He sat down in front of Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one go. You two just sat there watching the show, without helping. Isn't that a bit unfair?
Su Xiao smiled.
Even if we wanted to help, we couldn't. Besides, you seem to be enjoying yourself, so we didn't want to interrupt your fun. Yuan Jingshi chuckled. Actually, my grandfather has already arranged a marriage for me, with the second daughter of the Minister of Revenue in the capital. Who knows, maybe we'll meet again in the capital before long.
Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully.
No wonder you don't care much for Yuan Yunyan or Miss Lanlan. You already have a better match waiting. It's not about being better, Yuan Jingshi replied openly, showing his ambition. It's just about weighing the pros and cons. Only by choosing the best option can one gain the greatest reward. By the way, when are you leaving Feng County? I suggest you leave as soon as possible. The princess has completely lost control. She wants to seal off the entire Suzhou region to hunt down that socialist group. Even though I know you're capable and that group is strong too, if you run into them, there will surely be casualties. And besides, you're traveling with family. Thank you for the warning. Xuan Ziqing spoke. We will leave in a few days. I suggest you avoid Shan County. There are no more people there. Yuan Jingshi said. Of course, it would be better if you go back to Yenzhou. The plague there is almost under control. It's still dry, but much better than Shan County. No, we still need to go to the capital, Su Xiao said, picking up her teacup. See you in the capital. All right, Yuan Jingshi replied. Let's see who gets there first. Su Xiao and Xuan Ziqing left the inn. Su Xiao said, we really need to leave quickly. I've been a bit too aggressive this time, and the princess is getting annoyed. Hee, you still have the nerve to laugh, Xuan Ziqing said with a chuckle. But it feels so good. Come on, let's go fill the water jars. In the next few days, we'll fill all the jars, then set out. What did you tell the county magistrate? Su Xiao asked. Just tell him directly, Xuan Ziqing said. Our role is basically that of wandering martial artists. We're going to travel the world. Anyway, we're no longer useful here, and the magistrate won't keep us around for free. He can't afford to support so many of us. Su Xiao thought this made sense. Then the two of them went to fill the water jars without any worries. That night, Granny Song handed Su Xiao the account book, steady and reliable as always.
Thank you, Granny. You've done a great job.
I remember you love roast chicken, so I bought you 2 to help you recover, Su Xiao said, not taking the account book but offering Granny Song 2 greasy roast chickens. Granny Song immediately smiled and took them. Thank you, young master. We're family, Su Xiao replied with a smile. Rest well tonight. We'll leave early tomorrow and continue our journey. Su Xiao then went to see Mrs. Song. Mother, you're here? Sit down, Mrs. Song said, quickly bringing the account book and starting to explain. This time, we collected 3.6 million jin of top-quality coal, 5.76 million jin of medium-quality coal, and 17 million jin of low-quality coal. We spent a total of 34,766 silver taels. Additionally, we collected quite a bit of charcoal, including silver thread charcoal. Mrs. Song read the details to Su Xiao one by one, and Su Xiao listened patiently. After Madame Song finished reviewing the account book, she said, "You still have 1,860 taels of silver left, plus some scattered copper coins. Mother, you've worked hard," Su Xiao said, holding Madame Song's hand. "Thanks to you managing the accounts, I can relax. This is my way of showing respect to you. Please don't refuse." Then, Su Xiao took out a hairpin from her space, clearly carved by herself. This was made from materials I found in Su Mingji's private stash. I carved 2 of them when I had free time. One for you, Mother, and one for Auntie. It's my first time carving, so it might be rough. Please don't mind, Su Xiao said with a smile. Madame Song eagerly took it, carefully touching it, tears in her eyes. The hairpin was carved into a lotus seed pod shape. It's very beautiful, Madame Song said happily. I like it very much. Now, Aunt Lu is waiting for you.
Go talk to her.
She's been quite tired these days. All right, Su Xiao agreed with a smile. Let's rest well tonight and leave early tomorrow. Okay, I understand. After leaving Madame Song's room, Su Xiao went to Aunt Lu's chamber. Auntie, do you like it? Su Xiao handed her another hairpin, carved into a peach blossom, and placed it in her hair. I love it. My son gave it to me. I like everything he gives, Aunt Lu said happily, looking in the mirror. It's a pity I can't wear it on the road. But it's okay, I'll keep it safe, and when we settle down, I can wear it. Yes, that day will come, Su Xiao comforted her. After chatting with Aunt Lu, Su Xiao visited her 3 older sisters' rooms, giving each a different style, but made of the same material of a shoulder bag. The 3 sisters praised her for the creative idea. With this bag, it's so convenient. Then, Su Xiao received a pile of clothes, socks, and shoes that her sisters had made for her. When she returned to her room, Yuan Jingshi looked at her with a resentful expression. You look like a butterfly fluttering among the women, like a scoundrel. Su Xiao laughed and said, What? Are you jealous? How dare I? Yuan Jingshi replied, I've already told the county magistrate that we need to go to the capital first. After finishing our business, we'll come back. All right, Su Xiao said. Su Xiao nodded casually and asked, Where is Lin Guiyun? Young master? I am here. Lin Guiyun entered from outside, carrying a water bucket. Forget it. You can continue your bath. Su Xiao waved her hand. There's nothing else. Tomorrow, they will leave Foam County, which means they can't wear clean clothes, take baths, or even brush their teeth during the next part of the journey. The water they have stored is barely enough for drinking. They really can't spare any for other uses. Because of the hot and dry weather, the body's water loss is very fast. They sweat constantly and quickly become dehydrated. To survive and get out, they must keep drinking water, 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 and more water. It's not just about riding in the carriage. It's physically exhausting. And there's no air conditioning in the carriage. Just sitting there is hot enough. Plus, the carriage moves slowly, only a little faster than walking on foot. The county covers about 3,000 square kilometers, and many areas are mountain roads where carriages can't go, so they have to walk. This means even more physical effort and more need for water. Some might ask, can't they avoid the county and take another route? But there's no need. All other routes are blocked by the princess, who has set up checkpoints along the way to stop all passing merchants and travelers. Su Xiao doesn't want to meet the princess, so she has to take the county route. Right now, the county is empty. The princess hasn't even set up checkpoints, so after considering everything, taking the county route is the best choice. The next morning, the carriages were ready. Everyone changed into simple, durable, breathable clothes and shoes. The three older sisters even changed into men's clothes, tying up their hair like Su Xiao. Surprisingly, it was much cooler that way. They said goodbye to the county magistrate and left Foam County in 2 carriages. As soon as they left, someone quickly reported the news to Yuan Jingshi. Yuan Jingshi asked, how much supplies did they take with them? They took 2 carriages. I secretly looked, and they only have food and drink supplies for the road, nothing else. Go check their warehouse now and see if those supplies are still there. A quarter of an hour later, his subordinate returned to report, Young master, the warehouse is completely empty. There's nothing left. Yuan Jingshi spoke quietly. I kept my eyes on that warehouse the whole time. How did they manage to take so many supplies without anyone noticing? No wonder Ziqing said that everyone in that organization is very strong. It seems she was right. Luckily, I didn't oppose them but chose to befriend them. Otherwise, we might be the next ones to suffer. The subordinate asked, So, what should we do next, young master? Yuan Jingshi answered, We go back to Yenzhou. We've been out for so long. It's time to return. The subordinate looked puzzled. Aren't we going to see the princess? She's about to go crazy. She said she wants to block the entire Suzhou. Let her do the blocking, Yuan Jingshi chuckled softly. No one can stop what that organization wants to take. The princess is just making trouble for herself. Why should we go back and be her punching bag? I've already shown enough respect by coming here. My Yuan family isn't going to be pushed around by her. He added confidently, We'll report what happened to our grandfather and get ready to go to the capital. Yes, sir, the subordinate replied, bowing. Leaving Foam County, they headed east. After 2 days of travel, they left Foam County's territory and reached Shan County. Before entering Shan County, Su Xiao and the others were stunned by what they saw. The ground was covered with broken stones and yellow sand. Everywhere they looked, there was endless desolation. There was no greenery by the roadside, and even the stones looked dull and lifeless, with no signs of life. Su Xiao squatted down and scooped a handful of loose sand, letting it slip through her fingers. It hasn't rained here for at least 2 years. Not a single drop, Sun Ziqing said as he came over and also grabbed some sand. Shan County already has little rain, and with this unprecedented drought, the people here really have no way to survive. They can only flee or starve. The county magistrate of Shan County couldn't hold on either and left to escape. If we stay any longer, we might not survive here. Xu and Ziqing also said, even the bandits in Lianshan can't survive here. It shows how poor and desolate this place is, Su Xiao nodded. Shan County, as the name suggests, is full of mountains. There is little farmland, and most people rely on the mountains for their livelihood. Since the Yellow River changed course, the water supply here has been decreasing day by day. If the land and water were preserved properly, people could still survive. But the people of Shan County lack the idea of sustainable development. They cut down trees carelessly and overgraze, which causes serious soil erosion. Eventually, the land turns into desert and Gobi. The worsening environment makes it impossible to keep any population here. Whenever the weather changes slightly, many people die of hunger. If the authorities could send grain aid in time, some might survive. But now, the Empress Dowager and the court don't care about the fate of such a small place as Shan County. They are only interested in their own pleasure. A small county like this is not important to them. Because of this vicious cycle, the area has become a no-man's land. Let's go. Su Xiao brushed the gravel off her hands and turned to prepare to leave in the carriage. Wait a moment. Xu and Ziqing suddenly called out, stopping Su Xiao. Look at this. What do you think it is? Su Xiao immediately turned around and crouched beside Xu and Ziqing. She looked closely and her face changed instantly. She took a small shovel and started digging quickly, not too deep, but uncovered a pile of bones. Many of the bones still had cut marks on them. Ugh! Third sister Su Lai couldn't hold back and came over to look. She turned and covered her mouth, running away. Because the bodies hadn't fully decayed yet, they emitted a disgusting smell. Su Xiao and Yuan Jingshi exchanged a deep, fearful look. This wasn't the work of bandits. What's your opinion on this? Yuan Jingshi felt his voice sounded hollow. Both Su Xiao and Yuan Jingshi had already guessed the most terrible outcome, but they dared not say it aloud. Su Xiao covered the bodies again and said, "The rise and fall of the world. Innocent people suffer. How are they innocent?" Yuan Jingshi said angrily, "Are all the people of Shan County here?" "Most probably," Su Xiao replied. "Some might have escaped." Lun Yang didn't understand and asked Song Shi, "Madam, what are they talking about?" The Song family's prayer beads were quickly spun as she recited a prayer for the deceased before speaking. The people of Shan County did not flee. They all died inside the county. They were killed by someone. Who killed them? Why? Aunt Lu asked, more confused than ever. The county magistrate of Shan, Song sighed, and explained. If too many refugees leave a county, the magistrate's performance is considered very poor. If it gets serious, they can be dismissed and punished. Shan County has few residents to begin with, and if everyone leaves, it just proves that the county magistrate is incompetent, especially since his other achievements are average, and at the year's end, the Ministry of Officials might give him a very low rating. If that happens, his career is over. So, he killed the people. Aunt Lu was shocked and almost speechless. But these people are so innocent. A person sent to be the county magistrate is either a shield for a powerful figure or has no backing behind them. As long as he wants to stay in that position, he can't afford to get a bad rating, Su Xiao said, walking over. Shan County is also under Suzhou's jurisdiction. The princess's temperament, do you think she cares about the lives of Shan County's people? As long as the magistrate supplies her with enough money, she wouldn't care if the entire county perished. Big sister Su Ling handed a basin of water to Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing for them to wash their hands. After washing, Su Xiao shook off the water droplets and said, "I thought Shan County would be a bit safer, but it seems not. Everyone should stay alert." Lin Guiyun stood up. "Young master, please give the order. Go ahead and check the situation up front. Return quickly and safely," Su Xiao instructed. "If you encounter anything unfamiliar, don't act rashly. Just come back immediately." "Yes, young master." Lin Guiyun untied a horse, mounted quickly, and rode out. Sun Ziqing stood beside Su Xiao and asked, "What do you think is happening in Shan County?" "It's a great place for training soldiers," Su Xiao replied. "No one would notice. Yu County and Feng County are forging weapons and armor, and Shan County is training soldiers. It's all connected. It seems we underestimated this princess. What are your thoughts?" Sun Ziqing asked. "Are you planning to keep taking advantage?" Su Xiao shook her head. "Too much of a good thing can be harmful. The Northwest truly needs a strong person to temporarily intimidate and control other forces. It's time for us to take advantage of others. As long as the princess's team doesn't bother me, we will pretend we don't see. If there's trouble, it should be the court of the great Yu dynasty that worries about it, not us." Yuan Jingshi chuckled softly. "All right." After a while, Lin Guiyun returned with very bad news. "Young master, within 100 miles ahead, there is no one, no rivers, no trees, no grass, no life," Lin Guiyun answered, his voice trembling, perhaps from fear or something else. "A barren land for 1,000 miles. Yuan Jingshi sighed and said, "Let's go." The carriage continued on its way. Everyone remained silent, probably unsure what to say. They thought the journey would be smooth, but the more they feared trouble, the more likely it was to happen. When the carriage entered an abandoned town within the county, they encountered some trouble. "Stop!" Su Xiao suddenly raised her hand, signaling the carriage to halt. "What's wrong?" Before Yuan Jingshi finished speaking, he saw a group of masked people suddenly jump out onto the open ground. Each person held a shiny dagger, and with a few quick moves, they surrounded Su Xiao and the others. "Some escapees got through," the masked man sneered. "Heaven has a way, but you refuse to take it. Has no gates, but you break in. Since you're in the county, don't think about leaving. Attack together, take them down." Xuanzi Lin Guiyun, Su Xiao stepped out confidently. In a swift turn, She kicked off her sword sheath and drew her sword with both hands. Protect them. If they lose even a strand of hair, I will settle accounts with you too. Yes. Lin Guiyun immediately drew his sword and stood in front of the 3 women of the Su family. Yuan Jingshi also calmly drew his sword. Although I am just a scholar, I know a bit of fighting. Anyone who wants to take their lives today will have to step over my body first. Today, I will be the one to take your lives. Su Xiao sliced her sword across her arm, revealing a divine weapon she personally forged from the best materials. In this era, where forging technology was mediocre, the sword in Su Xiao's hand was considered a top-tier divine weapon. The blade was 1.2 meters long, with a bloodletting groove. The handle was 25 centimeters long, weighing 32 jin. It combines the essence of Miao swords and Tang swords. Its killing power is unmatched. Haha, what a proud little kid. The masked man, used to being arrogant, naturally didn't see Su Xiao, who is only 1.6 meters tall. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Su Xiao, wielding a long sword, struck the masked man in front of her with a single. Haha, let me see if this kid's strength is like a cat's. Before the masked man finished speaking, he was cut in half by a powerful strike like a mountain pressing down. His proud sword was shattered into pieces. The masked man, who had been laughing wildly, suddenly froze as if a stop spell had been cast, and the scene became so quiet that even the sound of wind and sand could be heard clearly. How is this possible? The masked men behind couldn't accept this fact. They had the best weapons and training. How could they be split in half after just one encounter? We were careless, the leader of the masked men said as he came forward. Without real skills, how dare we come to this area? Brothers, attack together. Let's avenge our fallen comrades. Don't worry, you'll see him soon, Su Xiao said as she stepped forward with her long sword. She slashed in all directions, vertical, horizontal, diagonal. Every move was fierce and precise. Her swordsmanship was taught personally by several national treasure-level inheritors, representing the best of all sword techniques. She combined many martial arts into new, creative fighting moves. Her style might not look elegant, but it was extremely practical, targeting vital points at every turn. A normal person could be defeated with one move, while a master could be judged in 3. Her sword technique had no flaws, but it required very high physical strength. Only because Su Xiao had been eating wildly, training intensely, and boosting her stamina recently could she perform this style. If she had tried this when she first crossed over, she wouldn't have been able to use this sword technique at all. Su Xiao fought quickly and decisively, never lingering in battle. If she saw the enemy could survive 3 attacks, she would counterattack immediately. Pu. The scene was bloody. Seeing that Su Xiao couldn't be overwhelmed after attacking for a while, the enemies turned and rushed toward the Song family and others. I will fight you all. Big sister Su Ling grabbed a large sword and swung it at the opponent. However, she had only trained in martial arts for a short time, and in just a moment, she was knocked off the carriage. Third sister Su Lai reached out to grab big sister Su Ling, but she missed, and both of them fell off the carriage together. Just as the masked man was about to catch Su Ling and Su Lai, Sun Ziqing arrived just in time, blocking the attack with a long sword. Get back to the carriage, quickly, Sun Ziqing shouted sternly. The carriage is specially reinforced. As long as you don't open the door, they can't catch you easily. Don't hold us back. At this moment, someone suddenly appeared from behind and reached out to grab Su Lai. Su Lai was caught off guard and was grabbed by the shoulder. She screamed, save me. Put down Miss San. Lin Guiyun ignored the man in black and turned around to rescue Su Lai. Lin Guiyun pushed Su Lai away forcefully, but was stabbed in the stomach with a sword. Lin Guiyun, Su Lai cried out heartbroken. Hurry, get him onto the carriage. Sun Ziqing swung his sword fiercely, blocking those attacking the carriage. Don't dawdle, Madam Song, Mrs. Song, and Aunt Lu each grabbed one of the 3 attackers and pulled them onto the carriage, which was immediately locked. Now, only Sun Ziqing and Su Xiao remained outside. Sun Ziqing, usually calm, was now furious. He ignored his composure, waving his steel sword and attacking wildly. Su Xiao, stop playing. Lin Guiyun is hurt, Sun Ziqing shouted. There are no outsiders here, so show your skills. Su Xiao no longer hesitated. She took out a shotgun from her space. The shotgun is a powerful short-range, large-caliber weapon. Its pellets spread out after firing, causing significant damage. Most shotguns are smoothbore, with a thick barrel and large caliber, firing multiple small pellets at once. The sound is loud, and the pellets scatter in a honeycomb pattern upon hitting close targets. This means it might not kill instantly, but it can definitely make someone lose their ability to move immediately. Seeing the enemies emerging endlessly from underground, Su Xiao grew tired of fighting. She swung her sword repeatedly, but it was too slow. Let's show you the power of technology. Su Xiao didn't need to aim. She shot directly. The masked attackers kept rushing forward, each showing disbelief in their eyes, then falling to the ground involuntarily. After emptying her magazine, Su Xiao quickly switched weapons and used her long knife to finish off each opponent. Many of them didn't react in time and were quickly defeated. This was an intense fight, or rather a one-sided slaughter. In front of firearms, cold weapons are always at a disadvantage. What is this? How is it so powerful? The masked leader said in disbelief. Quick, go back and bring the message. Say that a group of unknown people armed with weapons has appeared in Shan County. Before he finished, his head was suddenly blown off. But two people saw the danger and turned around, running away as fast as they could. These people were well-trained and ran very fast. But no matter how fast, they couldn't outrun bullets. Su Xiao switched to her 98K rifle, calmly loaded the bullets, aimed, and fired. Two more people fell to the ground. Su Xiao moved in with her knife to finish them off. No matter how clever the prey, it can't escape a finishing. Whether they are truly dead or pretending, they must be finished off. Yuan Jingshi looked at the bloody corpses in front of him, supported himself with his knife, and gasped for breath. He hadn't been this exhausted in a long time, but he felt great. At this moment, Su Lai's crying voice came from the carriage. Lin Guiyun, wake up. Don't die, Su Xiao said to Yuan Jingshi. Go handle the bodies. I'll check on Lin Guiyun. Okay, Yuan Jingshi supported his trembling legs and gathered the bodies together. He set them on fire. Su Xiao opened the carriage door and saw Lin Guiyun's face was terribly pale, with a wound on his abdomen soaking his clothes. Everyone get out, Su Xiao said. Leave one person to assist me. Third sister Su Lai said. I'll stay. He was hurt because of me. Good, Su Xiao didn't waste words. Open all the doors of the carriage for ventilation. Prepare hot water, boil some cotton thread, light a fire, and heat the scissors and knives before giving them to me. Okay, Sister Su Ling quickly pulled Sister Su Zhen to prepare the items Su Xiao needed. Xiao, what are you going to do? Aunt Lu asked, trembling. I'm going to sew up his wound, Su Xiao replied without looking up. Mother, Aunt Lu, please step back. Mrs. Song took Aunt Lu away. This scene was too bloody. It was better they didn't stay here and slow things down. Su Xiao took a bag of saline solution from her space, injected some anti-inflammatory medicine and antibiotics, then gave him a small dose of anesthetic through and for. Lin Guiyun, can you hear me? Su Xiao patted his face. Listen, grit your teeth and hold on. Once you get through this, you'll truly be one of us. I'm very pleased with your performance just now. As long as you want to live, I can make sure you do. I hear you, Lin Guiyun answered weakly. I hear. Young master. Next, I will cut open your belly to sew your intestines. Are you afraid? Su Xiao asked.
No.
I'm not afraid. Lin Guiyun bit his lip tightly, but his body trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't fear, but blood loss causing hypothermia, which made his body shake involuntarily. Good. We don't have much time. Hang in there. Su Xiao finished administering the anesthetic. Soon after, Lin Guiyun fell into a deep sleep. By then, the knives and needles were ready. Su Xiao didn't hesitate. She made the first cut. Actually, her medical skills were quite average because there was a dedicated military doctor in their team. But battlefield first aid knowledge was something everyone had to learn. Because in a fight, doctors couldn't always be there, so self-rescue was essential for survival. Now, Xiao was relying on her basic skills to perform surgery on Lin Guiyun. Honestly, the conditions for the surgery were quite poor, but there was nothing she could do about it. Whether he could survive depended on himself. Xiao knew a lot about human tissues. She quickly found the injury, pulled out the damaged parts, sewed, and tied them up. She roughly stuffed the intestines back in, then stitched the muscles, fascia, and blood vessels. After that, she started sewing up his abdomen. The stitches were uneven, but that was okay, so long as it held together. The on-site surgery lasted for more than half an hour. Xiao's sweat was dripping down, but she didn't dare wipe it away. The sweat blurred her vision, so she could only shake her head to clear it and continue stitching. Finally, she finished sewing the last stitch. Exhausted, Xiao leaned back and lay down. The doctor really isn't someone just anyone can do. She prefers working in a lab. Little brother, how is it? Big sister took a handkerchief to wipe her sweat and asked nervously, is the person going to survive? Depends on fate. Xiao took the water bag handed to her by second sister, drank it all in one gulp, and said, let's leave here first. Too many people have died here, and the enemy will come soon. What about Ziqing? He's coming. Sun Ziqing came over from afar and said, I burned everything that could be burned. But it probably won't be completely gone. We need to leave quickly. Let's go. Xiao said to third sister Sulai. You take care of him, okay? Sulai nodded firmly. I can do it. The carriage turned around and quickly headed in the opposite direction. As usual, Xiao erased the tire marks from the carriage to prevent the enemy from tracking her location. The sky was an unusual gray. Xiao had a bad feeling deep inside. She felt something was going to go wrong. The mountains in Shan County were never short of mountains or caves. Especially now, the mountains were bare, with nothing visible, no caves in sight. Xiao found a good spot on a hill with a decent-sized cave. She pulled the carriage to the side, first releasing hay and water to feed the horses. Everyone else was busy, either cleaning the cave or carefully helping Lin Guiyun down from the carriage to lie on a more comfortable meadow. This meadow was bought by third sister Su Lai during her shopping trip. It was affordable, useful, and a must-have for going out. It kept out moisture and cold, and wasn't uncomfortable to lie on. Sun Ziqing came over to help, brushing the horses and asking, Who do you think those people were? I've never heard of such elite fighters in Suzhou. Even you don't know, so how would I? Xiao replied. With the worst suspicion, I think they might be someone's private army. This place is their training ground. Princess. They both fell silent for a moment. It seems that if you hadn't shown up to cause trouble, the princess might not have waited for the right moment to act, Yuan Jingshi said. But conquering an entire county just for her ambitions is really too arrogant. For the royal family, there's nothing they won't do, Xiao replied. It looks like we need to quickly pass through the county and leave Suzhou. Who knows what big trouble might happen next? We can't waste time on them. While they were talking, they heard Su Lai's excited voice inside. Lin Guiyun, you're awake. Xiao immediately washed her hands clean and lowered her head to enter the cave. At this moment, Granny Song had already lit a bonfire. In the dim cave, they could barely see each other's expressions. Young master, I am alive, Lin Guiyun said to Xiao with a smile. You're amazing, Xiao nodded with a smile. How do you feel? Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, Lin Guiyun shook his head. No pain? That's strange, Xiao said. I declare that from today, you are truly my subordinate. Lin Guiyun's mouth stretched wider with happiness. All right, rest for a while. You can't eat anything today, Xiao said, no longer hiding anything. She took out N4 from her space, injected nutrients and antibiotics without looking, aiming at his hand, and quickly inserted the needle. After adjusting the 4 drip, Xiao said, Third sister, keep an eye on this. When the water runs out, call me. Don't worry, little brother. I'll stay here and watch. Sulai quickly nodded. At the spot where the previous attack happened, a second wave of masked men arrived. They looked at the scene, almost unable to believe their eyes. "Hurry, report this. A group of unknown experts has come to the county to kill. We must not let them leave alive or reveal the true situation of the county." At night, Yuan Jingshi and Xiao still slept together, lying side by side at the entrance of the cave. This was both for defense and to observe what was happening outside. Although there was nothing in the county now, no wolves, tigers, or even bugs. Wolves, tigers, leopards, and hyenas all need to eat meat to survive. There is nothing here. If they don't leave, are they just waiting to starve? So, they are worried about humans. It's that group of masked people. If I've calculated correctly, by now, those people should have already found the battlefield. If you were the leader of the masked group, what would you do? Sun Ziking asked, hands behind his head. "I would investigate and eliminate the danger early," Xiao replied. "This place is top secret, and we must not let it leak out." "So," Sun Ziking and Xiao said together, "they will definitely come. There are no trees here. How will you ambush them?" Sun Ziking asked curiously. Xiao smiled and answered, "It's not just jungle warfare. There's also land combat, street fighting, air battles, sea battles, desert, gobi, marshes, and more. Different terrains require different strategies. I chose jungle warfare initially because it suited our situation at the time. Now, since we don't have the jungle, we'll fight in the mountains." The key to mountain warfare is. The two talked back and forth. Inside, the people also held their breath, listening eagerly, even if they didn't understand everything. "We can't move Lin Guiyun's injuries easily. The shaking of the carriage might tear open his wounds, making healing impossible. So, we need to stay here for at least 4 days until his wounds heal enough to leave. If the enemy is determined, they will find this cave and us. Then, we will face their snipers. We must fight back against the snipers. Of course, I will lead the counterattack. Our job is to guard this cave and protect the people inside. Our advantage is our high position. We have the upper hand, able to look down and strike effectively. Sun Ziking, you will still handle logistics and backup. This fight is very direct. We must hold on." "Okay," Sun Ziking answered firmly in the dark. "Don't worry, I will be right behind you, your most reliable support. It's getting late. Sleep early. Rest well, because tomorrow we fight." After saying this, Xiao turned around and soon, steady breathing could be heard. The quality of the sleep was incredibly deep. In contrast, others, after hearing Xiao's analysis, couldn't fall asleep for a long time. They only gradually fell asleep in the late night. It wasn't even dawn yet. Xiao was already awake. She used a flashlight to check around the cave and marked the ground with sticks. Any place where sticks were inserted would be trapped with mines. Even the princess's private army could only move on land. There are no trees here, so they can't hide easily. As soon as they arrived, they could be spotted. It's not that she underestimates anyone, she simply looks down on everyone in this era. No one here can develop an air force. So, what is she afraid of? Absolutely nothing. Xiao entered her space and took out all the weapons she had recently crafted. There were both firearms and melee weapons, long range and close combat, all prepared. It was time for the princess to tremble. "Let me help." Sun Ziking appeared unexpectedly and squatted beside Xiao, saying, "Teach me, I want to learn." Xiao didn't refuse him and explained a few key points. Sun Ziking learned very quickly. After a while, the 3 women from the Su family arrived. "Little brother, we want to help too," big sister Su Ling said. "We can't rely only on you. We're part of this family too. We need to learn how to protect ourselves." "That's good," Xiao agreed with a smile. "More people mean more strength." This saying is definitely true. With everyone's effort, they planted a large area of mines. They even used up all of Xiao's stock. After leaving the mountain village, they must restock. Otherwise, if they face a large-scale battle again, they won't have anything left. Meanwhile, a dark crowd was rushing towards Xiao's cave at a very fast speed. There were over 1,000 riders. They intended to wipe out Su Xiao and her group completely with overwhelming force. Su Xiao sat on the mountaintop, using a high-powered telescope to watch the distance. When she saw the figures of the riders, she gently blew her whistle. The people on the hillside understood immediately. An enemy was coming. The three daughters of the Su family gathered everything outside the cave and then hid inside, holding a dagger, trying not to hold Su Xiao back. Yuan Jingshi stood behind Su Xiao, always ready to support and assist her. "They're coming," Yuan Jingshi squinted, showing no fear, only excitement that couldn't be contained. Since following Su Xiao, each day has been more exciting and thrilling than the last. As a man, who could resist this rush of adrenaline? Especially the violent beauty Su Xiao brought. "That group is on this mountain." A man riding ahead arrogantly stretched his neck and wrists. "Yes," someone behind answered. "After our investigation, they are hiding here. Some are injured, so they can't go far." "Ha ha ha, a kid and he dares to lead me to attack personally. That's his greatest honor. I will skin him myself and make a lantern." The man waved arrogantly. "Charge!" The cavalry behind immediately charged from both sides, hoofs pounding, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Just as the man was feeling proud, a loud rumbling sounded ahead. Countless thunder bombs were triggered. They blew up many iron horses. "What?" The man's smile and pride froze instantly. He could hardly believe what he saw. His proud iron cavalry was now scattered, completely out of control, a chaotic mess. As the formation broke, the horses' hooves trampled everywhere, hitting more thunder bombs. With explosions ringing out, the leader's expression suddenly cracked. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" The leader finally realized that these people were not so simple. Familiar thunder bombs and tactics made him connect this scene with what happened in the woods of Yuxian County. "These people are the killers of the third prince. Go and tell the princess that we've found the killers of the third prince," the leader sneered. "This achievement will belong to me, Ning Heir. If I can avenge the third prince, then Shan County, I will be #1. This wave of explosive traps is enough to give them a hard time. However, these traps will also reveal their true identity to the enemy. Once the princess learns where they are, she will definitely rush over in a frenzy, bringing her army to kill them here, seeking revenge for her son and her wealth." Su Xiao slowly took out a silver mask and put it on her face. She then put on a large black cloak. At the moment she stood up, she was no longer Su Xiao, but the embodiment of the socialist organization. This time, she must give the princess a hard lesson, making her realize that in this world, she is not the only one who can do as she pleases. Someone can suppress her strongly, so she can never lift her head again. Su Xiao took out her homemade enhanced crossbow from the space, lined up all of them, and spread them across the hill. She opened all the quivers and placed them in the middle for easy access. The effective range of the enhanced crossbow is 500 to 800 meters, so after they pass through the traps, they will taste the power of the crossbow. If they break through the second line of defense, the third line will be the upgraded Rain of Pear Blossom darts. If they also break through the third defense, then it will be hand-to-hand combat. A will battle is always the most terrifying nightmare. This is the first fierce fight Su Xiao has faced since arriving in this world. Knowing it might be impossible, she still fights. Su Xiao found a pack of cigarettes left by her former teammate in the laboratory drawer, took out one, and put it in her mouth. But she didn't light it. Still, she understood why her teammates like to have a cigarette before fighting. It really helps calm their nerves. "My brothers in spirit, may you bless me from heaven, so I can win this tough battle today. I, Su Xiao, even in another world, will not let you down, nor will I shame our Special Forces team." Su Xiao clenched her teeth, looked at the sky, and muttered, "For honor, for the country, for the people.
Fight."
"Come on, you!" Su Xiao shouted angrily, suddenly pulling the trigger of her crossbow. Countless arrows pierced the air, whistling as they flew toward the cavalry crossing the traps. This type of crossbow can fire 10 arrows instantly, with top tier and speed. The downside is that reloading takes time. So she prepared a lot of crossbows, shooting one and then switching to the next. Yuan Jingshi and Xiao quickly loaded arrows for her and placed them at her feet for easy access. The two of them worked together smoothly, continuously firing. At the foot of the mountain, the cavalry were knocked over and couldn't advance at all. Seeing this, Ning Er's eyes turned red. So many people had died, and they hadn't even touched the opponent's clothes. This was an unprecedented defeat, enough to make him die 10 times over. Today, even if it meant risking everyone's lives, he was determined to catch the enemy.
Charge! Ning Er shouted loudly.
Anyone who dares to retreat half a step will be executed on the spot. Capture that little dwarf and get 1,000 gold. The remaining hundreds of cavalry, hearing Ning Er's words, gathered their courage and charged again. The hill Xiao chose was perfect. Behind it was a deep abyss, and to climb up, there was only this narrow path. As long as Xiao guarded this path, no one could get up the hill. This was a perfect strategic position. Here comes the second wave of attack, Yuan Jingshi said. Can you still hold?
So Xiao chuckled softly.
Remember, Qing, men must never say they can't. Yuan Jingshi was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. That's right. Men must never say they can't. Xiao took out a few small, ready-to-eat high-energy snacks from her space, handed a handful to Yuan Jingshi, and quickly ate several herself to restore her strength. Yuan Jingshi also mimicked her, eating a few. Not bad. They contained honey, sugar, flour, and nuts, fried in oil. After eating, they instantly felt energized. These are great supplies, perfect for marching and fighting. Not only do they save time by avoiding cooking, but they're easy to carry, don't spoil easily, and can be stored for a long time. Yuan Jingxi's eyes lit up. Today was another day of discovering how amazing Xiao was. Here they come. Xiao raised her weapon again, aiming at the rushing cavalry, and fired a volley. Front left, Yuan Jingshi warned. Xiao immediately changed direction and shot a burst at the sneaking cavalry. Right front. Straight ahead, Sun Ziking was loading his bow and arrows while watching the surroundings to give Xiao information. If there was no time left, Xiao would hold a crossbow in his left hand and a small spear in his right, shooting from both sides. His brave fighting style was deeply imprinted in Sun Ziking's mind, and he would never forget this day for many years. Xiao had repelled 3 waves of attacks in a row. Now, the 1,000-strong cavalry force was reduced to only a few dozen soldiers. At the foot of the mountain, whether horses or soldiers, their bodies piled up, but no one could cross the safe lines Xiao had set. Ning Er looked at the bloody scene and gasped in shock. Is this really something humans can do? The enemy had only 2 people but fought against nearly 1,000, remaining unharmed and preventing anyone from approaching within 500 meters. If this person leaves here, how terrifying will they become in the future? If I meet this person on the battlefield someday, can I really survive under their attack? The answer is no. It turns out that some people can fight 1 against 1,000 and be invincible. So, this person must die today. Has the princess been notified? Ning Er asked through clenched teeth. Yes, she has been informed. The princess is already rushing over with her people. His subordinate wiped the cold sweat from his face and replied, Should we go now? Not only Ning Er but everyone else was also scared. They originally thought that with so many people, capturing a few was an easy task. But when they arrived, they were beaten back repeatedly. The 1,000-strong team was scattered, leaving only a few dozen soldiers. Even now, or in later times, maintaining a full 1,000-man army costs a huge amount of resources and money. But Xiao single-handedly destroyed the princess's cavalry.
No one could afford this loss.
The responsibility was too great. Although Ning Er was arrogant, he didn't want to die. He gritted his teeth and said, Let's wait here for the princess. On the mountaintop, Xiao took advantage of the enemy's temporary pause and attack to eat again and restore his strength. Looking at the sky, it was almost noon. That means he had been fighting all morning. Anyone would feel tired. Moreover, she is still underage, and her body is already exhausted. But no matter how tired she is, she must endure. Because she saw the princess leading her troops, A large army approaching. A big battle is finally coming. Ziqing, Su Xiao said, I can't guarantee we'll win this fight. The princess has brought thousands of soldiers to attack us. This is a war of attrition, and I will eventually run out of strength. If the hill is taken, I'll first kill my family, then commit suicide. I will never allow myself to fall into the enemy's hands. So, if you want to retreat, you should leave now. This isn't your fight. You don't need to risk your life with me. Su Xiao, what do you think I am? Sun Ziqing reached out and touched Su's cold mask, speaking firmly, I have chosen you as my brother, and that means for life. Abandoning my brother to save myself? Sorry, I can't do that. Even if I die here today, it's worth it. Because these days with you have been the most exciting part of my 17 years, Sun Ziqing said proudly and freely. At worst, in the next life, we'll still be brothers. Su Xiao smiled and reached out his hand to Sun Ziqing. Sun Ziqing firmly grasped it. They both squeezed hands tightly. Silently, they looked toward the dark army at the foot of the mountain. To be a hero in life and a hero in death, at the same time, the princess at the foot of the mountain led her son to command, holding a gem-encrusted sword. She drew it sharply and shouted toward the mountain peak. Everyone listen up. Today, we must capture everyone on the summit. Those who die in battle will receive a reward of 100 taels of gold. The seriously wounded will get 100 silver. Capture the bandit leader, and you'll be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and a set of houses. Mother, today we finally get to avenge our third brother and wipe out the shame. The eldest son gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Today, we must make him pay. Well said, the princess sneered. Since he knows our biggest secret, we can't let him go. Today, I want his life. Kill. A tide of people rushed toward the mountain. Not to mention the women in the cave. Even Sun Ziqing couldn't help but feel a chill. How many people did the princess bring? Is she really not pretending anymore? Has she truly torn apart the facade? Mrs. Song slowly took out the dagger that Su Xiao had given her. She understood Su Xiao's meaning. If Su Xiao lost, she would end her own life. Dying would be better than falling into the hands of the princess, living a life worse than death. Aunt Lu kept crying, but did not say anything weak. Her daughter was on the mountain top, fighting desperately for everyone. She couldn't afford to lose her daughter's dignity, nor could she let her daughter be distracted. Big sister Su Ling said, It's a pity we are still too weak. We can't fight alongside our little brother. All three of us are older than her, but none of us are as capable. Second sister Su Jin said, I will become stronger. I can do it. One day, I will stand behind my little brother and fight with him. Third sister Su Lai said, Me too. We've been protected by our little brother all this time, but we haven't been able to do anything for him. I feel so ashamed, Lin Guiyun, who was healing his wounds, said, No, you're all wrong. What? Everyone looked at Lin Guiyun. The courage and confidence to fight come from you. Because of you, he has a belief to support him, that he must not lose. He must not fail. Without you, how could he have such courage to face 10,000 enemies alone? Lin Guiyun offered a different view. Young master doesn't need you to fight with him. As long as you're safe, and he can return home after the battle and see your smiles, all the pain and hardship are worth it. Mrs. Song smiled and said, You're right. So, we shouldn't feel sorry for ourselves. As long as Su Xiao needs us, we will always be here. At the mountain top, the battle had already become intense. Xuan Ziqing was almost out of energy, nearly unable to supply Su Xiao with what she needed, showing how fierce and fast Su Xiao was killing. When Xuan Ziqing couldn't keep up with her speed, Su Xiao would switch modes and throw grenades. The entire battlefield was filled with blood and flesh. It was a fight to the death. Both sides had already lost their minds. Su Xiao's mind was blank. Only one belief supported her, that she could only win, not lose. Her vision was blurred by sweat. She seemed to see herself back in her previous life, fighting shoulder to shoulder with her teammates. The fallen little pig, with camouflage paint on its face, was smiling at itself. Nioniao, who was shot in the head while rescuing a hostage, saluted herself with a standard military gesture. Dafeng, who was tortured to death by drug lords hanging in the jungle, reached out his hand. In his palm was the candy he had asked for before starting his mission. He said he had something important to tell her when he returned. Su Xiao's eyes instantly turned red. She thought she had forgotten everything, but in fact, she hadn't forgotten any of it. All those comrades who sacrificed, they are watching her from above. So, Su Xiao, must never lose. Su Xiao was so angry she lost control. She took out her shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, which she had never dared to use before. There was only one shot left. Once fired, it would be gone. But at this moment, she didn't care. Everyone die. Su Xiao suddenly pulled the trigger. The huge recoil made her stumble backward. If Yuan Jingshi hadn't caught her, she might have been thrown out by the blast.
A massive explosion.
It was like the hand of God drawing a line across the earth. Anyone standing on that line was instantly turned to dust. This move completely terrified the princess and the others. They stood there in shock, watching the person who had been fighting beside them just vanish into thin air, leaving no trace.
What?
What is that? The princess felt a deep fear in her heart. Could such a thing really exist in the world? If this weapon were mass-produced, would she still have a chance to win? Why had she never known such a terrifying weapon existed? It seemed to appear out of nowhere. Who exactly was that person?
Su Xiao, unser Hink schautet Lude in Herr.
Wake up. Wake up. Su Xiao's red eyes slowly calmed down. She turned to look at Yuan Jingshi and said, I'm fine now. Su Xiao released Yuan Jingxi's hand and retracted the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher into her space. Without ammunition, it was just scrap metal. This time, Su Xiao switched to her 98K rifle, mounted the scope, and aimed at the princess at the foot of the mountain, the older prince behind her. The preliminaries are over. Now, it's time for the main course. Su Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. A bullet shot through the forehead of the eldest son. The eldest son stared in disbelief, eyes wide open, and his body uncontrollably fell backward. The crowd around gasped and panicked. When the princess saw her eldest son die before her eyes, her pupils suddenly contracted. No! The princess instantly broke down in tears. The eldest son was carefully taught by the princess and was the heir to her family's legacy. The second and third sons were just raised casually and weren't as important. Therefore, Su Xiao's shot shattered the princess's confidence and resolve. Su Xiao aimed her second shot at the princess. The princess seemed to sense something when she was targeted and quickly grabbed someone nearby, blocking herself. The person in front of her was instantly shot in the head. Blood splattered all over the princess's face. Protect me! Protect me! The princess shouted wildly, then suddenly squatted on the ground, and the dense crowd quickly surrounded her. She trembled all over. Why are there such extraordinary humans and powerful weapons in this world? If he wanted to conquer the world, what could the Great Yu dynasty do to stop him? Not just the Great Yu dynasty, even the Northern Wolf Kingdom wouldn't be enough. Why did she have to provoke such a terrifying person? Why did she have such reckless thoughts, risking her eldest son's life? Losing one son wasn't enough. Did she have to risk all of them? Su Xiao, through the scope, saw the princess panic and hide in the crowd, and she couldn't help but smile softly. So, even she had moments of fear. Su Xiao lowered her gun, took out a delicate, small speaker from the laboratory, turned it on, and began shouting down the mountain. Your Highness the Princess, unless you hide forever, I can find you anytime and anywhere, and I will take your life. I've already killed 2 of your 3 sons, and I've left one for you. If you think the last one isn't necessary, I'll cut off his head. How about that? The princess was overwhelmed and shouted up the mountain. Who are you? Why are you against me? I don't even know you. Why are you targeting me? Target you. Isn't it your 3rd son who first targeted me? Su Xiao held up a horn and said in a commanding tone, I am simply walking my own path. It was he who acted recklessly, treating me like prey. But he made a mistake. In my eyes, he is the real prey. Ah, the princess cried out in pain. You already killed him. Why are you still chasing after me? Isn't that because you provoked me? If you hadn't come to bother me, how could I deal with you? Your Highness, even though you are from the royal family, everyone's life is the same. Why are you so noble while we are so lowly? Xiao mocked. How does it feel? No matter how noble you are, in the end, you turn to mud. Guess who I will target next? Enough. Stop talking, the princess shouted. In the end, the winner takes all. I have nothing more to say. Yes, you could kill me. But if I fight to the death and surround you with everything I have, you won't be able to do anything to me. So, let's each take a step back and forget this matter. I won't pursue you for killing my 2 sons, and you won't target me anymore, the princess said, showing she was capable of handling big issues. Her son's body was right in front of her, yet she managed to stay calm and choose the best way to resolve things. Oh? Why should I believe you? Xiao asked back. Since you're used to breaking promises, as long as you don't tell anyone about Shan County, I swear I won't stop you from going wherever you want, the princess said, truly giving in this time. I can see you're not someone who meddles in others' affairs. What I want to do has nothing to do with you. We keep to ourselves, okay? Xiao raised her hand to adjust her silver mask and chuckled softly.
Good.
I only care about money, not causing harm, unless someone wants to kill me. All right, I will pay you. I will compensate you. The princess slowly pushed away her guards and walked down the mountain. Let's talk about peace. Show me your sincerity, Xiao said casually. After all, I spent a lot of valuable resources trying to take you down. These things are expensive, so I think I have the right to ask for a price. Of course. What do you want? The princess replied. I don't want gold, jewelry, or silver. I only need a few things, Xiao said. Sulfur, saltpeter, copper, iron, lead. Xiao listed a series of items. What are you going to do with these? The princess asked, confused. Are these the weapons you just used to kill so many people? Guess, Xiao chuckled softly. Don't bother thinking about it. You'll never understand. My strength is something you'll never reach in your life. Killing you is easy. All right. I won't ask anymore. I'll have someone prepare everything you need as soon as possible, the princess said. I give you 3 days, Xiao replied. I hope within Shan County, I won't have to make a move again. Otherwise, next time, it will be you who dies. Don't worry, the princess gritted her teeth. I'll give the order, and you'll have free passage within Shan County. Good, Xiao nodded. Deal. After saying this, both of them felt a long sigh of relief inside. Although Xiao spoke confidently just now, she actually had no real confidence left. Because all the heavy weapons created by her space were now used up. Except for a remaining MP7, all other magazines were empty. If the princess had really been determined today to use lives to fill her own, she might have really sacrificed herself here. But that shoulder-mounted rocket launcher just now shattered her confidence. She didn't know what other hidden cards Xiao had, and she couldn't afford to lose anymore. She had already lost enough. She couldn't continue. Just one person had defeated her army, which she had trained for many years. This loss was too great, and she had to stop in time. Both sides were wary of each other, knowing that they couldn't fight this battle any longer. The materials Xiao and the princess asked for were all raw materials for making guns. Right now, she lacked only raw materials. Because of this, she was hindered and couldn't fully use her skills and techniques. The princess was eager to see this troublemaker leave quickly. Although she knew that what Xiao wanted could create even more terrifying things in the future, she couldn't care less now. She was worried that if she didn't give her what she wanted, the other side might give her a harsh response. Isn't living better? Why seek death? The princess slowly retreated with her army. Within half an hour, the once bloody scene was completely empty and all the bodies had been taken away. This is Xiao's request. She was too tired to set the bodies on fire, so she let the princess and others handle it themselves. After everyone left, Xiao's strength was completely drained. Her legs gave way, and she fell backward. Xuan Ziqing quickly rushed over and caught Xiao in his arms. Are you okay? I'm fine. Just exhausted. I just need to rest for a bit, Su Xiao said, pulling Yuan Jingxi's shoulder. She leaned into his chest and fell asleep directly. Sleep is the best way to recover energy and strength, without exception. Seeing Su Xiao trust him so much, Yuan Jingxi couldn't help but smile. That moment was deeply imprinted in his mind, something he would never forget. Su Xiao was truly so brave and charming. A man who reaches this level truly lives without regrets. Su Xiao slept for only a short while, about 10 minutes. When she woke up again, she was full of energy and ready to go. Her strong body was proof that Yuan Jingxi couldn't deny her resilience. Su Xiao took off her cloak and mask, saying, "Let's go back to the mountain cave. The princess probably learned her lesson this time and won't come again. I'll help you," Yuan Jingxi offered, reaching out to support her. Su Xiao waved her hand. "No need, I can do it." While speaking, she cleared the area, collecting all the spent shells scattered on the ground. These could be recycled. In this era with poor metallurgy, high-quality steel was precious and must not be wasted. After tidying up, Su Xiao and Yuan Jingxi returned to the mountain cave. As soon as they entered, they saw the women in the family crying tears of relief after surviving the ordeal. They were crying for Su Xiao and themselves. "All right, it's over," Su Xiao said. "Bring me some food." "I'm hungry. I'll prepare it right away." Big sister Su Ling quickly wiped her tears and got up to prepare food for Su Xiao. Lin Guiyun was lying on the grass, looking at Su Xiao with admiration. This is a real man. Facing 10,000 enemies alone, retreating with full strength, and even making the opponent willingly pay compensation and step back. This is an unprecedented, legendary achievement. This battle firmly established Su Xiao's position in the family. From then on, Song's family listened to Su Xiaowei and followed her commands. In this chaotic world, strength is everything, regardless of gender. The stronger person always has the priority in speaking. During the next 3 days, Su Xiaowei focused on exercising and sleeping to restore her energy and strength. The 3 women of the Su family took great care of her, making sure she was not tired. The eldest princess sent people to deliver supplies. A whole box after box of goods was piled on the ground. It was clear she was truly afraid of Su Xiaowei. Although Su Xiaowei did not specify the amount, the princess sent the highest standard quantities, worried she might be dissatisfied and cause trouble again. The princess's idea was very simple. Feed the other side until they are full, then stay far away, preferably never returning to Suzhou, and avoid any further contact forever. Su Xiaowei counted the supplies and told the delivery person, "Tell the princess that this matter is settled." Yes, the person trembled, not daring to lift his head, almost kneeling before Su Xiaowei. The recent fight 3 days ago had left a deep psychological shadow on him. The person continued, trembling. "The princess said that the mountains are poor and not suitable for your noble presence. Please leave as soon as possible," he added. "We have already informed the front, and no one will dare to trouble you." Su Xiaowei nodded. "If you see anything you shouldn't, just pretend you didn't see it," the person said bravely. "We are just doing our duty, nothing personal." "All right," Su Xiaowei agreed quickly. She didn't want to stay in the mountains either. The person, relieved, hurriedly left in a hurry. After everyone left, Su Xiaowei collected the supplies into her space. When she left the mountains, she planned to return to her laboratory to make more bullets. Firearms are really effective. In 3 days, Lin Guiyun's injuries had healed a lot. The antibiotics really worked, especially for someone from ancient times who had never used antibiotics before. Even a little was effective. Now Lin Guiyun could eat some soft foods, but other things he still couldn't eat. Still, he was very happy to have his life saved. Su Xiao circled around the foot of the mountain 3 times, collected all the unexploded explosive devices, and put them into her space pouch, waiting for the next use. These kinds of items must not be left for the princess. Even if the princess got them, she wouldn't understand how to mass-produce them. But what if? Su Xiao never underestimated ancient people's wisdom. After all, there was a talented young person standing nearby, Yuan Jingshi. Yuan Jingshi was only 17, but He was more talented than billions of people in later generations. So, Su Xiao finally took out a super powerful magnet to clean the entire battlefield, making sure no metal pieces or nails were left for the princess. Just a clean sweep. After finishing these tasks, Su Xiao called the others to pull out the carriage, preparing to leave the mountain village. As soon as Su Xiao and her group left, someone appeared in the cave where they had been staying for 4 days. But no matter how they searched, they couldn't find a single hair. This group of people is really too mysterious, the person in charge of the search muttered. Never get into a fight with people like this. They're too scary. Clop, clop, horse hooves. Gurgle, gurgle, the carriage. 2 carriages quietly set off on the road. Lin Guiyun, Yuan Jingshi, and Su Xiao rode in one carriage, with third sister Su Lai taking care of him nearby. The others were in the other carriage. On the way, everything was surprisingly peaceful. Nothing unexpected happened. It seemed as if those people had completely vanished. If it weren't for Su Xiao's infrared targeting device detecting their traces, it would have been hard to find them. What's this? Yuan Jingshi asked curiously, leaning closer.
Infrared targeting device, Su Xiao replied.
As long as the other person is alive and hiding well, it can still find them. Look, there are 3 people hiding here, watching us. Hearing this, Yuan Jingshi immediately waved to the hidden people and said, "We're leaving now." The 3 people hiding in the pit looked at each other in shock, unable to speak. Since the other side followed the rules and didn't come out to stop them, Su Xiao pretended not to see them and continued driving the carriage forward. They traveled for 5 days straight. Honestly, Su Xiao couldn't take it anymore and was eager to leave the mountain village as soon as possible. The weather is so hot that I can't take a shower, and I feel like I might spoil completely. Although they stored a lot of water, they also use a lot of it. Without air conditioning and without enough water, they risk drying out in the sun. Everyone is frantically drinking water to stay hydrated, which helps them not feel so overwhelmed. But thinking about ordinary people, they probably don't have enough supplies, so their lives must be very hard. That day, as evening approached, everyone stopped as usual, set up camp, and prepared to rest where they were. Yuan Jingshi was playing with Su Xiao's infrared sight, casually scanning the ground, then suddenly stopped. Look at this. Su Xiao leaned over to see and saw a dense crowd of heads beneath them. They were standing above a group of people. There's a cave here, Su Xiao explained. This infrared sight has a range of 500 meters, meaning these people are 500 meters below us. That's a big project, digging such a large hole. But now, living underground is much better than above ground. The surface is hardly a place for people. While they were talking, 2 people approached from the direction of the crowd. They politely greeted, "Gentlemen, since you've arrived on our territory, could you give us a chance to show our hospitality?" Su Xiao and Yuan Jingshi were both wearing black masks and hats, so the others couldn't see their faces clearly. They didn't dare to call them by name, so they simply addressed them as Sir. Su Xiao slightly raised her chin and looked at the others. "Who is your leader?" "It's Lord Chai. Send him over," Su Xiao said calmly, withdrawing her gaze. "I'm not interested in your mouse hole." Then she stepped on the ground with her foot, a faint smile on her lips. "One underground missile, and it'll send everyone in your mountain cave to the afterlife." Although the others didn't know what an underground missile was, they couldn't help but tremble at the thought of her power. She was a ruthless person who could wipe out thousands with a single strike. Soon, a middle-aged man arrived, carrying a bunch of things. People set up tables and chairs, laid out beautiful tablecloths, and served plates of exquisite dishes one after another. A jar of fine wine was opened, and the aroma filled the air. "Please, gentlemen, take a seat," said the middle-aged man politely. "My name is Chai Kimu, and I am the actual manager of the county. Since you are passing through, the county is considered to be fully traveled. I have been sent to see you off. In the future, if we meet again in the mountains and rivers, old friends may not recognize each other." Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing exchanged a glance and nodded with understanding, then stood and sat at the dining table. They did not drink any food or alcohol. However, Chai Kima's words were worth listening to see if he had more to say. Chai Qimu poured wine for Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing, first drinking himself to show there was no poison, then spoke. Forgive me for being bold. May I ask, where are you distinguished guests from? Sun Ziqing remained silent throughout. Su Xiao said playfully, Didn't I tell you? I am a successor of socialism. Our goal is to achieve communism. Sorry, I don't understand, Chai Qimu said sincerely. Could you explain? If you don't understand, that's good. If you could understand everything, what would we do? Su Xiao replied. I understand what you mean. Rest assured, I will do what I promised the princess. No matter who I am or what I do, as long as she doesn't cause trouble for me again, I won't be her enemy. As I said, we only seek wealth, not to harm lives. Yes, 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 sweat was pouring down Chai Qimu's forehead. This young man's sense of pressure was very strong. He looked weak and small, seemingly not very strong. But his aura was even more formidable than the princess's. I know the princess is ambitious and wants to seize the throne. But that has nothing to do with me. She can usurp whoever she wants. I only care about one thing. War should not involve ordinary people. If I see your people slaughtering civilians recklessly, I won't stand by and watch. Whoever becomes emperor in the future must govern the country. I am just doing this for her, right? I won't speak about the situation in the county outside. Mainly because I'm too lazy. Still, as I said, it's none of my business. So, you can relax, but if others talk about it, that's not my concern. Don't blame me for it, I won't take responsibility. Now, the whole country is in chaos. The 3 northern provinces can only hold out for so long. You probably know this too. I won't waste more words. In the future, the princess must have a daughter to inherit the family, so I can only wish you both success in your wishes. Su Xiao raised her wine cup and gestured. No farewell. Faced with Su Xiao's strong attitude, Chai Qimu dared not say a word. He stood up and bowed to Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing. I respectfully see you off, gentlemen. I also wish you great achievements and everlasting glory. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Chai Qimu quickly left the scene with his people. Once everyone was gone, Sun Ziqing couldn't help but ask, Can we still eat this meal? Try it and you'll find out, Su Xiao replied with a smile. Sun Ziqing held back his saliva and said, Forget it, let's wait until we leave here to talk. We've come this far, we can't let it all be for nothing. Su Xiao raised her hand and stored all the food and drinks on the table into her space. She said, I'll check later. If there's no poison, we'll eat it.
No wasting.
Let's keep eating the big pancakes for now. Then the 2 of them resignedly continued eating pancakes. Everyone reluctantly went to bed. Su Xiao stayed on watch during the first half of the night, and Sun Ziqing took over in the second half. Although the people of Shan County were terrified and scared, Su Xiao still didn't dare to fully trust others with her life. Who knew if the princess might suddenly change her mind again? But this time, Su Xiao was overly cautious. Until they officially crossed out of Shan County, the princess didn't cause any trouble. She silently saw Su Xiao, the troublemaker, off. Leaving Shan County, the next stop was Suzhou's last nearby eastern county, called He County. The border between the 2 counties was still a wasteland. After traveling about 100 miles, they finally saw a hint of green. Of course, it was only a small patch. Sun Ziqing took out a simple map and looked at it, saying, After He County, we will officially leave Suzhou. Yes, Su Xiao nodded. Where is the town of He County? Should we go there to rest? Everyone has been a bit tired these days. The town is a bit out of the way, but we can go to nearby Jina town. It's one of the biggest towns in He County. But I don't know if there are still people there, Sun Ziqing said. Do you want to check? Let's go, Su Xiao replied. See if we can find water and food. However, they traveled all day without finding Jinhe town. That's not right. The map clearly shows we're here. Xuan Ziqing looked around confused. Where is the town? Su Xiao took a high-powered telescope and looked around. Suddenly, she stopped and said, I think I found the Jinhe town you mentioned. But you might be disappointed. Huh? Xuan Ziqing looked at her with confusion. Just look for yourself. Su Xiao handed him the telescope. Xuan Ziqing eagerly looked through it. In the lens, there was a lonely, deserted street with abandoned houses, a lifeless world. How is this possible? Yuan Jingshi exclaimed in shock. This is one of the biggest towns in Yi County. Why is there no one here? Should we go and check it out? Come on, we're already here. Xiao turned the horse around. Let's find a house and take a good bath. We've been walking for over 10 days. We smell terrible. It's fine for us men, but my mother and sister can't stand it. The 3 women from the Su family all smiled at once. Yes, yes. Thank you for being so considerate. Leaving Yi County, everyone's mood improved a lot. It was as if the nightmare of Yi County had been completely erased from their memories. Even though it was just as desolate as Yi County, their spirits felt very different. But at this moment, they didn't know that even bigger shocks awaited them in Jinhe Town. The carriage clattered into Jinhe Town. The original stone-paved road had cracks like spider webs because it hadn't been maintained. Signs on both sides of the road were hanging loosely. All the houses had their doors tightly shut. Looking up at the sky, it was still scorching hot, burning everyone. The trees by the roadside were all dead, with no signs of life. Xiao tentatively knocked on a door. With each knock, a pile of dust fell down. It was clear that these houses had been abandoned for a very long time. It looks like this town is truly deserted, Yuan Jingshi said with emotion. Once a town with over 100,000 people. It seems the residents have all fled to escape the famine.
Xiao didn't speak.
Instead, she chose a house that looked decent, kicked open the door, and went inside. This house has 4 main rooms and 2 small side rooms. The yard is small and has no water well. The entire house feels very lonely and deserted. Xiao checked the house's condition. It's okay and livable. She then called everyone inside. There are not many rooms, so we'll have to make do, Xiao said. Tonight, everyone should tidy up and rest well. Let's clean the house a bit. Even though we're only staying a few days, it's better to be clean and comfortable, second sister Suzhen said with a smile. Little brother, you choose a room first. I'll start cleaning for you. Xiao hadn't finished speaking when Yuan Jingshi interrupted. I'll stay in the same room with Xiao and Lin Guiyun. You can arrange the others. Second sister smiled and said, then the east room it is. I'll go clean it now.
Okay, so Xiao nodded happily.
She then turned around and started moving things from the space outside in the yard. Since Lin Guiyun was injured protecting Su Lai, Xiao now considered him part of her group and no longer avoided him. Su Lai told Lin Guiyun, my little brother is a disciple of a fairy, so it's normal for him to know some magical skills. She also warned Lin Guiyun not to tell anyone, or it wouldn't work anymore. Frightened, Lin Guiyun promised repeatedly that he wouldn't tell anyone, and Su Lai was satisfied. Su Lai then let Lin Guiyun go. The east room was assigned to Su Xiao and her 2 sisters. The Song family and Aunt Lu, Song Mo, stayed in the first room on the west side. The 3 daughters of the Su family stayed in the second room on the west side. In the middle was the main hall, where everyone ate. One small side room was for bathing, and the other was for using the toilet. Su Xiao took out firewood and water, and everyone started boiling water for washing and laundry. She then went for a walk on the main street, making sure the whole town was completely empty. A town so deserted was thanks to the county officials' efforts. After checking everything, Su Xiao turned to head back. What she didn't see was a pair of eyes with a strange white glow behind a small wooden door, staring fixedly at her back. The whole family took turns bathing. When Su Xiao came out, she felt she had scrubbed away 3 jeans of dirt and felt refreshed all over. Before she could react, her 2 sisters had already taken her clothes to wash. Although they didn't stock much boiled water, they stored quite a bit of well water. However, Su Xiao repeatedly emphasized that drinking raw water was not allowed, and well water was also forbidden. All drinking water had to be boiled and kept boiling for half an hour before it could be consumed. In the county, there were spies everywhere. Su Xiao didn't dare to overuse her space or openly take out large bundles of firewood. So, on this journey, everyone was very frugal. Now that there were no outsiders here, Su Xiao took out a pile of dry firewood, and everyone took turns boiling water. It was too hot to keep the fire going constantly, so they had to take turns. Once the water was boiled, they let it cool, then stored it in water tanks and water bags for later use. Although no one was very good at cooking, they could still prepare simple meals. The complicated dishes no one knew how to make. As the sky darkened, the washed clothes dried completely, showing how dry the air was at this time. It would be great if it rained. Songshur looked at the sky and sighed. The three northern states really have no way out. Yes, Granny Song supported Songshur and said, "We haven't seen any signs of people since we started. Either they died or escaped. If we could escape and find a way to survive, that would be good. I'm just worried about dying on the road, with nowhere to bury us," Songshur sighed. "Why am I talking about this? Time to eat." Third sister Su Lai called everyone in the main hall. Coming, everyone hurried to sit at the big tree stump that Su Xiao had flattened with her sword. Although there were many people, there was enough food. All the food was bought in the county when the three Su sisters were there. They didn't dare to eat in the county, but here they finally dared to eat. Songshur picked up her chopsticks and everyone started eating eagerly. Eating, showing off, enjoying. These simple foods are the best. When they reached the next county, they planned to order more of these meals. It's so convenient. Once we get to the capital, we can stockpile food without worry, Su Xiao said. The capital is so big, with so many delicious foods. I promise your stomachs won't be disappointed. Still, little brother is the best, third sister Su Xiao said. Little brother, I will listen to you about everything. Just let me eat well and drink well. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed together. The smell of the food drifted through the air, spreading throughout the town. Su Xiao continued to stay awake. Even after arriving in the town, she never fully relaxed her guard, because anything could happen outside, like the sudden appearance of floating white objects.
Su Xiao is native.
Even though she traveled from another world to this fictional one, she remained a materialist. All unidentified flying objects should be treated as human-made. Su Xiao took out her infrared targeting glasses and put them on to scan. Sure enough, it was man-made. The bright human figures on the infrared display were the clearest proof. Just as she was about to go over, she heard her second sister Su Jin scream, "Ah! Ghost!" That drew everyone's attention. This shout woke up the others who were sleeping. They all hurried out to check what was happening. "What's going on?" "Oh my gosh," Sun Ziqing also shouted. "It's haunted, haunted," Su Xiao sneered. "Someone's just playing tricks. I thought the whole town was empty, but it turns out there are still some little mice hiding. I'll go see them." "Wait, wait, wait." Sun Ziqing stopped Su Xiao. "How do you know it's a fake? Just look for yourself." Su Xiao threw her infrared glasses to Sun Ziqing, sneered, and said, "Looks like our dinner was too tasty, so they couldn't hide and came out to scare us." Sun Ziqing curiously took the glasses, mimicking Su Xiao, and placed them on her nose. She opened the door to a new world. This thing was amazing. Not only could it scan with infrared, but it could also analyze wind direction, wind speed, and temperature. The right eye had a targeting crosshair. Could this glasses also be used as a weapon? "I'll go see them," Su Xiao said, pulling out a slingshot. She tied a bag full of mud balls to her waist, grabbed a handful at random, and shot it toward the white shadow. The once arrogant white shadow fell from the sky like rain. They were mostly children similar to Su Xiao. Su Xiao randomly chose someone and stepped on their foot directly.
Who are you?
"What do you want?" Wow. Even though Su Xiao didn't use much force, the other person turned red in the face and had difficulty breathing. The person had to grab Su Xiao's foot, trying to break free from her grip. But Su Xiao was too strong. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape her control. Just as the person was about to suffocate and pass out, someone finally appeared. "Stop!" A voice, unclear whether male or female, rushed out from the shadows and urgently said to Su Xiao, "This was my idea. Let him go. Come at me instead." Su Xiao was not polite. She swung her whip, wrapping it around the person's waist and roughly pulling them in front of her. With one hand, she grabbed their neck and said expressionlessly, "You can talk now." Cough, cough, cough. The person didn't expect Su Xiao to act so quickly and forcefully. Caught off guard, they started coughing violently. "Little brother, Second sister Su Jin suddenly spoke. She's a girl. Su Zhao's grip loosened, and the person immediately knelt on the ground, gasping for air. This girl, disguised as a boy, slowly stood up. She raised her hand and pulled the other children behind her, then said to Su Xiao, "We apologize. We didn't mean to offend. You suddenly came to Jinhe Town and we weren't sure if you were good or bad, so we just wanted to scare you a little and make you leave quickly. We have no other bad intentions. Are you locals of Jinhe Town?" Su Xiao asked. "You better tell the truth, or I won't be easy to deal with." The girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I am. The others are not.
They're all children I found."
"We have no families. What happened in Jinhe Town? And the others?" Su Xiao asked again. "They all left," she said with a dark look in her eyes. "They had to leave. If they didn't, they would die. And you? Why didn't you leave?" "I wanted to leave, but I can't. They don't want me anymore," she said with a self-deprecating smile. Without hesitation, she rolled up her pants, revealing her scarred, rough left leg. "They all think I have the plague, so they threw me away. Fortunately, I am lucky and did not die. I survived." At this moment, Yuan Jingshi came over and asked, "Why did everyone in Jinhe Town and Jin escape? Was it because of the drought?" The other person shook his head. "It's not just that. We have a group of mysterious people here who come out at night to kill and steal. 3 wealthy families in the town were killed, and no one was left alive. We also thought about reporting to the authorities, but they say they'll take care of it, yet they do nothing. You know how things are in neighboring counties. Things aren't much better there either." Yuan Jingshi was better suited to ask questions than Su Xiao. His tone softened as he asked, "What is your name?
How old are you?"
"Don't be afraid. We're just passing through. We don't want trouble, but we are not afraid of it. My name is Huang Yuer. I am 15 years old. I used to work as a maid for a wealthy family in the town. My parents sold me, and I was sold again by a middleman to the town," the girl said casually. "I'm just a rough maid, doing simple chores every day. I can barely get enough to eat. Our master has relatives in the county, and they sent news saying everyone in the county has died. Maybe the next to die will be our county. Jinhe Town is so close to the county, so we will be the first to be affected. So, our master sent someone to check the situation in the county, to see if it was as the relative said. No one wanted to go, everyone pushed back, and in the end, it was my turn. I took 10 large meat buns and went to the county. As soon as I entered, I met a group of bandits killing people. They were so reckless, killing anyone they saw. Well, not exactly. They only killed the old, weak, and sick. Young men, women, and children they left alive. Because I am small, I hid in the rocks. I didn't dare make a sound, just clenched my teeth and held on until the bandits left. When I came out again, the scene outside was terrible. No one survived. They were all slaughtered alive. I was so scared I fell to the ground. I reached out and touched my hand. There was blood. I looked at my hand, and my mind went blank. I felt like I was going crazy. I ran blindly, not knowing how far or how long I ran, until I saw a mass grave. That grave was huge, filled with dead bodies. Flies swarmed around them. I vomited right there. I was so frightened, I thought I might die. I was so scared I turned and ran away. During the day and at night, I kept running. Luckily, heaven was watching over me, and I finally found my way home. I ran for 3 days and 3 nights, and at last I returned home. But I was so frightened that I developed a high fever and a red rash all over my body. I reported the news from Shan County to the master, expecting that he would see my effort in delivering the message and send a doctor to treat me. But unexpectedly, I was thrown outside onto a graveyard by a rolled-up mat. When I woke up, there was no one left in Jinhe Town. Everyone had run away. None remained. They all didn't want to be killed by mountain bandits without reason. I returned to Jinhe Town alone. Couldn't find a doctor, so I dug wild vegetables and herbs. I ate whatever I found, regardless of whether it was right for my condition. I thought I would die, but I didn't. I survived. Using the food they didn't have time to take, I stayed here for 2 years. The children were all escapees from Shan County, with nowhere to go, so I took them in. Basically, We are all people who don't know if tomorrow will come. Then, why did you pretend to be a spirit? Why not find a proper house to live in? Sun Ziking asked again. We wanted to, but we dared not. Huang Er smiled bitterly and said, last year, children mysteriously disappeared. At first, I thought they were kidnapped by human traffickers, but later I learned there's an underground city not far from Jinhe town. It's a den of vice, also called Happy Forest. Once you go in, don't think about coming out alive. You'd better leave quickly. If the people from the den of vice catch sight of you, you won't be able to escape. I heard that powerful officials support those people, and even the county magistrate doesn't dare to interfere. Huang Er said, I'm just warning you for your own good. It might be too late, Xiao said. When we entered the town, it was openly. Those people probably already know about us. As soon as she finished speaking, second sister Su Zong suddenly shouted, oh no. Big sister just went to flush the toilet, and she hasn't come back yet. Su Zhao's eyes sharpened. She dropped everything and rushed out of the yard like the wind. A short distance outside the door, a lonely toilet lay on the ground. But the person was already gone. Su Zhao's eyes instantly narrowed, a murderous look appearing. Good. Today, Su Xiao, have finally been outwitted by a sewer. If anyone dares to hurt my older sister, I will ruin them. Xuan Ziqing hurriedly followed and saw the scene. He immediately understood and said, this person must have just escaped. He was hiding among these children, which made us think he was one of them. Su Xiao nodded. She thought the same. She was too confident in her assumptions. Suddenly, Su Xiao turned back and asked Huang Er, where is the gold smuggling den? You want to go? Are you crazy? Huang Er looked at Su Xiao in shock. That place only has people going in, no one coming out. You've already lost one person, and you should be escaping with the others. If they catch you all, it will be too late. Escape? My sister is still in their hands. How can I leave?
Su Xiao giritte tehdit.
Tell me, what do you want so you'll tell me the location of the den? Huang Er hesitated and struggled for a long time before finally biting her lip and saying, I can take you to the outskirts of the den, but you must promise not to say I led you there. I want 100 jin of grain, 2 bolts of cloth, and some medicine.
Deal, Su Xiao said.
Let's go now.
Huang Er nodded firmly. All right.
Xuan Ziqing grabbed Su Xiao and said, be careful. Your family is waiting here for your safe return. Su Xiao turned back and saw Song's family, Aunt Lu, and her second and third sisters, all looking at her with worry and tension. Don't worry, I will bring my sister back. Su Xiao said. We'll be back soon. Ziqing, you protect them here. From now on, no one is allowed to leave. I'll give you a batch of thunder traps. Do you remember how to set them? Su Xiao told Xuan Ziqing. I entrust the lives of my family to you. Don't worry. As long as I have breath, I won't let anyone step into this yard. Xuan Ziqing nodded strongly. Su Xiao told Huang Er to wait outside and took out the thunder traps she had collected from Shan County, handing them all to Xuan Ziqing. It's time to go back to the lab and make more weapons. As Su Xiao left the yard, she saw Huang Er nodding at her and pointing northwest. We need to hurry, or after midnight, we won't be able to get in anymore. I'll lead the way. You just tell me where to go. Su Xia quickly carried Huang Er on her back and ran swiftly toward the northwest. Huang Er was young and very thin from hunger, but Su Xia carried her easily and ran quickly. Run this way. Huang Yu pointed at a withered old tree ahead and said, this tree is one of the entrances. They change it from time to time. I'm not sure if this entrance is still open now. I can only take you this far. Su Xia put down Huang Yu and said, wait here for 2 days. If I don't come back after 2 days, go find Sun Ziqing for help. He will have what you need. If I return sooner, come find me anytime. Okay, Huang Yu couldn't help but ask, are you really going in? That place is very scary. Once you go in, you might never come out, because my family is there. Su Xia smiled softly.
I'm alive for them. Huang Yu understood.
People are different. Some families are not worth having. They can betray their own daughters for personal gain. Others see their family as treasures and will fight to protect them. Suddenly, Huang Yu felt envious of those girls. They have brothers who would risk everything for them. But she only has parents who want to exploit her and take her blood, and she can't even get that. Be careful, Huang Yu said this, and then ran away quickly. After Huang Yu left, Su Xia immediately took out her special glasses with infrared and targeting features and scanned the old tree. The tree was dead, hollowed out inside, forming a downward passage. Inside the tree, someone was napping, probably the guard watching this entrance. It seemed this passage was still usable.
Sushi'ye çeketer gir.
Most of her weapons tonight were cold weapons. She only had one hot weapon, an MP7 with limited bullets, to be used only in critical moments. But cold weapons were enough. A good special forces soldier must be skilled with both hot and cold weapons. Although she could only use cold weapons, her detection devices could be very useful. Soon, she locked onto the guard hiding inside the tree. Su Xiao quietly approached the center of the tree and knocked gently. The guard inside immediately muttered, "Got it, got it. Didn't you already catch one?" "What? Did you catch a few more?" A door creaked open from inside the tree. In the next second, Su Xiao's dagger was pressed against his neck. "Where did the person you just caught go?" The guard's sleepy eyes suddenly cleared up. His drowsiness vanished instantly.
Who are you?
"How do you know about this place?" he asked back. Worried that her sister might be in danger, Su Xiao didn't waste time talking. She pushed her dagger forward, and blood immediately appeared on the guard's neck. "Speak quickly." Inside, the guard pointed maliciously at the passage below. "Little brother only in, no way out. Your sister probably has been." Su Xiao cut him off by slicing his throat with her dagger. No need for words. She didn't want to listen. While the guard's blood was still flowing, Su Xiao quickly took off his coat and threw the body into her space. She looked for a chance to hide it. She put on the coat, grabbed a hat from the table, and put it on her head. Then she turned and headed inside. The passage was narrow, only wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Slightly chubby or strong people could only pass one at a time. Su Xiao kept her head down and walked inward. After about 3 minutes, she saw the path suddenly open up. Based on her walking time and speed, she estimated she was about 300 meters underground. "Su Si, aren't you supposed to be off duty? Why are you back?" A man wearing a coat similar to Su Xiao spoke. "Didn't we say there was a big shipment today? If you weren't watching the door, the hunter's work would be delayed, and they'd cause trouble again." "Wait, you're not Su Si. Who are you?" Suddenly, a dagger sliced across his neck, cutting off his words. Su Xiao hid in the darkness, waiting for the others to pass. As soon as they moved away, she quickly followed from behind. She covered the last patrol guard's mouth with her hand and gently broke his neck with one hand. The guard immediately lost his breath. Su Xiao then took off his clothes, threw the body into her space, and hurried to catch up with the patrol ahead. She heard the people in front talking as they walked. "When will this work ever end? We can only suffer outside, while those inside enjoy themselves with fine wine and beautiful women. After tonight's work, I want to find a girl to relax with. Recently, we've caught fewer girls."
How can that be?
"Without girls, how can we have fun? However, I heard that today a group came to Jinha town all looking beautiful. Tonight, the hunting team will go out. Once they catch everyone, I want to try my luck too." Su Xiao covered the front patrol guard's mouth again and decisively cut his throat with a found knife. She quietly placed the two bodies from her space and the unlucky man in the corner, then continued to follow the group, one step and one knife. In just a few breaths, she had killed 7 or 8 patrol guards, leaving only one alive. "Why aren't you making a sound?" "Just thinking about those girls." The person at the front instinctively looked back and met Su Xiao's murderous gaze. "Who are you? Where did you send the girls you caught tonight?" Su Xiao asked, grabbing the person's neck and pressing him against the wall. The bloodstained knife was pressed against his neck. "Hero, don't hurt me." "I'll tell you." The man trembled. "The girls we just caught need training before they can serve customers. So, they were probably taken to the Flower Drum Tower." "Where's the Flower Drum Tower?" Su Xiao asked. "How many people are there? What is the composition? Who is the behind-the-scenes boss? Do you have any links with the people from Shanshan?" "Hero, I'm just a small patrol guard. I don't know much." the man answered desperately. I don't know the exact number, but our patrol team has hundreds of people spread across different passages and locations. I'm just a basic patrol guard, with mid-level and senior patrol guards above me. Intermediate patrol officers are responsible for guarding various venues to prevent guests from fighting over the courtesan. Senior patrol officers guard the boss's residences to ensure their safety. Because they are very high-ranking, I have never seen them. As for who the boss is, I don't know either. I heard there are several bosses, one of whom is from the capital city. I don't know their exact identities. I also don't know if there is any connection with the county. Are there still people from the county? Aren't they all dead? Now, the hunting teams no longer go to the county to catch people. They only operate near the He County area. Since the other person seems to have a low status and doesn't appear to know much, I quickly decided to eliminate him. So I kept walking and killing along the way. After passing the outer area, I entered the inner circle. Suddenly, I saw a huge underground kingdom. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe that without modern machinery and technology, it's possible to build a city covering over hundreds of acres underground. The main city is built with large stones, supported by giant stone pillars holding up the dome above. There are many terraces, each a separate area, making full use of the space. Huang Yair said this place is a den of vice, and she was right. Here, people drink, sing, enjoy flowers, play games, including forbidden ones, and gamble, even engage in darker activities that are not suitable to mention. Women and handsome boys are everywhere, ready to entertain the guests at any time, like quick snacks for pleasure. I quickly scanned the area with infrared glasses. It's hard to find, and I couldn't locate the flower drum tower. But I must find my sister as soon as possible, otherwise I don't know what might happen if I delay. So, to find her quickly, I can only capture the king to catch the thief. And the best way to attract the boss is through slaughter. Although I am not a bloodthirsty person, I know that everyone here is not truly human. I saw a man who seemed to be a powerful figure throw a screaming girl who was struggling wildly into an ice bucket just to enjoy watching her fear, like an ice beauty. This is considered good. I can't bear to watch most of the scenes. Since that's the case, I'll start with you all. Xiao doesn't have many modern weapons right now, but that's okay. She still has plenty of rainflower needles. She takes out a row from her space and straps them all onto herself. A versatile high-tech flying rope from the future, she easily swings it onto the large stone pillar above her. The sharp claws easily pierce through the stone, gripping firmly and securely. The other end is tied to her safety belt around her waist. Xiao reclaims her silver mask and black cloak from her space. The moment she puts on the mask, her angry eyes instantly turn cold and calm. You fools, go to. Xiao leaps into the air. The ropes around her tighten quickly, and at the same time, she activates her rainflower needle syringe. Because she is high up, the original 20-meter range of her rainflower needles instantly extends to over 50 meters. She activates both hands at once, locking and attacking everyone within a 50-meter radius in a circle. Countless poison needles enter their bodies. Below, a chorus of screams and howls erupts. An assassin. There's an assassin. The people below finally react, screaming wildly. Quick, catch the assassin. Numerous bodyguards rush towards Xiao. She gently taps her foot, using the power of the rope around her waist to quickly retreat, creating distance from the guards. She activates her rainflower needles again. One batch after another, people fall, twitching all over, and within seconds, they go to see the black and white impermanence. Poison. This weapon is poisonous. Everyone be careful. A desperate shout draws more attention. But Xiao doesn't continue attacking them. Instead, she targets the happy guests here. Killing a few bodyguards is nothing for the boss of the treasure house. But killing his guests, especially important ones, would be a huge loss for him. If he can't even ensure the safety of his clients, who would dare to come here and spend money? Xiao randomly chose a room and immediately grabbed a man who hadn't had time to put on clothes. She pointed her weapon at his heart, turned on her voice changer and loudspeaker, and coldly said, "Let your boss come out and see me." Everyone around stayed still. Without hesitation, Xiao activated her weapon. She shot the hostage in her hand right in front of everyone. Su Xiao turned around, pulled out a whip from behind her, and swung it toward a distant, unlucky person. Instantly, she caught the next victim and pulled him in front of her. Using her old trick, she aimed her weapon at the unlucky person's heart again. Let's guess. Can you stop me, or will I spend the whole night killing all your guests? Su Xiao teased with a sly smile. Your boss can stay hidden behind the scenes all he wants. That's okay. I have plenty of patience. After saying that, Su Xiao harshly patted the face of the unlucky person she held. I see you enjoyed whipping earlier. Now it's my turn. Are you happy? The person stammered in fear, trembling all over. Soon, the air was filled with the smell of, "That's too dirty." Disgusting. Su Xiao laughed and easily ended the person's life. Run, the onlookers, seeing Su Xiao kill 2 people without blinking, finally reacted and turned to run. But where could they run to? And how could they outrun Su Xiao, who had steel cables tied around her waist and could leap and descend at any moment? Who's the next little cutie? Let's pick one. Su Xiao sang happily with her voice changer. Looking for friends, finding a good friend, give a salute, shake hands, you're my good friend. Oh, I found you. A person was lifted into the air and landed steadily in front of Su Xiao, just in time to catch the arrow shot secretly from the shadows. 3 arrows all struck this unlucky person. His eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe he survived the terrifying, twisted killer, only to die at the hands of a bodyguard from a brothel. Su Xiao peeked out from behind this person, tilted her head at the archer, and made a teasing gesture. Oh dear, missed. Now it's my turn. Su Xiao dropped her human-shaped shield, quickly drew her bow and arrow, aimed and shot. 3 archers on the high ground were hit in the necks at the same time. They looked terrified and fell down. Su Xiao's quick move stunned everyone instantly. Everyone was frantically trying to think of someone they knew who could have such skill. They believed that someone with such strength couldn't be an unknown person. They must be a famous expert. But before they could figure out who it was, Su Xiao moved again. She adjusted her glasses. Under her infrared scanner, all hidden killers in the dark were exposed. Who says you must use guns to cause trouble? Cold weapons work too. Oh my, so many little mice. Are you all here to play with me because I'm lonely? Su Xiao teased with a smile, switching her bow and crossbow. Come on, let me call out your names. She aimed her bow and crossbow at the hiding spots and started shooting. 1 arrow for each little kid. Others' arrows were made of iron, but hers were made of fine steel, with great penetrating power and speed. Before they could react, she shot through their throats. Looking for friends, finding a good friend as this strange song played again. All the hidden killers were named by Su Xiao one by one. Even those hiding behind pillars couldn't escape, because Su Xiao could switch weapons and shoot directly at them. Screams of pain echoed, frightening everyone present. This killer was really crazy. He was indiscriminately killing, and he was very accurate. Anyone he targeted was marked by the Grim Reaper. When Su Xiao finished off the last little mouse, the boss hiding in the dark finally couldn't hold back and stepped out. Because if he didn't come out now, all his guests would be killed. Like Su Xiao said, killing a few bodyguards didn't matter, but if all the guests were killed, who would he earn money from? A friend. I wonder if I've done something wrong to you? A man, also wearing a mask, came out from behind. But someone had been blocking him, afraid that Su Xiao might get angry and shoot him through the throat. Su Xiao didn't waste words and said, "Someone asked me for help to send the girl back. I don't know if the boss is willing to meet this request." The boss immediately turned and said, "Go check if this is true." A short while later, someone hurried back and reported, "Yes, it's true. The girl is strong-willed and refused to bow. She was just beaten." The boss felt uneasy. If this fierce person knew that the girl they were looking for was beaten, she might become even angrier. But if they didn't help her, she probably wouldn't leave peacefully. The boss could only say, "My subordinates didn't do well and offended you. But our place has rules. If everyone who comes and leaves safely, how can we survive here? Not easy to survive, huh?" Su Xiao suddenly pulled over another person. In front of the boss, she snapped his neck with a loud, "Then everyone just shouldn't survive. You." The boss of the place couldn't speak because of Su Xiao's provocation. "Do you know who is behind this? You're so bold. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave here? Try me and see if I can walk out unharmed," Su Xiao said wildly. "At worst, we all die together. With so many of you to bury me, what do I have to regret? Since ancient times, everyone must die someday. From the day I was born, I never planned to live forever." This time, Su Xiao grabbed 2 more people, both hands choking their necks. She said, "And who dies first isn't certain." 2 guests went to meet their fate. "Stop." The boss saw that Su Xiao was really unstoppable and had to urgently stop her. If she kept killing, all the guests would run away. "Fine, I'll give you the person. Just consider it as making a friend. I'll pay for it." The boss had to soften and admit defeat. He waved his hand. Soon, someone pushed forward Sister Su Ling. Seeing Su Xiao from afar, Su Ling knew her little brother was coming to save her. She bit her lip tightly, trying not to cry out loud, always holding her back. "Sir, do you want to make a bet with me?" The boss looked at Su Xiao with a meaningful expression and said, "If you can protect this girl and walk out of here safely, I will give you 10,000 gold coins." "And if you can't?" Su Xiao asked back. "Stay here and be my guard for 3 years. How about that?" Su Xiao scratched her ear and said, "Why do you think I will accept your bet? You guys are heading to the capital, right?" "Funny, I am from the capital too," the boss confidently said. "We will meet again someday. I can give you everything you want." "Wow, so confident," Su Xiao clapped her hands. "To say such shameless things, you must be either a royal or someone very powerful. Since county and mountain are next to each other, you must know about the situation there. So you and the crown princess are either working together or have a mutually beneficial relationship. The crown princess must also know about county situation, so every coin you earn, at least half of it, goes to her as protection money. Let me guess, you definitely know what the crown princess plans to do, and you support her. To go further, you are not just supporting, but are a loyal supporter. You said you are from the capital, so it's clear that you or someone behind you has great influence at court and a lot of say in front of the Empress Dowager. The crown princess is planning something, and the court must have people involved. That makes sense. So, you are probably not from the emperor's direct family. But you must have some connection to the emperor, because only someone with royal blood would be so arrogant and proud. Let me guess again, there are 2 possibilities. First, you are mainly connected to the crown princess, with only a small royal bloodline, so you can't control the country. Second, you are the main person and the crown princess is just helping you. You might be the emperor's brother or cousin, or even an illegitimate child outside the palace. You don't want to be just a background figure. You want to be in the spotlight. So, you've allied with the crown princess, offering her enough benefits to help you sit on the throne. Wow, things are getting more and more interesting. The kingdom of Dayu is truly a tempting prize, making you all into something neither human nor ghost. Every word Su Xiao said made the other person look terrified. In the end, he even took 3 steps back. He only said 1 sentence, but it led to so many deductions. This man is truly frightening. Looks like I guessed right. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Su Xiao clapped for herself. So, are you the first type or the second? You are so rude, the owner of the brothel said angrily, but with a trembling voice. Do you believe I will kill this woman right now? Oh? I'm so scared. Su Xiao casually activated her rain of pear blossom needles, and another group of enemies fell. She looked back innocently at the owner. Let's see whose life is more valuable, whose life is less valuable. People say a person's body is fragile and can't be trusted, and that the barefoot are not afraid of the shoot, Su Xiao sneered. Guess whose life is more valuable, yours or hers. Guess if I can do it. Take your head among thousands of soldiers. As she finished speaking, Su Xiao shot an arrow. One of the guards beside the owner of the brothel was instantly shot in the head. The brothel owner was so angry he felt like a Buddha emerging and 2 Buddhas ascending to heaven, but he couldn't fight back or curse properly. He was indeed threatened. His life was much more precious than these lowly people. All right, the brothel owner surrendered. So, what do you want? Su Xiao showed a strange smile. Her laughter was transmitted through a voice changer, sounding very creepy. Let's bet big. How so? The owner asked back. I can take her and play a survival game. But if I win, I want you to be my dog. Submit to me forever, Su Xiao cackled. If I lose, I will be your dog and do whatever you tell me. How dare you? One of the followers beside the brothel owner couldn't hold back and shouted at Su Xiao. Who do you think you are? Su Xiao responded with a steel crossbow arrow. The follower fell to the ground immediately, regretting it too late. So, do you want to play or not? Su Xiao looked at the brothel owner with a smile. It's really fun. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Although everyone in the brothel was twisted, they asked themselves, could they be as crazy as this person? The answer was no. They only wanted to hurt others, not be hurt themselves. And this strange young girl was just a lunatic. The brothel owner gritted his teeth and said, even if you win, you don't know who I am. It doesn't matter. Su Xiao spread her hands and said, anyway, I will find you. No matter where you are, I can find you. At this moment, someone hurried over and whispered quickly into the boss of the gambling den, young master, the princess has sent an urgent message. She said that if you encounter a person wearing a black cloak and a silver mask on our territory, do not confront him, do not provoke him, and do not make enemies with him. Even if it costs some money, send him away as soon as possible, out of our land. Remember, do not be curious about his identity. The boss of the gambling den suddenly stiffened and looked back at Su Xiao. Black cloak, silver mask. The boss's vision darkened. Why didn't the princess wait until I was dead to tell me? I've already offended him. Big brother. The boss's attitude suddenly became very sincere. Since you are passing through my territory, I naturally want to show some respect. I am willing to give 10,000 gold taels and 30,000 silver taels as a gift for meeting you. And for this young lady, I will do my best to compensate for her grievances tonight. I've already asked clearly. This young lady has a fiery temper, but apart from some physical pain, she was not harmed in any other way. Bring someone. Prepare a set of coral headpieces, a set of jade headpieces, a set of green feather headpieces, and 10 bolts of gilded satin to apologize and make amends to the young lady. The boss's words left everyone, who had been confident and ready to play an extreme escape game with Su Xiao, completely stunned. Madam, do you want to listen to what you just said? Are you giving up so quickly? Oh, isn't it said that the gambling den values rules? Su Xiao calmly picked her nails, casual and reckless, utterly wild. Cough, 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 that's for others. Big brother, are you others? Of course not. Family members. How can we be so calculative? The boss of the gambling den forced a smile and said, I don't know when Big Brother will arrive in the capital. I'll have my people arrange everything properly to ensure you're satisfied. No need. Su Xiao decided to stop. Killing so many people was quite tiring. Just do as you say. Have everything prepared and send it to Jina Town, Su Xiao said. Can I hand over the people now? Of course. The boss raised his hand, and someone immediately took Su Ling to see Su Xiao. When Su Ling stood in front of Su Xiao, she had changed into a new outfit, her hair neatly combed, and her clothes were very proper. Li, Su Ling blurted out when she saw Su Xiao. Sure. Su Xiao pressed her finger to her lips. Let's talk when we get back. Su Ling forced herself to stay calm and nodded strongly. Wow, today I finally saw my little brother look so brave and handsome. If he weren't my real brother, no, my real sister, I might even fall for him, you know? From now on, I'll choose a partner based on my little brother's standards. The boss of the gambling den gave an order, and everyone surrounding Su Xiao quickly dispersed like a tide. They were afraid that if they stayed too long, they might be targeted next. Don't be fooled by this man's short height. He is really strong.
Su Xiao hugged Su Ling's waist tightly.
With a quick step, the steel cable on her waist tightened instantly. In a flash, they were pulled swiftly toward the roof. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they reached the top floor in just 3 seconds. Su Xiao took back her gear in front of everyone, then turned to the boss with a carefree gesture and made a polite bow. Goodbye. She suddenly threw up her cloak, blocking everyone's view. By the time the cloak landed, she was already gone. The boss of the gambling den let out a heavy sigh, finally relieved that this troublemaker was gone. Young master, should I follow them? A clever-looking subordinate asked. Smack. The boss gave him a sharp punch on the nose. Are you tired of living? Still want to follow? I've already spent so much money to send him away. Do you want to cause more trouble for me? The subordinate covered his face and kept apologizing. Yes, I was thinking too much. Send the order. In He County, everyone should be allowed to leave freely. Don't cause any more trouble for me. Do you understand? The boss demanded sternly. Yes, I understand. No one in He County will stop them. The subordinate kept repeating. The boss took a deep breath again and said, Count tonight's casualties and the list of people involved. Give each of the remaining guests a big gift and sincerely apologize to them. Also, the gift promised to him must be the best, and absolutely no shortchanging. By the way, send someone to ask the Princess Chang. When they passed through Yuxian and Shanshan, did anything happen? Wait, notify the hunting team to pause their activities for the next few days. Why am I so worried? What if they take someone back again? I might not survive. Su Xiao and Su Ling successfully left the gambling den and reached the surface. Su Ling couldn't help but cry. Sorry, little brother, I caused you trouble again. Don't say that, big sister. Su Xiao comforted her. It's not your fault. Besides, I was too proud and confident, which made me miss important information and put you in danger. We learn from our mistakes. Let's just remember this lesson. Stop crying. I promised that as long as I live, I will protect you all. Isn't it natural for a sister to protect her family? Su Ling hugged Su Xiao tightly and cried even louder. From that day on, Su Ling secretly vowed to train hard in martial arts and never hold her little brother back again. From that day, Su Ling completely abandoned her delicate lady image and headed full speed toward becoming a female warrior, with no intention of turning back. Only in moments of despair do people realize that etiquette and manners are meaningless in life and death situations. Only being incredibly strong can ensure survival in chaotic times. After Su Ling vented her emotions, Su Xiao took her back home. As for Jina Town, yes, it was extremely quiet. No one dared to cause trouble here anymore. When they returned, it was almost dawn. The Song family members were all sitting anxiously in the main hall, waiting. Although they knew Su Xiao wouldn't let them down, they still felt worried and anxious. Xu and Ziqing had been guarding the yard, ready to handle any emergencies. There were no emergencies. The hunting team that had planned to come to Jinha Town to catch people was forced to retreat by 3 groups of people, and a strict order was issued. Unless they brought gifts to that lord, they were not allowed to step into Jinha Town. Su Xiao and Su Ling pushed open the door, and Xu and Ziqing immediately stood up. When he saw the 2 of them return safely, he couldn't help but tremble and shout, "They're back! They're back!" Safe and sound. Everyone in the house rushed out. Even Lin Guiyun, who was still injured, supported himself against the wall and came out. He looked at Su Xiao and couldn't help but smile. He knew that his young master was capable of anything. They're back. That's what matters. They're back safe. Mrs. Song kept repeating this with tears in her eyes. Su Ling was the child she raised herself, and their bond was special. That night, Mrs. Song endured a lot of worry, which only she truly understood. When she saw Su Ling return safely, she almost couldn't hold back and turned to bow to Su Xiao. At that moment, everyone had the same realization. Family. This is what true family is. Family worth risking everything for, a family to protect with your life. Su Xiao saw Mrs. Song looking at her with tears in her eyes, wanting to speak but hesitating, knowing that an emotional scene was about to unfold. But she wasn't good at this kind of thing. In her past life, serving the people and fighting criminals were her duties. Why in this life, just saving her family, should she be thanked for it?
I'm içeriye.
I need to rest first. Su Xiao had to speak up. Yes. Little brother worked all night and must be exhausted. Su Ling quickly wiped his tears and said, "I'll make your bed. I'll do it myself," Su Xiao said quickly. "You've been up all night too. Go rest and sleep." "No, I'll make your bed first, then go to sleep." "Listen to big sister," Su Ling insisted. "I won't say more." "All right." Su Xiao had no choice but to step back. She said to Xu and Ziqing, "You all haven't rested well either, right? Come on, let's sleep together." Mrs. Song and Aunt Lu were almost scared to death by this statement. Fortunately, Xu and Ziqing didn't know anything right now. Everyone was too tired to eat breakfast and went straight back to their rooms to rest. They slept until late morning, until Huang Yiver came to ask for her reward. Su Xiao placed all the prepared items in the yard and said to Huang Yiver, "Everything is here. Check it." Huang Yiver nodded and had someone bring a scale. After weighing the grain, she said, "All settled." Su Xiao nodded. "No need to send it. May I ask how you managed to do that?" Huang Yiver couldn't help but speak. "You're the only one who escaped completely from the gold smelting Denver. It's nothing. When you're strong enough, you can be fearless," Su Xiao replied. She had a good impression of Huang Yiver, especially since she had taken in so many children, so she decided to give her a few tips. He County isn't safe. If you can leave, go towards the capital city. Even begging there is better than staying here. If you can't go to the capital, find another place to live. He County is dangerous. Huang Yiver looked at Su Xiao in confusion. Just then, the sound of a carriage outside was heard. Soon after, a stranger's voice called out, "Sir, we are here to deliver a gift as ordered. Please sign for it. Let's go and see," Su Xiao said to Xu and Ziqing. At least it wasn't a waste of effort. Xu and Ziqing counted on his fingers and said, "Now that we have this money, it will be easier to buy supplies in the capital. When we head south, we won't worry about running out of money." Su Xiao and Xu and Ziqing stepped outside together. Su Xiao showed a surprised expression. "You guys." She took off her black cloak and silver mask, revealing only herself, Su Xiao, not a member of any organization. The others saw how young Su Xiao and Xu and Ziqing were, and didn't dare look down on them. Last night, a young person single-handedly overturned the entire gold-smelting Denver. Although their voices had been changed, their tone and quick movements made it clear they weren't middle-aged. And these two people, able to summon such a large Buddha to help rescue others, clearly had a close relationship with that mysterious person. As for capturing these two and questioning them about the mysterious person's identity, haha, don't be silly. The young master said it would be deadly. It's best if that fierce god never shows up again. "Good day, gentlemen. This is a gift from our master to the young sir," said the two people responsible for delivering the gift, bowing with clasped hands. "Besides that, our master also sent a small token of apology for last night's rudeness. Please accept it. Thank you for your effort." "This is just a small token of our appreciation," the two men said. Their presence showed they were perceptive and sensible. "Listen to how smoothly she speaks, not a single flaw, and she's not annoying at all." Su Xiao took the banknote of 1,000 taels of silver handed to her. It was from a big bank in the capital, paid on time to ensure safety and stability. Su Xiao casually put it into her pocket and said confidently, "Okay, I will help pass it along. We are even now, then we won't bother the two young gentlemen's future anymore. The weather is dry and hot. Please be careful with fire. Wishing you both safe travels." They are basically telling them to leave. Su Xiao chewed her lip thoughtfully. Fine, if they want to go, she's not going to stay. She didn't want to linger anyway. Since entering the territory of Suzhou, she hadn't had a peaceful day. It's better to speed up and go to the next city to rest properly. Su Xiao waved her hand. "No need to see us off." The two people simply left their horses and carriage behind and walked away. They moved very quickly, as if afraid of being caught up. Xu and Ziqing opened the carriage and exclaimed, "Wow, that's quite generous." Besides the agreed items, there were also things useful on the road, like eating and sleeping tools, hay for the horses, fine tea, salt, and delicate snacks. Both carriages were packed full, showing real sincerity. They were afraid Su Xiao might be unhappy and cause trouble again, so they made sure everything was perfect. They didn't want their treasure trove to be ruined. Xu and Ziqing asked Su Xiao, "What do you think of this treasure house?" Su Xiao understood what he meant and said, "It's a dangerous place, but with my skills, I can't cut it out now. Last night's success was because I held on to their weak points. They still want to do business properly, so they have to be controlled by me. If things really go badly, I might not get away unscathed. Maybe I can escape, but my older sister might get caught." She added, "I have a good trait, knowing when to adapt. I won't do things beyond my ability. When I realize I can't shake the other side, I will leave immediately. This treasure house isn't just the princess's property. It's also owned by many powerful people in the capital. Otherwise, why would they act so freely here? If I really attacked their foundation, they would do anything to chase us down. That's not what I want. Our current goal is survive. When she becomes strong enough and powerful enough, she will then remove this harmful obstacle." Su Xiao paused and asked Yuan Jingshi, "Do you think I am too weak?" Yuan Jingshi was surprised and asked back, "Why do you think that? Isn't it normal? It's foolish to fight against something much stronger than yourself." Hearing Yuan Jingxi's words, Su Xiao smiled. Having a good friend who shares the same thoughts and values is really comfortable. "Today, we will rest for the last half of the day. Tomorrow morning we will leave," Su Xiao said. "We are heading to the last state in the northern land, which is also the closest to the capital, Li State. Hopefully, Li State will be in better shape. Everything in Su State has been so frustrating. I feel tightness in my chest every day." "Me too," Yuan Jingshi replied. "From Yu County, Feng County, Shan County to He County, not a single day has been smooth. But Li State is much better now. The drought there has eased because the Yellow River passes through and the people can still survive. Oh, that girl Huang is pretty good. Why don't you bring her along?" Yuan Jingshi asked with a smile. "No," Su Xiao shook her head. "There are many good people, but she's not qualified. She's not tough enough." Yuan Jingshi understood. Only someone like Lin Guiyun, who dares to fight, work hard, and take risks, is the kind of person Su Xiao wants. When no one was around, Su Xiao directly stored the 2 carriages into her space, planning to sort them out later when she had time. Right now, her top priority was to quickly go into her space and produce a batch of weapons. The supply in Su State was almost exhausted. Without weapons, she felt insecure. Su Xiao dove into her laboratory and didn't come out until late at night, exhausted. She went straight to bed as soon as she returned to her room. She was so tired, really exhausted. Although the laboratory had many tools, working alone was overwhelming. It would be great to have an assistant, then she wouldn't be so busy and flustered. Once she was fully settled, she definitely wanted to move her lab out and find more helpers to assist her. She slept until dawn. Everyone moved quietly. No one spoke loudly. They all knew Su Xiao hadn't rested yesterday, even though they didn't know where she had gone or what she had done. Seeing her sleep so soundly, they knew she must be exhausted. So, everyone wanted Su Xiao to sleep a little longer. However, Su Xiao woke up right on time. Mainly, they were just used to it. "Good morning," Su Xiao stretched lazily and greeted everyone. "Oh, everyone is ready. Yes, after breakfast, we'll set out." Older sister Su Ling handed over a towel. Seeing Su Xiao looking sleepy, she took the initiative to wash Su Xiao's face herself, humming as she did so. "Eat up." Su Xiao was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening. Is this really my older sister? The once shy young lady has become so bold. All right, it seems that this incident really affected her deeply, making her more straightforward. After eating and drinking well, everyone set off. When they left Jinhe town, Huang Yar thoughtfully considered Su Zhao's advice and then said seriously to the children, "I'm planning to listen to him and go to the capital to find work." "What about you all?" "Huang Yar's sister, wherever you go, we go too," the children chirped. "If you leave, I won't be here either. Anyway, I wasn't really from here to begin with." "Good, let's pack up and go." The people from the gambling den had been watching their route. When they saw Su Xiao and the others really leave Jinhe town and head east, they finally relaxed. They had finally sent away the troublemaker. The rest of the journey was surprisingly smooth. No one disturbed them. Even the roadblocks that once hindered the carts had been secretly removed at some point, leaving the road clean and clear. ensuring the cart's speed wouldn't be slowed. And so, Su Xiao and her group smoothly left He County, left Suzhou, and officially entered Lizhou territory. Here, the scenery changed once again. Look, there's smoke from cooking fires ahead. Third sister Su Xiao spotted it early and saw a village in the distance with smoke curling up from chimneys. This lifted the spirits of everyone, who were used to barren lands and gravel. It really is smoke from cooking fires. Yuan Jingshi looked and said happily, that means there are still people living here. That's good news. It seems that Lizhou is better off than Suzhou. Su Xiao nodded. Yes, the Yellow River truly is the mother river. Because the Yellow River flows through Lizhou, it's better off than Yanzhou and Suzhou. But every year, the Yellow River flooding is still a big headache. Do you have a better way to manage the Yellow River? Sun Ziking asked casually.
Yes, Su Xiao replied casually.
Over time, people have gained experience in managing the Yellow River, and its water has become clearer each day. Really? Sun Ziking's eyes lit up. You know how to do it. Is it that hard? Su Xiao asked back, turning to look at him. Sun Ziking widened his eyes. Is it that easy? No dynasty in history has truly succeeded in controlling the Yellow River, Su Xiao said. That's because they didn't use the right methods. They only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Of course, it wouldn't work. Stop chatting, you two. Where's our next stop? Third sister Su Xiao said. Let's find a town with people so Lin Guoyun can see his wound. Third miss, I'm fine now, Lin Guoyun quickly spoke. I'm much better. Really? If I rest for 2 more days, I can fight alongside the young master. Shut up. Third sister Su Xiao turned back and scolded him, scaring Lin Guoyun into silence. Is it Ganqing ahead? I remember they have a kind of persimmon that's really delicious, Sun Ziking thought for a moment. Too bad it's not the season for persimmons now. In 2 months, it'll be the perfect time. Ganqing, huh? Su Xiao also recalled the map and said, if we pass through Ganqing to protect the county, we can head straight to the capital. There should be Imperial Guard and Forbidden Army stationed there, right? The Imperial Guard is in Yuxian and the Forbidden Army is in Jingji, Sun Ziking explained. The Imperial Guard is a mobile force, ready to be dispatched anywhere in the country. The Forbidden Army is responsible for guarding the Imperial City, so they are mostly in Jingji. Sun Ziking noticed that Su Xiao was very skilled in strategy and governance, but some basic knowledge she lacked. Based on our speed, if nothing unexpected happens, we can reach Ganqing in 3 days, Yuxian in 7 days, and arrive in Jingji in 10 days, he added. This area has many plains and official roads. If the horses and carts move quickly, it's theoretically possible, Su Xiao nodded. We really need to get to the capital as soon as possible. I have a bad feeling. Things probably won't go smoothly. Maybe Su Xiao was just unlucky. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange wind started to. The wind grew stronger and stronger, making it impossible for the horses to stand in the storm. Above, the once scorching sky, which seemed ready to burn everything, suddenly turned dark with thick clouds. Is it going to rain? Aunt Lu said happily. Finally, is it going to rain? When it rains, the people won't have to run away anymore. That's hard to say, Su Xiao replied. The drought in the 3 northern provinces is serious. Just a little rain won't fix it. It would need 3 days and nights of rain. So, it's uncertain whether this rain can end the drought. But any rain is good. It can at least temporarily ease the disaster. That's true, Sun Ziqing nodded. The north is dying from drought, while the south is drowning from floods. Neither situation is better. Many people in the south drowned. When the floods came, entire villages were washed away, leaving no one. So many died that their bodies piled up downstream, rotting and polluting the water. Now, the south is also facing a serious health crisis. Our northern epidemic is caused by many people being killed by the Northern Wolf Army. The southern epidemic is due to people dying from the floods and rotting. Only the capital and nearby regions are still doing relatively well. So, the capital is our last place to restock, Su Xiao said. We should spend all the money we have. Money can't eat, but when you're starving, a single pancake can save your life. Oh, stop chatting and think quickly. What do we do if it rains? Third sister Su Xiao said anxiously, clapping her hands. All right. Third sister is always impatient. It looks like we really need to find a place to hide. This weather feels wrong, Xiao said. Let's go find an old house to take shelter from the rain. Xiao turned her horse around and rode forward against the wind. They ran for more than 10 minutes and finally found an old, half-destroyed building, maybe a land temple or something similar, that was barely standing. They drove the carriage inside. It could just fit 2 carriages. Xiao looked at the open space, then took out a military tent from her space, along with a lithium battery. She plugged in a blower and started inflating it. The once collapsed military tent slowly supported itself and eventually turned into a small house. Oh my gosh, everyone else looked stunned, like a row of frogs standing still. Is this also something your master left for you? Yuan Jingshi asked tremblingly. Yes, Xiao shamelessly replied. Yuan Jingshi said angrily. When I get back, I will ask my master if he's hiding something good and not telling me. That's too much. Xiao was the last to finish, unplugged the device, and put it into the space.
Done.
We'll stay inside the tent, waterproof and rainproof, Xiao said, leading the way inside. The others followed, curious as if they were visiting a grand garden.
Wow.
Is this a portable house? So nice. Second sister Su Jin touched everything, looking amazed. Sort of, Xiao answered. It's very expensive, so there aren't many right now, mainly because her laboratory couldn't produce large amounts of polyester fiber. Materials like polyester, nylon, Oxford cloth, and frame materials such as aluminum alloy, fiberglass, and carbon fiber were everyday items in her time, easy to buy, so she didn't need to make them herself. But now, that's not possible. You can't buy raw materials anymore. How much can you make just by hand? Suddenly, there was a loud banging sound from the top of the tent. Before everyone could react, more and more banging noises startled everyone.
Look.
It's hailing, Sister Su Ling shouted, pointing outside. Such big hailstones. Oh no, Xiao and Yuan Jingxi's faces changed at the same time. Something big is happening. They thought once they reached Lizhou, life would be easier, but they didn't expect Lizhou to have its own disasters to face. Hail was probably just the appetizer. The real challenge was still ahead. Hail the size of fists fell heavily. It pounded the tent, making it shake and threaten to collapse. Not good. Xiao looked up at the broken tent and said, "This house will fall. Stay here and don't go anywhere. This tent can withstand 5,000 pounds of vertical pressure. If you leave, you'll be crushed alive." After speaking, she quickly dashed out. Xiao, where are you going? Aunt Lu reached out but didn't catch Su Zhao's sleeve. I'm packing up the carriage, Xiao answered without looking back. She raised her hand and stored the 2 carriages into her space. The collapsing roof suddenly crashed down with a loud bang. Xiao quickly performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the falling roof. Hailstones outside grew even fiercer, pounding down harder. Xiao had to take out her shield from her space and hold it above her head to barely hold on and return to the tent. In just a short time, the ground was covered with a thick layer of hail, dense and endless, like a careless goose laying eggs everywhere. Such big hailstones could definitely kill people. Song sure kept twisting his prayer beads and said, "The northern 3 states are already hard to survive. Now it's even worse. I wonder if the people in Lizhou can endure this. I think the death toll won't be small," Yuan Jingshi said. The people here are used to living in mud houses, and the thin layer of grass on the roofs can't withstand such fierce impact. And the crops in the fields, even though they are near the Yellow River and shouldn't die, this hailstorm might be too much for them, Yuan Jingshi said with sympathy. It seems the heavens are against the Great Yu dynasty. Everyone nodded in agreement. The northern region only has 3 states. One suffers from war, another from drought and human disasters, and the third from hailstorms. Each one is more unlucky and more tragic than the last. While they were talking, the hail outside had already accumulated to a foot thick. What does that mean? The entire land was covered with hail, perfectly packed. The crops had no chance to survive. Everyone took shelter in Su Zhao's tent. Though they tried to stay calm, they were all panicked inside, fearing the tent wouldn't hold against such a strong impact and might collapse. If that happened, they would have nowhere to go and could only hide under the carts, buried by the hail. But even hail had some benefits. It quickly cooled the hot weather, making the air refreshingly cool. Xiao called everyone to sit down and eat. Big things happen, but we can't delay eating. Come on, let's eat. With such big hail, there's no need to worry about anyone smelling our food. Yes, my little brother is right, said Su Ling, the eldest sister, as she sat down first. If the sky falls, we just find a cave to survive. Huh? That's right, big sister, Xiao laughed. As long as the heavens don't kill us, we can survive and even thrive. With the interruption from the two people, the others finally found the courage to continue. She was now so wealthy that she could enjoy better food. It wasn't too much to eat a little more, right? While others were starving and eating plain food, she led her family to feast on meat. But she only felt a little sympathy for them mentally, just for a moment. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Xiao packed up the table and brought out bedding for everyone to rest nearby. Despite the hail pounding loudly, everyone actually fell asleep. When they woke up, it was already afternoon. The hail outside had finally stopped. Xiao went out to check and saw that the hail was knee-deep. Such deep hail was really dangerous for Liz Ho. But these hailstones were actually good things. Free ice cubes. They could save them for the next hot day, which was really exciting. Xiao raised her hand and started collecting the ice. When others woke up and saw what she was doing, they immediately understood. They had to spend money to buy ice before, but now with so much ready-made ice, they would take it all. Then a group of people hurried out with tools to help Xiao pile up the ice. Xiao had collected many tools from the mountain bandits, and now they were all useful. Even Lin Guiyun, who was still injured, was using a small fence to pull and gather ice. At first, everyone was a bit annoyed by the hail because there was so much of it. The carts couldn't move through the hail, and they had to wait for it to melt before continuing their journey.
But now they didn't think that way.
They actually hoped the hail would melt slowly so they could gather more ice. They knew they were heading south. In summer, they would need ice. So, the more ice they could stockpile now, the more comfortable they would be in summer. The usually modest Song family was now working vigorously, not to mention Aunt Lu, and the very capable Song maid. Each person was working in their own area, frantically dividing and piling the ice. They formed big piles, and then moved on to the next area. Xiao didn't need to do anything. She just focused on collecting these big piles. They worked on scooping ice eggs for a full hour. Everyone was so exhausted they didn't know how many they had collected, only that they were completely worn out. If they hadn't supported each other, they would have fallen to the ground long ago. Fortunately, Xiao had already packed up the tent while collecting the ice eggs, or they would have had to go back for it. They had walked too far away and didn't know their exact location anymore. Within their view, the broken temple was no longer visible. The temperature is too high. The rest have melted, Xiao said, looking into the distance with a regretful expression. Otherwise, we could have collected more. Yuan Jingshi was so tired, he was about to lose his voice. Be satisfied. We've already gathered enough hail for the whole year. He personally pushed about 20 large piles of ice. So many ice eggs. Even if they used 10 bowls of ice each day, how long would it last? Xiao released the carriage and tent, saying, "Come on, everyone take turns bathing. I smell terrible from all the sweat." "Madam, please go first," Lu Yinyang immediately offered. "We should all bathe together," Songsher said. "It's unsafe in the wilderness. Let's leave quickly." All the women entered the tent, with wash basins lined up. They scrubbed and washed one after another. After they finished, it was the men's turn. Yuan Jingshi took a few steps forward and saw Xiao still standing there. He called out, "Come in. Bathe with us. I'll scrub your back and Lin Guiyun's." Songsher, Lu Yinyang, and Granny Song. The eldest, second, and third sisters. All 6 of them turned their heads at the same time to look at Xiao. Oh no, what should they do? He couldn't possibly bathe with them. Just then, Yuan Jingshi came over to pull Xiao. "Why are you still being so polite? We're family. Shouldn't we help each other scrub backs? Come on, hurry up and join us. Su Xiao was completely unfazed and disdainfully said, You all smell too bad. I don't want to bathe with you. Hey. Yuan Jingshi crossed his arms. Who are you calling bad? Well, forget it. If you want to bathe, go ahead. Lin Guoyan weakly defended himself. Young master, I don't smell bad. Su Xiao smiled and said, Just joking. We're all young. How could we smell that bad? I must wash separately from you. We both went inside, and if someone comes, who will protect the women? Yuan Jingshi thought about it and agreed.
Got it.
Let's wash first, Yuan Jingshi said, pulling Lin Guoyan into the tent. Come on, I'll wash your back. Lin Guoyan weakly refused. Young master Xuanzi, I can do it myself. Stop wasting time. Su Xiao turned around and winked at the women in her family. The 6 women all sighed in relief. Su Xiao remains calm and composed. After everyone finished bathing and changed clothes, they set out again. After the heavy hailstorm, a lot of water melted, so the ground should be wet and muddy. But in reality, it was only damp, not muddy. What does this mean? It shows that the rainwater has seeped underground and is not enough to end the drought. So, we can imagine how dry the areas without river irrigation must be. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Next door in Suzhou, the land is already completely dry. In Lizhou, it's a bit better but still limited. Except where the Yellow River flows, the land is very dry. Ugh, Dad, your death was so tragic. Mother? Mother, wake up. My son, my pigs, my sheep. How can we survive like this? Loud, heartbreaking cries came from ahead. When Su Xiao and the others passed through a village, they saw a shocking scene. All the houses in the village had collapsed, with no survivors. Everywhere there were bodies dragged out, either crushed by falling buildings or killed by hail. The already poor village looked even more desolate now. Let's go, said Mrs. Song with a sigh. More people are fleeing south. The others also sighed, unsure of what to say. In the 3 northern provinces, no one escaped. Everyone is fleeing. They don't know where to go. The south isn't much better now. They just hope that by the time they reach the south, the disaster there has ended. On the way, they passed 3 villages, and all were equally tragic.
Too many people had died.
The carriage moved slowly along the road, lonely and quiet, for 2 days. Everywhere I looked, there were piles of paper money and graves. The fields that once had sparse crops were now completely empty. All the crops had been destroyed. Not a single sprout was left. Yuan Jingshi couldn't help but look up at the sky. Evil spirits and monsters are all on the move. The drought demon appears, and the Dragon King is furious. The suffering of the people here has only just begun. Only when the destined person steps forward to save everyone will this all end. So, who is that person and where are they? We can't stay in Lizhou for too long. We must pass through quickly, Su Xiao said. The refugees here will definitely head toward the capital. When the number of refugees grows, the city will be under strict control, and it will be hard for us to get in. We can fake some documents to pass other counties, but the capital will be difficult. Plus, we need to do some high-profile things there, so we must enter legally and properly. Next, we need to rush day and night to the capital. We'll rest on the carriage, change horses, but not the carriage, Su Xiao continued. We'll take turns driving. Ganjian will keep going without stopping until we reach Hujian. Lin Guoyan, can you hold on until we get there? Young master, I can. I'm almost fully recovered, Lin Guoyan said, glancing at Su Lai. I'll follow whatever the young master says. Good. Then it's settled, Su Xiao said, swinging the whip hard. The carriage jolted forward, speeding up. Thanks to the many horses bought in Fenglin town, and because the space could keep things fresh and even raise livestock, it wasn't easy for them to pass safely without trouble. They traveled non-stop like lightning. Perhaps because the disaster in Ganjian was so terrible, so many people had died. Even mountain bandits weren't spared. They were all crushed in the chaos. The journey was eerily quiet. Just as they were about to leave Ganjian and enter Hujian's territory, their carriage was stopped. The Imperial Guard stopped them.
Who are you?
Where are you headed? one of them asked roughly, knocking on the carriage. Everyone get out for inspection. Su Xiao gave a calm and reassuring look to the others, then gracefully got off the carriage. She bowed to the Imperial Guard and said, "Sir, we are a trading team that searches for rare treasures for the noble families in the capital." "Oh, which noble family are you from?" the other person asked arrogantly. No wonder they were so proud. Only children of officials with connections and status in the capital could join the Imperial Guard and the Forbidden Army. "We are from the Song family," Su Xiao said, showing her family badge. "The Empress Dowager's birthday is coming soon. The head of the Song family wants to give a gift that will make her smile. So, we are secretly patrolling to deliver it. We can't delay, and we are determined to deliver the gift safely to the family head." Su Xiao skillfully opened a silk box, revealing a set of very delicate glass cups. "Yes, that's right." She casually took these glass cups from the laboratory's tea room. Although there are now glass items made with colored glass, the glassware of this era is far inferior to the modern mass-produced glass. Its transparency is much worse. And this set includes a teapot and 4 cups, all arranged neatly in the box, looking very high-class. The Imperial Guard's eyes lit up. "Nice stuff." He quickly put it into his pocket. Third Sister Su Lai was about to speak, but Su Xiao stopped her with a smile and said to the guard, "Sir, if you like it, it's our honor. May we ask for your permission to pass?" "Where are you from? Where are you headed?" the guard asked, taking the items but not letting them go. "We come from Yuzhou," Su Xiao said casually, handing over a fake travel permit and ID. "How is Yuzhou now?" the guard asked casually. But Su Xiao knew this was not a simple question. If she answered wrong, the outcome wouldn't be good. "It's a rare, peaceful place," she replied vaguely. Traveling around for so many days, everyone has their own difficulties. The soldier of the Imperial Guard initially seemed a bit careless, but when his gaze fell on the elder sister, Su Ling, his eyes widened instantly. Su Ling is 16 years old, in the prime of her youth, like a beautiful flower. Her natural bravery and a special aura around her easily attracted the attention of soldiers. "Who is she?" "She is my older sister," Su Xiao replied. "What is your name?" he asked eagerly. Looking at Su Ling turned her head and ignored him. The soldier took out the household register and read aloud, "Song Linger." "Nice name." Su Ling kept looking at the sky, ignoring him completely. "Be careful at the front guard." The soldier handed the household register back to Su Xiao and gave Su Ling a meaningful look before walking toward the next carriage. "Big sister." Su Xiao looked at her with concern.
"Ai fine."
"Let's go," Su Ling said, helping the Song family onto the carriage. Su Xiao glanced back at the reckless soldier. If he dared to covet Su Ling, she would make him understand why the flowers are so red. Not long after Su Xiao and the others left, a chubby man, sweating profusely, hurriedly asked, "Where is my household register?" "Where did it go?" "Boss Song, what's wrong with you?" someone asked. "My household register was just here." How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Their carriage soon entered the territory of Gan County. Gan County, being close to the capital, is technically part of Lizhou, but its economy is much better than other areas. However, there is a problem. Guards of the Imperial Guard are everywhere, acting arrogantly and domineeringly. They often eat, drink, and owe money, and are frequent visitors to the local brothels. They spend all their time indulging and have no time for training. Xuanziqing said to Su Xiao, looking at the current strength of the Imperial Guard, "It's no surprise that Yanzhou was conquered by the Northern Wolf Army. Besides the border troops, the other armies of the Liu dynasty are all like this. Destruction is often caused by excess," Su Xiao said calmly. "The Emperor and the Empress Dowager will eventually suffer the consequences of their own actions. I suggest we rent a house to stay in." "Staying at an inn is too easy to be checked," Xuanziqing spoke. "That guy just now has bad intentions toward my older sister. So, I will rent a house under my name, and later we can quietly leave without anyone knowing where we went." "Okay," Su Xiao agreed with Xuanziqing's plan. But then, she remembered something important. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Xuanziqing didn't expect that the house he carefully chose was right across the street from the soldier who liked Su Ling. After renting the house and moving in, the first thing they did was rush Lin Guiyun to the clinic to see a doctor. When the doctor examined Lin Guiyun's wounds, everyone was stunned. "Who did this?" the doctor asked. "I did," Su Xiao honestly said. "I'm not a doctor, you. The doctor took a deep breath, wanting to scold her, but held back. They must have been in a hurry at the time, or else they wouldn't have let someone who wasn't a doctor do the stitching. But such a big wound, and the person still survived. He was very lucky. The doctor didn't know that Lin Guiyun's survival was mainly thanks to antibiotics. "Well, do you want me to treat it?" Su Xiao asked. "Just focus on healing, not the cost. You're really kind to him," the doctor sighed helplessly. "Come here, let me check your pulse." Lin Guiyun obediently extended his wrist. The doctor examined him for a long time, then looked at the wound in disbelief, muttering, "This shouldn't be. Such a big wound. Yet no other symptoms? Is luck really that good?" When Su Xiao and Xuan Ziqing learned the truth, they exchanged a look and smiled silently. While they were doing a follow-up check, the three girls from the Su family started shopping again. They bought everything in the town's restaurants, big or small, fancy or simple. No matter how expensive the banquet, they ordered it all. Su Xiao had given them 2,000 taels of silver, so they could spend freely. They bought whatever they wanted, asking for more if needed, not caring about the money. Because the county was close to the capital, they could buy many good things here, more than in Yenzhou or Suzhou. So, the three of them shopped happily, spending without worry, like they were throwing money around. Because they bought things so generously, it attracted quite a few people's attention. One of them was the soldier from the Imperial Guard, who had his eye on Su Ling Miaoshen. "Miss Song, what a coincidence," Miaoshen said, blocking Su Ling with his hand. He looked at her boldly, examining her from head to toe, and became more satisfied. "Do you have a marriage engagement, Miss Song?" Before Su Ling could speak, her second sister, Su Zhen, exploded in anger. She quickly pulled Su Ling behind her. "What are you doing?" Su Zhen's face was very sweet and pretty. Even though she was angry, her words sounded soft and lacked strength. The third sister, Su Lai, was quick-tempered. She pushed Miaoshen away. "Let me tell you, our little brother knows some powerful people. If you dare to bully us, he will send someone to teach you a lesson." "Ha ha. You're hilarious. Listen up, what did I hear? A little kid asking someone to teach me a lesson?
Ha ha ha.
Do you even know who I am? Do you know the Miao family in the capital?" Miaoshen laughed loudly and proudly. "I like your older sister. It's her good fortune. How about becoming my concubine? I will cherish only you. Get lost with your nonsense." Su Lai remembered what Su Xiao had taught her. If she had to fight, she would fight to the death, risking everything. If not, she would avoid direct confrontation and retreat first, then find a way to make up later. Su Lai looked around. Many people were watching the scene. Clearly, they were all Miaoshen's friends. Even if the three sisters fought hard, they wouldn't get any good. It was better to avoid them first. "Big sister, second sister, let's go." Su Lai grabbed one of them and hurriedly left. But Miaoshen turned to the others and said, "I like this girl. No one is allowed to fight me for her. All right. The young Master Miao has set his sights on her. Of course, we will support him. We wish young Master Miao a quick marriage with his beloved," the crowd cheered. The other onlookers looked bitter and silent. They had all suffered from similar trouble but dared not speak out. They had long been hurt by these powerful families but had nowhere to seek justice. Even if they reported to the county magistrate, the magistrate wouldn't defend the noble families for common people like them. In the end, nothing would happen, or they would only get some mild scolding. And very soon, they would face 10 or 100 times worse retaliation. They were truly afraid. The three Su sisters hurried back to their rented house. Su Lai asked, "Should we tell our younger brother about this?" "That person won't give up easily, right?" Second sister Su Zhen said, "Of course we should tell him." Our younger brother said that no matter what happens, if we're unhappy or uncomfortable, we must tell him. I believe he won't let us suffer. That scoundrel clearly has a crush on our eldest sister and wants her to be his concubine. I spit on him. His whole family can be concubines, Eldest sister Su Ling sighed and said, I've been telling myself not to trouble our younger brother all the time. I didn't expect that I am the one causing him trouble. Big sister, you shouldn't say that, Su Lai comforted her. You're beautiful, and it's not your fault. Our younger brother is right. Men often blame women for their own laziness and foolishness. They are driven by and greed, but say women cause trouble for the country. We shouldn't fight among ourselves or punish ourselves for others' mistakes. Third sister Sujin agreed. Big sister, let's tell our younger brother. We can't keep hiding forever. But before they could tell Su Xiao, Miaoshen boldly came to their door. He brought a few men and 2 big boxes, directly coming to their house. Who is in charge here? My young master is here to deliver a betrothal gift, a young servant loudly announced. Miao's 3rd young master from Beijing has specially chosen Miss Song as his concubine. Song was talking with Aunt Lu in her room when she heard the noise outside. She got up to check and pointed at the 2 boxes in the yard, asking, What's going on here? Madam, Miao Shun politely bowed to Song. I have taken a liking to Miss Song and wish to bring her back to live a good life. It's better than wandering around with you, traveling far and wide. This is my sincerity and a betrothal gift for Miss Song. As he finished speaking, Miaoshen turned to Su Ling and said, In 3 days, I will welcome my wife at home. Oh, what a coincidence. It's truly fate. Our 2 families are just across the street. It's destiny. Nonsense. Song slapped the box hard, her voice commanding without anger. Do you even know who I am? You didn't say that, did you? Jing City Song family's servant. Miaoshen looked indifferent and said, If it were the main family of the Song clan, I might show some respect. But just a servant. Do you think the Song family would willingly send your daughter as a gift to my house? I am willing to give you some face now, but if you insist on pushing it, it could ruin everyone's reputation and cause trouble for such a beautiful face. After speaking, Miaoshen casually reached out to touch Su Ling's face. Su Ling dodged quickly and slapped him across the face. Miaoshen's face was turned aside by the slap. He was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. He pressed his tongue against his cheek and said, Good, I like your fiery temper. Then, Miaoshen reached out again to grab Su Ling, showing he was determined to take her away today, regardless of the consequences. Quick, go call Su Xiao back, Mrs. Song urgently shouted. Madam Song. I'm coming, Madam Song, holding a large broom, fiercely swung it at Miaoshen, shouting, Let go of our young lady. Su Ling, practicing martial arts with Su Xiao, finally saw some progress. She moved nimbly and delivered sharp, loud strikes. Normally, a soldier shouldn't be so clumsy when facing 2 women. But unfortunately, the current imperial guards were no longer the same as during the founding of the country. Most of them were children of the cities and local officials' families, used to boost their careers and reputation. They were neither skilled in martial arts nor disciplined. They loved beauty, drank heavily, and stayed up late, so their bodies were exhausted. Madam Song, strong and capable, and Su Ling, who learned her moves from Su Xiao, quickly overwhelmed Miaoshen. He was soon beaten into a mess. Let go of my young master. Several young men, who had been watching from the side, thought their master would win easily. But before long, Miaoshen was beaten into a mess, and they became anxious. They rushed into the fight, shouting. Sister Su Zhen and Sister Su Lai also joined the chaos, not willing to be left out. Only Aunt Lu took the chance to slip away and find Su Xiao. Mrs. Song tried to help but was clumsy and accidentally got hit by Madam Song's big broom. Fortunately, Aunt Lu was quick and ran into the pharmacy, panting heavily and saying, Hurry, go back. That shameless person found out where we live. Now he's going to propose marriage to your eldest sister to make her a concubine. I came out and everything broke into a fight. Su Zhao's face changed instantly. She immediately said to Xuan Ziqing, You stay here. I'm going back, okay? Xuan Ziqing warned her. Remember, they are Imperial Forest Guards. Don't start a fight directly. If we do, it will cause trouble when we return to the capital. Only special people can become guards. But if they are too aggressive, we'll fight back. At worst, we won't go to the capital anymore and won't put up with this nonsense. Got it, Su Xiao said without looking back and rushed out. She thought walking was too slow, so she jumped over the wall and onto the roof. She rolled on the roof, and as she got up, she was already wearing a black cloak. She took out a silver mask from her space and carefully put it on her face. On a wall of a nearby house, there was a bamboo pole. Xiao pulled it out, gently broke it, and made a 1.5-meter long stick. She leapt onto the roof again, moving quickly and skillfully, and in no time, she returned to her rented yard. At this moment, her family was still fighting, but they were losing and about to be overwhelmed. Just as Miaoshen sneered and raised his hand to grab Su Ling's neck, trying to pull her back home, Xiao descended from the sky. She struck Miaoshen 3 times with her stick, knocking him out instantly. Su Lai almost blurted out when she saw Xiao, then quickly changed the subject. "You're the person my little brother hired, right?" "It's him. That shameless guy has been bothering my older sister. Today, he even dares to try to take her as his concubine. You should beat him to a pulp. Who are you?" Miaoshen looked at the small figure in front of him, feeling an uneasy premonition in his heart. His back hairs stood up one by one. This was an instinctive warning when facing a strong enemy. "Me?" Xiao used a voice changer and said, "I am a bodyguard hired at a high price by their family. They are also here to do things for me. If anyone dares to hurt me, it means they really don't want to live." "Do you know who I am?" Miaoshen said arrogantly. "Let me warn you, don't interfere. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it," he continued confidently. "You see, every woman I like, I get her." "Haha," Xiao chuckled softly. "Then today, try and see if you can get her. Double dragons circling the pearl, part the clouds to see the sun, pull the grass to find the snake, split Manhwa with force." As soon as the words finished, the bamboo stick in his hand started to strike. He changed his attack patterns constantly. The dog-beating stick technique was used to target this shameless dog. Hitting someone with a bamboo stick really hurts. Miaoshen didn't get hit many times before he was swollen and sore. Xiao specifically aimed at his face, making it look terrible. If asked why Miaoshen didn't dodge, "Young master, wait for me to call someone." A young servant saw things were bad and turned to run outside. "You can't escape after hitting our young master. Don't let him go." Su Lai shouted loudly. "It's okay." Xiao smiled and said, "Let him call someone. I want to see how rotten the Imperial Forest Army in the county has become." Miaoshen, while being hit, mumbled, "You still know I'm in the Imperial Forest Army? Attacking us could get you executed. Come on, try to cut my head off. I want to see who has the skill." Su Zhao's bamboo stick hit even harder. Miaoshen was already crying out in pain and couldn't speak. Although Miaoshen was taller than Xiao easily beat him without much effort, as if playing. Xiao didn't need to exert much strength. Standing still, holding the stick with one hand, he struck here and there, like swatting mosquitoes. Meanwhile, Miaoshen was running around, covering his head, but couldn't escape. It was very tragic. About 15 minutes later, Miaoshen was beaten so badly that his face was unrecognizable, and the other members of the Imperial Forest Army finally arrived. "Stop!" Several soldiers rushed in through the door, weapons aimed at Xiao. "Surrender now."
"Ha, so Xiao is not dead."
"So after calling for help all this time, you only brought a few useless people. Who do you call useless?" The reinforcements immediately got angry. "Boy, you're asking for death. Acting tough, huh? Watch me peel your skin." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 soldiers charged at Xiao. Xiao threw down his stick, tiptoed, and kicked the big broom from Sister Song over. Holding the broom with one hand, he stood like a sword, ready to fight. He looked incredibly cool. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Miaoshen turned around angrily, pulling his 3 troublesome brothers. First, he took a tentative step toward the door, noticing that Xiao didn't stop him. The 6 of them then ran away wildly. One of them even lost his shoes and dared not turn back to pick them up. He ran barefoot, quickly disappearing from sight. They were afraid the fierce spirit would catch up and turn them into a swarm of angry insects. Xiao looked at the messy yard and sighed. She took off her mask. "Little brother," big sister Su Ling said apologetically, "sorry, I caused you trouble again. What are you talking about?" What did I do wrong? Su Xiao replied with a serious face. You're beautiful, and it's not your fault. Besides, I have the strength to protect your beauty. You can shine brightly, and no one needs to be afraid. As long as I am here, I can chase away any annoying bugs or flies. Today, you did very well. When faced with such shameless people, just slap them hard.
Give them a good slap.
It's okay if they get hurt. I've got your back, Su Xiao said confidently. Even if the emperor himself came, I'd still slap him if needed. The three girls from the Su family grinned widely, more excited than a happy bird. With brothers setting an example, they wouldn't look at any man the same way in the future. But those people won't give up easily after going back, Su Ling said worriedly. We should leave early. No rush, Su Xiao waved her hand. I have other plans. Although Su Ling didn't know what Su Xiao was thinking, she was obedient and nodded immediately. All right, I'll listen to you. Su Xiao indeed had her own plans. After Yuan Jingshi returned, she sat with him to discuss. How good is the armor and weapons of the Imperial Guard? Top quality. Yuan Jingshi paused. Are you planning to raid the Imperial Guard's base? Are you crazy? The Imperial Guard isn't just the princess's private army. Many are here to gain experience, but some are truly skilled. If you get caught, the consequences will be severe. Fortune favors the brave, Su Xiao said calmly. Since the Imperial Guard's weapons aren't aimed at Bailing Kingdom, it's better if they're not there at all. Besides, since I've already weakened the princess's power, I need to weaken the Imperial Guard and the secret police too. Otherwise, how can the princess seize power? They shouldn't be strong on one side and weak on the other. They need to be evenly matched. Yuan Jingshi couldn't help but point at Su Xiao. You really are something else. So, are you in or out? Su Xiao asked. In. Yuan Jingshi gritted his teeth. I really respect you, old six. Clearly, you're upset that the older sister was bullied, so you want to teach the other side a lesson. Yet, you have to make it sound so noble. Do whatever you want. Su Xiao stood up and patted Yuan Jingshi's shoulder. We'll wait for your news and plan. After saying that, Su Xiao turned and left. Watching her back, Yuan Jingshi felt both amused and helpless, but also a bit excited. Hanging out with Su Xiao is always exciting and full of surprises. Meanwhile, Miao Shun was unhappy. He clung to his boss's leg and started crying loudly. Brother-in-law, you have to avenge me. Look at my face, it's all swollen. If my sister sees me like this, she'll be so upset. Tell me who hit you. His boss, who is also his brother-in-law and a military officer named Cheng Jinzhong, slammed the table hard. I'll go find him and deal with him. Miao Shen pointed in the distance and said, that family is servants of the Song family in the capital. Brother-in-law, I like their young lady. I want you to catch all 3 of their young women for me. Brother, you already have 6 wives. Can your waist handle more? Cheng Jinzhong said seriously. Your mother-in-law is hoping you'll have children soon. Miao Shen felt a bit guilty. He had been protecting the county for years and rarely went home. Even when he did, he was distracted because the young women in the brothel had drained him. So, he had 1 wife and 6 concubines, but none of them were pregnant. Brother-in-law, this is the last time. Miao Shen used his sister as an excuse. My sister loves me the most. I promise, if I marry those 3 women, I'll settle down and have children. All right, wait and see, Cheng Jinzhong said. Your brother-in-law will catch them for you soon. Cheng Jinzhong was more cautious than Miao Shen. Knowing the opponent was strong, he didn't rush in. Instead, he selected 20 strong, armed men from his subordinates to go find Su Xiao and her friends. 20 Imperial Guard soldiers formed a neat line and silently appeared from the street, quickly surrounding the house where Su Xiao and her friends were staying. Cheng Jinzhong was walking at the back. At this moment, he was still very proud and confident, thinking that 20 men were enough to handle a small kid. These 20 soldiers were skilled fighters in the army, not spoiled rich kids trying to show off. They were real fighters with true skills. He even thought that by choosing 20 men, he had already given the other side a good lesson. In fact, only 3 or 5 people would be enough. But to be safe and to finish quickly, Cheng Jinzhong brought all 20. He wanted to catch the people early and go back to rest, because he was tired. However, Chung Jinzong didn't know that on the roof of a nearby tavern, a person dressed in a black cloak and wearing a silver mask was watching them with crossed arms, clearly seeing all their plans. Chung Jinzong was a rough man, but compared to other fools, he was somewhat capable. The tactic of surrounding them was theoretically possible. Of course, only in theory. Because Chung Jinzong completely underestimated Su Zhao's fighting ability. Surrounding a master with civilians was like a dung beetle trying to find its food, completely pointless. Since the other side looked down on him so much, he decided to teach them a lesson. Everyone inside, listen up, Chung Jinzong arrogantly said. Give you a tease time to come out and surrender. The three young women, clean yourselves up and come out. Leave the others intact. If you don't, I'll kill you. Miao Shen stood behind Chung Jinzong, his swollen face showing a proud and cruel smile, especially that person in the cloak and mask. Your time is up. Everyone inside the house hadn't slept that night. They were waiting for this moment. This is just too much. Third sister Su Lai said angrily. They only targeted Big Sister during the day, and now they're after all of us. Shameless. Just a foolish celebration. Big Sister Su Ling said coldly. It seems that the little brother didn't hit him hard enough today, so he still has the strength to act stupid here. Shou, they're coming. Sun Ziqing gently closed his eyes. Even though he wasn't on the scene, he could imagine the battle unfolding in his mind. Although it was just a small scene, Sun Ziqing couldn't help but feel excited. Because right now it was only a small appetizer. The real feast was still to come. Thinking about Su Xiao venturing alone into the Imperial Forest Army and facing their thousands of soldiers, as if in an empty land, then directly raiding their headquarters, Sun Ziqing's hands trembled with excitement and anticipation. Outside, Chung Jinzong saw that the yard was quiet and no one paid attention to him. He became angry and said, Since you refuse to accept a polite offer, then don't blame me for being rude. Come on, everyone attack. Suddenly, four people rushed out behind him, wielding shiny steel knives, charging toward the low wall of the yard. Just as they were about to reach the top of the wall, 4 arrows suddenly shot out from the darkness, aiming straight at their foreheads. These 4 people had combat experience. They immediately swung their steel knives, blocking the incoming arrows. All 4 arrows were deflected at once. Skillful but trivial. Not worth mentioning, Chung Jinzong said proudly, as if he had the upper hand. But before he finished speaking, the 4 people who had just deflected the arrows suddenly stiffened and involuntarily fell backward. Chung Jinzong was shocked. He looked down and saw that each of the 4 had an arrow stuck in their necks. How is that possible? Chung Jinzong blurted out. A single set of 3 arrows, hitting a target 100 paces away, was already a rare skill. There were hardly 3 people in the entire Du dynasty capable of doing it. But the opponent shot 4 arrows in one go, and then did it again. This means they only blocked the first set of 4 arrows, but failed to block the second set of 4 arrows. There was less than 3 seconds between the 2 volleys, meaning the archer shot the first set, then immediately drew the bow again, and fired without aiming. Is that even possible? Especially at night. Brother-in-law, protect me. Miao Shen saw the 4 dead bodies on the ground, their legs trembling like noodles. He truly didn't expect the other side to dare to kill people. This was the Imperial Forest Army. Daring to attack the Imperial Forest Army was almost the same as treason. Otherwise, how could Miao Shen be so arrogant and domineering? Was it just because of the protection of this identity? At that moment, a voice echoed through the night sky, indistinguishable as male or female, and it was very chilling in the dark night. You hit the young one, now the old one is here. No problem, keep hitting. It seems you didn't listen to me during the day. If you don't want to live, I will make sure you don't. Since everyone is here, let's keep them all. With this strange tone, a series of breaking sounds filled the air, and countless arrows rained down toward them. Chung Jinzong protected his younger brother-in-law behind him while swinging his weapon to block the arrows. But in places he couldn't see, screams kept ringing out. Captain Chung, we can't fight anymore. They're all dead, and I'm the only one left. Suddenly, someone rushed out from the shadows and stood in front of Captain Cheng, tears in his eyes. The enemy is too strong. We were ambushed. There isn't just one person, but many. Everyone hiding in the dark is dead. Cheng Jinzong's face turned pale instantly. He grabbed his brother-in-law by the collar, gritting his teeth as he asked, "You said there was only a little guy, right? How many people are there? Do you know? So many people died tonight. How am I supposed to report to my superiors? You're going to get me killed." Miaoshin was also stunned. He really couldn't believe how a group of servants could have such strong connections. If he had known the other side was so powerful, he wouldn't have provoked them at all. But now it was too late. His brother-in-law had already been dragged into this mess. Miaoshin trembled and said, "Brother-in-law, during the day, it was really just him." He didn't say he had any helpers. "Brother-in-law, what should we do?" Cheng Jinzong pushed Miaoshin away and gritted his teeth as he shouted to his last subordinate, "You, hurry back to the camp to get reinforcements. Say that there are bandits in the county town. I brought my brothers to fight them, and many of us have fallen. Please send troops quickly to help and make sure to capture the bandits inside." Cheng Jinzong's expression was fierce, his eyes burning with anger. "Trying to trick me? No way. No one can stop me, Cheng Jinzong, from climbing higher." Su Xiao sat on the roof, smiling. It seemed that Cheng Jinzong had done this kind of thing many times. As long as someone disagreed with him politically or caused him trouble, he would label the other person as a bandit and then use the Imperial Guards for personal revenge. Xuan Ziqing was right. The Imperial Guards are not just corrupt, they are rotten to the core. Treating civilians with violence, burning, killing, and looting, what's the difference from the Northern Wolf Army? When dealing with trash, Su Xiao is never soft. Su Xiao's lips curled slightly, and she spoke softly in the dark. "Oh? Bandit? I didn't realize I was a bandit myself. Haha. But since you call me a bandit, if I let you go today, wouldn't I be a fool?" As she finished speaking, an arrow shot straight into the last lucky person's back. The person was nailed to the ground and immediately died. Forget about delivering messages tonight. She was going to keep everyone here.
Who's talking?
"Sneaky men are no good," Cheng Jinzong shouted angrily. "Come out here. You want me to come out? Fine, then I'll make you see." Su Xiao chuckled softly and shot a series of arrows at Cheng Jinzong. They all aimed at his lower body. Cheng Jinzong hurriedly tried to block the arrows, but could Su Xiao's arrows be so easy to dodge? Soon, Cheng Jinzong let out a terrible scream. Ah! His legs were pierced and nailed to the ground. Next to him, Miaoshin looked at the gleaming iron arrows and blurted out, "Who are you? Forging weapons secretly is a serious crime, so tonight, none of you will leave alive." "Because only the dead can truly keep secrets," Su Xiao replied playfully. "Do you know who my brother-in-law is? He's an officer of the Imperial Guards. If you dare kill an officer, it's a crime punishable by death for the entire family." Miaoshin finally realized he was truly in danger. He finally understood he had kicked a hard wall. An officer of the Imperial Guards, so what? Su Xiao sneered. "Kill if I want. Even if the Emperor himself came, I would still kill you." "How dare you?" Miaoshin's face turned pale with fear. "I can be even more daring." Su Xiao finished speaking and slowly stepped out of the darkness, dragging her own forged long sword. The sword dragged on the ground, leaving deep marks. Miaoshin was a fool, but Cheng Jinzong was not. He immediately saw that this sword was very heavy and extremely sharp. Someone who can use such a big sword as a weapon is definitely not an ordinary person. At this moment, Cheng Jinzong also realized he was afraid. He regretted listening to his brother-in-law's kind words and rushing forward blindly. Now, not only is his brother-in-law risking his life, but he himself might also lose his life. Cheng Jinzong ignored the pain, clenched his teeth, and pulled out the arrow stuck in his leg. He kept retreating, but because his legs were injured, he couldn't run far. "Who exactly are you?" Cheng Jinzong had to speak bravely, but nervously. "This is all a misunderstanding." "Really? I don't think so. I was waiting here just for you." Su Xiao chuckled softly. "Look at how beautiful the night is. Dark wind, moonless night, perfect for killing. I'm going to fight you. Cheng Jinzong saw that the person in the black cloak was serious about not letting them leave tonight. He ignored his leg injury and struggled to get up from the ground, drawing his dagger and rushing towards Su Xiao. While running, he shouted, "Miao Shun, run! Go report, go get help. I'll cover you, hurry, go!" Cheng Jinzong pushed Miao Shun aside. "Tell your sister, Old Cheng, have no regrets in this life for her." Su Xiao held her sword with one hand, easily blocking Cheng Jinzong's attack, and chuckled softly. "You two don't have to fight so hard, because tonight, neither of you can escape." As she finished speaking, Su Xiao raised her arm and shot a sleeve dart. A 1-foot-long poison sleeve dart pierced through from behind, hitting straight into the heart. Miao Shun's eyes widened as he fell heavily onto the cold street, dead, without closing his eyes. Miao Shun. Cheng Jinzong saw his brother-in-law die with his own eyes and suddenly exploded with rage. "I will fight you." Su Xiao held her sword with both hands and stood in front of Cheng Jinzong, saying, "Although we have different sides, I respect your spirit. Come on, let me see the true strength of a royal guard captain. Die." Cheng Jinzong's legs were soaked in blood, his lower body covered in blood, but he seemed to feel no pain. He swung his sword at Su Xiao. Su Xiao blocked with her long sword, then quickly countered with a slash, chop, and, at first, Cheng Jinzong still had some anger to support him, and he fought with some skill. But Su Xiao was too fast and too strong. Heavy weapons naturally have more power. Under Su Xiao's swings, her strength was over 1,000 pounds, pushing Cheng Jinzong back step by step. After a few moves, Cheng Jinzong was covered in wounds, with not a single part of his body uninjured.
Why?
"Why don't you show me your real strength and fight me?" Cheng Jinzong, supporting himself with his sword, looked at Su Xiao with bloodshot eyes. "This isn't your true power, is it?" Su Xiao stuck her sword into the ground in front of her, casually resting her hands on the hilt. She didn't answer, but her mocking gaze already told Cheng Jinzong the truth. "So, you look down on me?" Cheng Jinzong suddenly understood. "You're deliberately torturing me." "Exactly. Too bad there's no reward," Su Xiao said with a smile. "I wonder if you'll unleash your full potential when you're about to die." "But no, you're even more useless than I thought." "You," Cheng Jinzong spat blood in anger. "What's your name? When I go to the underworld, I'll be waiting for you." "You're not worthy to ask my name," Su Xiao said, raising her index finger.
Defeated. Fine, fine, fine.
"We're settling this score." Cheng Jinzong grinned. "A proud officer like me dying outside. The Imperial Guard won't be unaware. Just a little investigation, and they'll know it was you. Even if no one reports it, the commander will find out. Then it'll be your death. No matter how strong you are alone, you can't beat an army. The Imperial Guard is the Emperor's army, equipped with the best and strongest gear. You're doomed to die." Su Xiao spread her hands. "Really? Doesn't matter. Come if you want." "What do you mean?" Cheng Jinzong's pupil shrank, as if he suddenly understood something. He was stunned and blurted out, "You're doing this on purpose. You were planning to attack the Imperial Guard. Challenging the Imperial Guard alone. You're crazy. Madman, you're just a madman. Ha ha ha. I, Cheng Jinzong, never thought I would die at the hands of a madman. Good, good, good." Cheng Jinzong suddenly erupted, raising his weapon and launching a sneak attack on Su Xiao. Su Xiao's sword pierced through his chest. And, before he could raise his weapon again. This is the gap. It is a height and speed he can never reach in his lifetime. Tick, tick. Blood dripped from the blade onto the ground, drop by drop. Finally, Cheng Jinzong turned his head to look at his brother-in-law's body, smiled sadly, his legs weakened, and he knelt in front of Su Xiao, lowering his head. Su Xiao unhesitatingly drew her sword, gently flicked it, and the blood on the blade was instantly wiped clean. In the blink of an eye, the figure was gone. Outside the city, the Imperial Guard camp. "Report." A soldier hurried into the camp of the Imperial Guard commander. "I have something to report." "Speak." A stern voice came from inside. "Commander, it's bad. Captain Cheng and 20 men entered the county town and haven't returned yet." It might be something serious, the soldier said anxiously. Did Captain Cheng's brother-in-law cause trouble again? As the tent was lifted, a tall, very muscular middle-aged man stepped out impatient. This is Hu County. What could possibly happen here? But, no buts. What time is it? Are you still sleeping? The commander replied impatiently. Just then someone staggered in, shouting, Something's wrong. Big trouble. Someone's been killed. Everyone's dead. Commander. Everyone is dead. The commander grabbed the person's collar fiercely and asked angrily, What did you say? Who's dead? It's Captain Cheng. The messenger stammered. He said he was going to the county town tonight and would be back soon. He asked me to keep the camp gate open. But I waited and waited, and they never came back. The camp gate can't stay open forever, so I went to ask at the county town. The guards at the city gate are our own people. Even though it's midnight, they let me in. But when I got there, I saw a lot of dead bodies. Captain Cheng, Miao Shen, and the 20 men he brought. All dead. Their bodies were just left on the street, with no attempt to hide them. Commander, you should go see for yourself. The Imperial Guard leader, Renmu, was shocked. His usual sleepy look was instantly replaced by fear. What did you say? Dead? Who did this? I don't know. The soldier trembled and said, Captain Cheng was killed by a single stab to the heart. He was badly injured and was mistreated before his death. Search. Find out who did this. Commander Renmu shouted angrily. I want to see who dares to openly abuse and kill an officer on our territory. At this time, the officer of the Imperial Guard was a 5th-rank official, qualified to attend court. Yet he was murdered, right here on their own ground. How could Renmu not be furious? Could it be that if they killed an officer today, they would come for him tomorrow? Someone already knew what had happened tonight. Soon, several people were brought before Renmu, explaining, Sir, we all know what happened. This morning, Officer Cheng's brother-in-law, Miao Shen, was on duty outside. He saw a young woman he liked and tried to pay her family to marry her. But her family refused and they fought. Later, her family found a powerful expert to beat up Miao Shen. Frustrated, Miao Shen brought some friends to help. But they weren't a match and were badly injured. Those friends are still being treated by the doctor. Later, Miao Shen couldn't take it anymore and went to complain to Officer Cheng. Cheng didn't even eat dinner and immediately ordered 20 men to go and arrest Miao Shen, but they ran into trouble and never came back. That scoundrel. Renmu slammed the table in anger. Miao Shen is too reckless. Commander, Miao Shen is the 3rd son of the Miao family in the capital. He's always been very favored at home. Someone reminded Renmu. He was killed in Yuxian. It will be hard for us to explain. Not just hard to explain. I lost an officer, and I can't explain that to my superiors, Renmu said through gritted teeth. What's this young woman's background? How does she have such strong bodyguards? I heard she's a servant of the Song family in the capital, someone answered. What? A servant? Renmu was stunned. Is even a servant so strong? What is the Song family planning? Are they rebelling? But I think her identity might be fake. Someone else spoke up. This morning, when I went into the city, a man named Song was shouting that his household registration and travel permit had been stolen, along with his business documents. These people are definitely not just Song's household servants. In fact, even the Song family itself doesn't have the ability to do this. They must have been able to make Qing Jinzong turn back without returning. We all know Qing Jinzong's martial skills very well. He rose from the bottom step by step, and he is truly capable. If the other side really were Song's household servants, and all of them are so skilled, the Song family would have already rebelled. This statement hit the mark. Keep investigating, Renmu said seriously. I don't care who they are or what their background is. If they killed a captain, they must pay the price. Otherwise, where do we put the face of the Imperial Guard? Su Xiao told the Song family women, I've stirred up a hornet's nest with the Imperial Guard. They definitely won't let this go easily. I've made you new fake identities. You must leave here immediately and stay in an inn. Little brother, why don't we leave the county town? Asked third sister Su Lai. Su Xiao explained, Lin Guiyun is now at the medical clinic. We can't just leave him behind. If the other side captures Lin Guiyun, it's like capturing all of us. I simply can't abandon Linguoyun. We could have left this afternoon, but I think the city is safer. Outside the city are all the Imperial Guard's territories. They have infantry and cavalry, and it's easy for them to catch up and surround us. But inside the county, they find it harder to act freely. Because the county protector is close to the capital, many influential people have homes there. If we accidentally offend a noble in the city, the Imperial Guard will have a hard time explaining. The leader of the Imperial Guard is only a third-rank official, but many high officials are above third rank. The Imperial Guard isn't stupid. They know who they can offend and who they can't. So, it's best for us to stay in the county. If the Imperial Guard really dares to besiege the city, we can kidnap the families of those third-rank officials. Let's see how the leader of the Imperial Guard handles that. Xiao sneered. Even if he's the leader of the Imperial Guard, I'll fight him. The barefoot man isn't afraid of the one wearing shoes. I can kill him myself. Yuan Jingshi nodded in agreement with Xiao's opinion. I have repeatedly analyzed today, and staying in the county town is the best choice. But this time, either we don't fight, or if we do, we must hurt the Imperial Forest Army and weaken their strength. By doing so, the Yuan family, the princess, and the Imperial Forest Army will maintain a delicate balance. They will be wary of each other and won't act too early. Our goal is to prevent them from fighting before we find a good place to settle. Otherwise, the constant fighting along the way will cause trouble. Yes, Xiao said. Right now, Beiling State isn't interested in invading the south. I heard their emperor is sick and might not live much longer. This is our best chance. I don't understand these things. I just follow my younger brother, Su Lai said. Wherever he goes, I go. This time, the fake identity I gave you is for a family member of a third-rank official in the capital. It will protect you well, Xiao explained. Also, Yuan Jingshi will be with you. I can handle this battle alone. Be careful, Yuan Jingshi warned her. No one to stop, don't worry. This time, I will make sure the Imperial Forest Army remembers what I look like. In the future, they'll avoid me, Xiao chuckled. And they will also see how formidable our ancestors were. Xiao was so confident this time because she used materials given by the princess to craft a large number of weapons in her space. There were not only ordinary grenades and pistols, but also large-caliber anti-material weapons, and P-series guns suitable for alley and field battles, and even several shoulder-launched rockets. She had plenty of materials, and the weapons she made were quite good. She alone was enough. Moreover, the Imperial Forest Army is a formal military force, quite different from the princess's private army. Compared to firearms, bows and crossbows are somewhat outdated. And this time, Xiao's goal wasn't to kill but to intimidate, threaten, and extort. She might even sneak into someone's home. Her main aim was to make the other side suffer silently without being able to speak out. So, if she was going to play big, she would play big. Since she wanted to go big, the battlefield couldn't be in the county town. After all, she still planned to rest a few more days in the protected county, and the town must stay peaceful. Since the county town cannot be disturbed, the only option is to cause some chaos at the Imperial Guard camp. It's getting late. Close your eyes for a while, Xiao said. When morning comes, you should go to the inn. And you? Sister Su Ling asked eagerly.
Me?
Of course. I will take advantage of their unpreparedness and launch a surprise attack, Xiao replied with a smile. They all think that after I kill Qingjinzong tonight, I will hide and stay out of sight. I won't do that, Xiao said mischievously. I will go against the usual and provoke them intentionally, Yuan Jingshi said. You can go with confidence. I will be here for you. Good. I trust you with their safety, Xiao said. She took a mask from the table, put it on her face, then turned and leapt into the night, disappearing quickly. But the city gates are closed now. How will she get out? Sister Xiao asked nervously.
Don't worry.
A city gate can't stop her, Yuan Jingshi said with a smile. It's a pity we just rented this place for one day, and now we have to move. But it's okay. This place wasn't rented for nothing. Keep buying supplies tomorrow. The inn can't hold all the goods, so send everything here. Xiao will come to collect it. Yuan Jingshi's words showed clear trust in Xiao, confident she could handle the Imperial Guard before dawn. She was so confident. Su Xiao truly lived up to Xuanzixing's trust. She moved swiftly on the roof, like a nimble cat. Her steps were light and silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. When she was close to the city wall, Su Xiao took out her wall-climbing tool flying rope from her space. She pressed a button, and the flying rope shot out like a snake, hitting the wall directly. The clasp locked instantly, gripping the stone on the wall tightly. The rope, capable of supporting 5,000 pounds of tension, tightened quickly. Su Xiao lightly stepped forward, using the rope's force. In just a few seconds, she reached the top of the wall, about 10 meters high. She flipped onto the wall skillfully. She rolled to avoid the flames on the wall, then disappeared with another roll, slipping out beyond the city wall. It was so smooth, so seamless. The location of the Imperial Guard camp was easy to find. Sunziking had already checked it out during the day and even drew a simple map for Su Xiao. Honestly, Su Xiao always suspected that Sunziking was hiding his true strength and connections. Anything she wanted, Sunziking could find out quickly. He was like the best helper. But since Sunziking didn't tell her, Su Xiao didn't ask. Just like how Sunziking never asked about her space or those strange tools and weapons she had never seen before or where they came from. Both of them respected each other's privacy and kept boundaries. So, they were very satisfied with each other and got along very well. Su Xiao opened the map Sunziking gave her, looked at it carefully 3 times, and memorized the locations. Then she threw the map into her space because she didn't need it anymore. When Su Xiao arrived at the Imperial Guard camp, as expected, the whole camp was brightly lit. There was noise and commotion inside, like they were preparing for battle. Such a big scene showed they wanted to give Su Xiao respect. All of you listen up. If we don't catch the person tomorrow, our Imperial Guard's reputation will be ruined. We'll be laughed at in the capital. No one will be able to lift their head. The leader of the guards, Renmu, loudly announced, "I don't care what methods you use, you must bring him back. For Captain Cheng's revenge. 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 Revenge." The crowd below cheered excitedly. "Are you waiting for me?" Su Xiao stood on a hill outside, holding a loudspeaker, shouting at the camp, "You don't need to come find me. I've come to find you first. Who is your leader? I want to ask how he commands his soldiers. He's been oppressing the people, distorting the truth, being greedy and shameless, disrespecting military rules, breaking the law, abusing his power, and killing at will. Who taught him to do that?" At this moment, Renmu stepped out from the crowd and looked at Su Xiao from afar. Because it was late at night, and she was far away, he couldn't see anything clearly. But he was confident because there was only one person. He had so many people, and the other side only had one. That was his advantage. "I am Renmu, the leader of the Imperial Guard," Renmu proudly said. "So, you're the one who killed Captain Chim? You are now at the mercy of me, and I will give you a complete end. Otherwise, next year no one will be able to find a place to pay respects to you."
Oh.
"You are the leader of the Imperial Guard? Very well, I will fight you." Su Xiao didn't waste words and directly took out a 98K rifle from her space, aiming at the opponent. Night gave them black eyes, but they couldn't see the 98K rifle across from them. However, Renmu's position as the leader of the Imperial Guard was not just because of family connections. His skills played a big role. Although he didn't know what the little person in the distance was doing, his battlefield instincts told him that the other side was up to something. Almost the moment Su Xiao pulled out the 98K, he quickly grabbed a soldier next to him and stepped in front, then quickly crouched down. That shot made the entire camp fall silent. "Oh, what a pity. I let you escape." Su Xiao raised a loudspeaker and shouted to Renmu, "Weren't you very confident just now? You said you would catch me and not leave me a complete body? Why are you hiding now?" Renmu asked in fear. "What is he holding? Why can he hit from so far away? Listen to the sound. It sounds like a musket." Someone tremblingly said.
"What?
A musket? Isn't that thing unstable and prone to exploding?" Renmu was anxious. "When did such powerful weapons appear? We are the Imperial Guard. Why don't we have them? What are the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Industry doing? How can such things be easily leaked? Everyone at the scene was silent, unable to answer. Why aren't you talking? Do you dislike speaking? Xiao continued with a loudspeaker. It's okay. I've prepared many gifts for you today. I will give them to you one by one. Don't be shy. Come on. First experience the beauty of the rain of flowers. Xiao put down the loudspeaker and took out a drone. Yes, you read that right, a drone handmade. It took Xiao over half a month to assemble this drone, carefully collecting all the electronic components inside. In this era, when the airspace was still unclaimed, drones were a powerful advantage. Although so far, there was only this one. But it was enough. Look, what is that? Someone with sharp eyes finally noticed the strange-shaped object suddenly appearing above the camp. Everyone looked up at the sky. They saw something they had never seen before, flashing lights, gently flying toward them. What is that? Many people exclaimed, their eyes wide. They were sure they didn't recognize it or see it before. Looking for friends, find a good friend. Salute and shake hands, you're my good friend. Goodbye. As a cheerful children's song played, the drone above locked onto Renmu and started firing wildly.
Bang, bang, bang.
Where the bullets hit, there was chaos and damage. Renmu rolled on the ground and ran desperately. But no matter where he ran, the drone kept watching him closely. As soon as he showed his head, it would shoot at him again. The once lively commander of the Imperial Guard was now helpless against the tiny drone. He looked disheveled and scared, crawling into a dog hole, afraid to come out. Everyone around was stunned. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare, afraid that the little creature circling above would target them next and attack. The unlucky people standing near Renmu didn't even have time to hide and were quickly hit, turning into a mess. They died terribly. Hey, if you have the guts, come face me directly. Making such a thing to scare people, what kind of skill is that? Renmu shouted angrily at Xiao on the hillside. If you're brave, challenge me one-on-one. Hearing this, Xiao thought for a moment and then withdrew the drone. You're right, such a small thing can't really hurt anyone. Seeing Xiao take back the flying device, Renmu relaxed and dared to crawl out of the dog hole. He ignored his own mess and sneered at Xiao on the hillside. That thing just relies on these gadgets to scare people. He can't carry much alone. We have many people. We can crush him. Everyone follow my command. Capture him alive for 1,000 silver, or kill him for 100. Yes, the Imperial Guards, who had been running and hiding earlier, saw Xiao empty-handed and thought she had run out of tricks. They immediately swung their swords and charged at her. However, in the next moment, Xiao quickly took out her Gatling gun from her cloak with a long belt of bullets and calmly loaded it. Now, let you taste the power of my big baby. Xiao clapped her hands on the Gatling, aimed at the rushing crowd, and started firing rapidly. Then, something that made the entire Imperial Guard tremble happened. The frontline guards were instantly turned into debris, shattered beyond repair. The soldiers behind them were not spared either. They had to face not only the high of bullets, but also the blood and flesh flying from their comrades ahead. Bang, 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 bang. The belt of bullets, firing over 100 rounds per second, quickly emptied 2 of them. When Xiao was loading the 3rd belt, the crowd finally grew afraid. Devil. He must be a devil. The guards behind shouted, their faith shattered. Ignoring their officers' orders, they turned and ran back. But forget the honor of the Imperial Guard. Life is more important. With only 3 coins of silver a month for military expenses, what's the point of risking your life? And Renmu was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard, almost unable to believe what he saw. Can someone come explain to him what this thing really is? Military Ministry and Ministry of Works, shouldn't you come out and explain? Since the Great Yu dynasty has such terrifying weapons, why not make them public? We all have such powerful weapons. No matter if it's Beilongguo, Tubo, Xixia, or Nanyue, we could conquer them all in minutes. Xiao finished loading the last belt, then gestured at Renmu with a finger. Want more? I have plenty. Sweat was pouring down Renmu's forehead. He knew it's over.
He had hit a dead end.
Probably. Cheng Jinzong thought the same before he died. He had provoked the wrong person. What should he do now? Renmu's mind was racing faster than ever. He was more aware of the situation than the Princess Chong, who was stubborn and had to suffer losses to learn her lesson. Wait a moment. Renmu's face twitched as he forced a smile. I think we must have misunderstood something. Oh, Su Xiao found a place to sit down. Her posture was as bold and relaxed as she wanted. She looked up and asked, "What misunderstanding?" We, tonight, are just training soldiers. We didn't mean to target you. We're used to practicing late at night. Yes, we're just training, and we didn't intend to cause you trouble, Renmu quickly admitted defeat. If he didn't, he might end up like Cheng Jinzhong. Cheng Jinzhong at least was killed with his body intact. If he got hurt, he wouldn't be able to fight back.
So Xiao chuckled.
I see. Yes, exactly, Renmu nodded quickly. But the misunderstanding has already happened. I killed so many of your people. How will you explain this to the court? Su Xiao asked with a smile. Because a big hailstorm in Gan County caused many refugees to turn into bandits. They are brave and fearless, attacking the county at night. Our Imperial Forest Army fought bravely against the bandits. We fought fiercely, but because the bandits outnumbered us and many used suicidal attacks, we suffered heavy losses. Still, we managed to stop them and completely defeat the bandits, protecting the county and the capital. I will report this to the court and commend the soldiers who sacrificed, Renmu answered confidently, sounding very serious. Su Xiao couldn't help but applaud him. His ability to tell lies convincingly was impressive. What about Miao Shen and Captain Cheng? Su Xiao asked again. They are also brave warriors who died in battle, Renmu said with righteousness. They fought on the front lines and died in the first wave of attack. Luckily, we recovered their bodies. We can't let brave soldiers die without their bodies. Commander Ren, you're talented, Su Xiao said with a light smile. Renmu pretended not to notice her sarcasm and asked, since we've become somewhat acquainted, may I ask your name? What are your plans for coming to our county? I am the successor of a socialist organization. No need to ask for my name. Our entire organization is the same. I don't have any specific plans right now. I'll think about it when the time comes. For now, I just want to travel around, explore everywhere, and protect that family. I hope they arrive safely in the capital, then I'll consider what to do next. Su Xiao smiled and replied, I wonder if Commander Ren would be willing to show some face and let them leave peacefully? Sir, what are you talking about? They are innocent civilians, of course they can go wherever they want. Our Imperial Guard is here to protect peace, not to trouble the common people. Renmo responded quickly. Very well. I'm a reasonable person. I usually don't show myself publicly, but if a family is in danger, I won't just stand by. However, I am not easy to deal with. If you offend me, you'll have to pay the price, Su Xiao said with a light laugh. You can decide on the compensation plan yourselves. Once it's settled, send it to Tongfuan. They will help deliver it. By the way, I personally like iron, copper, nickel, and similar materials. Oh, and I am very compassionate. I can't stand bloodshed on the ground. Look at all these dismembered limbs. It's quite frightening. Once night falls, I'll have them cleaned up. It's getting late. I should rest now. Su Xiao stood up, waved to the people on the hillside, and then leisurely disappeared using a zip line in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone immediately exhaled in relief the moment Su Xiao vanished. That deadly figure was finally gone. Then, inwardly, they cursed. God, she's supposed to be compassionate and can't stand blood. Who caused all these dismembered limbs? Don't they have any sense? Of course, they wouldn't dare say this aloud. Instead, they would show approving expressions, agreeing that this representative of the socialist organization was right. Renmo spoke up, saying, All right, start cleaning up. Don't leave any blood behind. Since everyone agreed, how could he not do it? Meanwhile, after leaving the camp, Su Xiao turned and headed straight for the armory of the Imperial Guard. The guards and weapons were kept separate to prevent rebellion. When not on duty, important armor and large weapons, as well as standard arms, were confiscated and stored in the warehouse. They only carried their own swords and spears daily, and no other weapons were allowed. Xiao had them clean the area, so she could easily collect supplies later. Yuan Jingshi had already marked the location of the armory clearly, including where the sentries were, where the patrols moved, and where the hidden guards were, all mapped out precisely. Xiao arrived at the armory in less than 10 minutes. She carefully knocked out each person according to the map, avoiding bloodshed this time by using strong anesthetics to make them sleep peacefully. When she opened the gun storage, she took a deep breath. The armor and weapons here were truly impressive, much better quality than those made by private armies. She touched the materials, nodding in approval. They were all good iron. Now, everything belonged to her. She spread her arms wide and started collecting everything. Long spears as tall as a small mountain, stacks of long swords, heavy armor piled like small mountains, saddles, whips, stirrups, anything in the warehouse, no matter what it was or what it was used for. She took it all. When Xiao left the gun storage, the large warehouse, covering 10 acres, was completely empty. Looking up at the sky, she saw the morning star shining brightly. It was time to go back. She retraced her steps. As she crossed the wall, she stored her cloak and mask into her space. When she leapt down, she had already changed into an ordinary woman, carrying a basket of vegetables, calmly passing by the guards at the city gate. She walked past the street where last night's battle had taken place. The bodies had been cleared away, and the bloodstains cleaned so thoroughly that no one could tell more than 20 people had died there. Ningmu's efficiency was quite good, but she wondered how he would feel when he found out that the entire armory had been stolen. This was something only he could answer. You said what? The armory is empty? Ningmu hurriedly wiped the blood off his hands, quickly dabbed at his clothes, and rushed to the armory. The door was wide open, and everything inside was so empty that even mice could run freely. Ningmu was stunned. Who did this?
Who?
Commander, it was probably that gentleman's doing, his subordinate reminded him. He said that if you angered him, there would be consequences. Maybe this is his warning to us. Ningmu staggered back 3 steps, stumbling as if he had been pulled out of water, looking stunned and lost. Because he thought of a possibility. If the other person could move freely within the army of over 10,000 guards and quietly take away so many supplies, then maybe that person is not just one individual. How could one person do all that? So many weapons and supplies, heavy and difficult to move, would require at least 1,000 people to transport. Without that many, it's impossible. This huge team, this big organization, with money, people, equipment, and supplies, plus their unheard of, extraordinary weapons. So, who are they? What are they trying to do? If he doesn't stop tonight, will the entire royal guard be destroyed here? Renmu thought of this, and others could think of it too. A subordinate trembled and said, Commander, about the compensation. Yes, compensation. Make sure it's a good one. Renmu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling as he spoke. I think last night's handling wasn't perfect enough. Go and improve it. Last night, no black-clad masked person appeared. We've never seen this person. Our team was delayed by mountain bandits attacking from different directions. Their real goal was our armory. We paid a high price to drive off the bandits, but they stole all our weapons. And check my private stockpile. Find all the iron and copper. What? Nothing? Then exchange it. I don't care how you do it, just get it for me. The master said he likes this. Renmu emphasized. Don't let the master down, understand? Although the master said he doesn't like gold and silver, he can do without them. He might not want them, but we can't just give nothing. I also don't know if the master likes beautiful women. Never mind, he's so protective of that family. Maybe one of them is his beloved. I better not mess things up, Renmu thought cleverly. Men, their interests are mainly money, power, and women. He's so capable, it's natural to have a few more women around. Commander, there's something I feel is off. A subordinate couldn't help but interrupt Renmu and said, I just received news that there was also a person in a black cloak with a silver mask appearing in Suzhou, causing a lot of trouble there. Do you think we should write a letter to the princess to see if it's the same group? What? There's such a thing. Renmu's eyes darted quickly. Go. Prepare ink and paper. Get the carrier pigeons ready. I'm going to ask right now. Then Renmu wrote a short letter to the princess. The main point was, have you seen a group of mysterious people in Suzhou? One of them is a short young man in a black cloak with a silver mask. Also, ask if the princess has suffered any losses. The pigeon flapped its wings and flew away. An hour later, it arrived in front of the princess. The princess opened the letter and burst out laughing. So the star of misfortune went to Liz Ho and caused trouble there. He suddenly wrote to me, probably because he suffered a big loss at the hands of that star. Good, good, good. I won't let only me suffer. If there's a loss, we all share it, but the letter wasn't written quite like that. Immediately, the princess replied to Renmu, yes, there is such a thing. He has a good relationship with me and hasn't caused trouble on my territory. Seeing that they are sensible, I even gave them some silver as a gift. After all, more friends mean more options. They are quite capable, and maybe we can work together in the future. Are you sure you're not the one losing out to them? After finishing the letter, she handed it to the pigeon, which flapped its wings and flew back. Renmu saw the princess's reply and suddenly slammed the table. The princess isn't telling the truth. She's so stingy, yet she gave them silver willingly? She probably didn't get anything in return. At this moment, someone said, I heard that the princess's eldest and third sons are seriously ill and have died one after another in the past few days. Now only the second son remains. And it seems the second son has also encountered something. He's become very timid. He used to run around everywhere, but now he stays in the princess's residence all day and doesn't go anywhere. Seriously ill. Renmu's eyes kept turning. Doesn't he know? Others might not, but he does. The princess's 3 sons each have their own problems. Royal children are all arrogant and domineering. It's not impossible that they might provoke that star of misfortune. With the temperament of that fierce god, can he really forgive them? Perhaps those 2 sons will be taken by the fierce god. Thinking about it this way, it's quite serious. The eldest princess lost 2 sons and had to swallow this bitter loss. It shows that in other places, she must have suffered even greater losses. Being able to let the eldest princess suffer such a big loss, yet she still forces herself to smile, makes me realize I underestimated this organization. This organization called socialism is truly terrifying. It seems my gift was too small. I should add a 3rd part. Then, Renmu replied to the eldest princess, No, how could I fight against them? We, the soldiers, only handle military affairs and do not interfere with people's lives. That is the job of the scholars and officials. Sometimes if we meet them and say hello and feel a good connection, we chat a bit more. They say they come from your side, so I ask casually. They are so strong, princess. Why didn't you stay to serve them? The messenger pigeon fluttered back to the eldest princess. When she saw the message, she was so angry she slammed the table. This old man is not telling the truth. He really thinks I don't know what he's up to. He's a smooth talker. He must be scared of the teacher, so he's acting so honest. When the second prince heard her say this, thinking of that terrifying man, he couldn't help but shiver.
He must not think about him.
That man should never be seen again in his life. The second prince said, Mother, it's fine if he goes somewhere else. With his personality, it's better not to provoke him. Once you do, he will retaliate 100, 1,000, 10,000 times over. Also, their organization seems to like collecting supplies. Anyone who offends them will have their belongings taken away. It can't just be us suffering losses. They should suffer some too. That way, everyone's resources are thin, and no one can look down on anyone. When the time comes to act, everyone will be cautious, and no one will be able to dominate the other. The eldest princess's eyes lit up. You're right. My son, you've grown up. Now, I only have you. This country is all for you. Yes, I will not let my mother down. The eldest princess happily finished her letter, hinting to Renmu, it seems we both have the same view of this organization called socialism. They are not the kind of people who cause trouble without reason. So, We only need to remember their past achievements ourselves and don't need others to know. They just like freedom and enjoy traveling around. We are all adults, and we should be kind to younger people. So, let them play as they wish. The carrier pigeon flapped its wings and flew back. Renmu looked at the reply, thought for a moment, and understood the princess's meaning. My current strength has been seriously weakened. If others haven't been weakened, I will be at a disadvantage. So, it's better not to say anything about this matter. Just wait for the next person to fall into a trap. When everyone else has fallen into the trap, we will all be back at the same starting line. Anyway, they all know what kind of people they are and what kind of people others are. When those guys meet someone talented like the gentleman, they can't help but act inferior. As soon as they act inferior, the gentleman will step in. Once the gentleman intervenes, everyone is the same. No one can escape. Renmu picked up his pen and replied to the princess. I think the same. The princess and Renmu both sighed in relief, then looked forward to who the next unlucky person would be. Su Xiao arrived at Tongfuan and was immediately pulled back to her room by Su Lai, who was waiting at the door. Little brother, are you hurt? Big sister started checking her thoroughly as soon as she arrived, then finally relaxed when she confirmed Su Xiao was unharmed. You scared me to death. Don't worry, everything is settled now, Su Xiao said with a smile. We didn't sleep well last night, so today we will sleep well. I guess when we wake up, the apology gift will have arrived. All right, I trust you. That night was indeed very exhausting. Su Xiao fell asleep with her pillow. She slept until the afternoon before lazily getting up. When she opened the door, she saw Lin Guoyin standing outside. Huh? Is there something? Su Xiao yawned and asked. Young master, someone has brought an apology gift, Lin Guoyin said respectfully. They have been waiting for a while. Oh, I thought it was something important. Since they brought it, just accept it, Su Xiao answered with a dreamy look. But the gift is a bit too much, Lin Guoyin whispered. The entire backyard of the inn can't even hold it all. We didn't rent a yard for nothing, did we? Just put it over there. Su Xiao was still confused. That side is also full. Su Xiao suddenly became alert. What? I'll go take a look. Suddenly, she was no longer tired. She hurried downstairs. When she reached the hall, she saw two soldiers looking at her nervously, bowing and saying, Are you the gentleman's people? Su Xiao nodded casually. Yes, I suppose so. Our family is under his protection. That's right. Our leader has prepared a small gift for the gentleman. Please help deliver it. Here is the list of gifts. One soldier took out a thick booklet from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Su Xiao. She looked at it. The apology gift was really too much. Gold, silver, jewelry, precious stones, fabrics, silk, food spices, gold and silverware, ornaments, carriages, and horses. Then came the various metals Su Xiao requested. It was truly everything you could imagine. This isn't just a gift of apology. It's like paying for someone's life. It seems that Renmu is quite considerate. Well, he has to be the leader of the Imperial Guard, and he can't just manage a bunch of young masters. Su Xiao nodded and said, The gentleman said that as long as you behave well and don't cause trouble in front of him, everything from the past will be settled. Yes. We will definitely pass on the message to the leader. The two soldiers finally relaxed and together bowed. We'll take our leave. Su Xiao went to the backyard to check. Go find some carts and move all these things to the small yard where we're staying, she said. How is your wound? Why didn't you go to the pharmacy today? I already went, Lin Guoyin replied shyly. The doctor said I'm recovering well. In 10 or 15 days I'll be back to normal. I thought since I've been lying down for so many days, the young master probably needs someone to serve him, so I came over. Take good care of yourself first. There will be plenty of time for these things in the future. Su Xiao patted his shoulder and turned to go to the rented yard. As soon as she entered, she almost couldn't get in. Su Xiao had to first store all the things at the entrance into her space before she could step inside. She circled around the pile of gifts twice before finally lifting her hand to store everything into her space. Lin Guoyin also brought people and all the gifts from the courtyard of Tongfuan, which Su Xiao then stored in her space. This busy work lasted until evening. Su Xiao returned to the inn with Lin Guiyun. She originally wanted to invite everyone to eat together downstairs, but Song's family and others didn't want to come down. They preferred to rest in their rooms and take the opportunity to make clothes and shoes for Su Xiao, Sun Ziking, and Lin Guiyun. After going through so many life and death experiences together, Song's family considered them as their own children. They also made clothes for Su Xiao and would do the same for the others. Everyone was treated equally. Although they could buy ready-made clothes at the shop, making their own was more comfortable. Plus, they needed to make their own underwear, socks, and shoes. Fortunately, the three sisters were skilled in sewing, and the shoes they made were comfortable and easy to wear. The rocking of the carriage made it impossible to do handcrafts, so now they were busy making clothes, shoes, and socks whenever they could. Aunt Lu and Song's family were no exceptions. So, their dinner was delivered to their rooms, and they ate quickly while continuing their work. In the end, only Sun Ziking and Lin Guiyun stayed with Su Xiao on the first floor of the inn to eat. Su Xiao only recently learned that not all inns and restaurants are the same. Some restaurants have brewing rights, making them official establishments that serve both store-brewed and official alcohol, along with various dishes, which can be ordered. Other inns do not have brewing rights, called foot inns. They cannot sell alcohol, and their food is simple, similar to modern takeout shops, with only a few varieties. The Tongfu Inn where Su Xiao stayed was an official restaurant. It not only served drinks and allowed ordering food but also had performers singing small tunes to entertain guests. When they went downstairs, the seats by the window were already taken, so they had to sit inside. A money tree blocked their view of the outside diners.
Water, Su Xiao guad.
Yes, dear guests, what would you like to order? The waiter came over with a towel, diligently wiping the tables and chairs. Tell me what dishes you have, Su Xiao asked. The waiter immediately rattled off a long list of dishes, sounding like a comedy act. Su Xiao has a really good memory. She immediately ordered a few dishes and said, "Send one upstairs to the ladies." "Okay, got it." The waiter waved his towel and went to the kitchen. Xuan Ziqing asked Su Xiao, "How is it?" "Very successful," Su Xiao replied with a smile. "They should be quiet now and won't bother us anymore." Xuan Ziqing thought to himself, this is obvious. To let him go, Renmu probably emptied his small treasure chest, right? Soon, the food was served. Lin Guiyun hesitantly said, "Young master, maybe I should go downstairs." "How can I eat with you? Stop talking nonsense." Su Xiao flicked Lin Guiyun's hand with her chopsticks. "If you want to follow rules, wait until I dominate the world. Now, we are all commoners, and there's no need for such formalities." Yes, although Lin Guiyun was scolded, he felt very happy inside. As the food arrived and the three of them were drinking, they suddenly heard noise at the inn's entrance. "Waiter, do you have rooms upstairs?" someone asked. "We need 3 rooms and 4 beds." "Oh, and do you have a courtyard?" "We have horses to feed." "We want the best hay." "Yes, yes." The waiter eagerly went to greet them. Su Xiao looked outside following the sound and froze instantly.
Could it be
Meeting him here? What a coincidence. Xuan Ziqing also looked surprised. "Oh? Yuan Jingshi is also going to the capital. He said last time that his family arranged a marriage for him. The bride is the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue. It seems he's going to the capital to finish this marriage," Su Xiao explained. Duan Yunyun and Duan Yuanwei are probably going to be disappointed. No matter how much they try, they can't stop Yuan Jingshi from climbing higher, but that's actually good. When a person knows what they want, they won't be stuck in love or old ideas. Although it's a bit cruel to Duan Yunyun, it's not bad for her to see men clearly earlier. Xuan Ziqing held his folding fan under his chin and said, "That's what you say, but it sounds strange." "What do you mean by seeing men clearly earlier?" "You and I both know what men are thinking," Su Xiao chuckled and said, "Family, country, the world, parents, friends, children, and finally wives. Don't you think the world is very unfair to women?" "Tell me more," Xuan Ziqing asked, changing his position. "From the moment men are born, they are told a big idea. People in the royal family tell him he must become emperor to have a future. Officials tell him he needs exams, connections, and to climb the ranks. Ordinary people tell him his family will support him to study, do business, marry, and have children. But girls, from birth, are told they will marry out someday. After marriage, they are no longer part of their family. Those with power and wealth might get a dowry, but those without money or influence only get a set of clothes and are sent away. No one ever says, "We will do everything to help our daughter become a noble or a high official." After marriage, men can do whatever they want, be officials, do business, or even do nothing. People say he's a good man as long as he is alive and breathing. But what about women? Before marriage, they can enjoy a few years of love from their family, if they are wealthy. Poor families, however, make their daughters do hard work at home before marriage. After marriage, they must take care of the whole family, inside and out, handling every small thing. Household chores are very tiring, but if she shows even a little fault, she will be criticized for not being suitable. My stepmother is a good example. She was once a pampered young lady from the Song family in the capital, a talented woman admired citywide. But after marriage, she turned herself into a statue of Buddha. But why? Just because men have a little more than women, does that mean girls must be sacrificed? I never thought about these things before, but aren't we all like this? Yuan Jingshi asked back. No, there is no natural right to oppress or demand. People can learn to be grateful. Xiao shook her head and said, "If one day I become emperor, I will issue an order giving women a choice. If they want to be housewives, I will protect their marriage and prevent bad practices like swapping wives. If they want to step out and fight for their own chance, I will create jobs for them so they can realize their value. If she wants to have children, I will give her some fertility subsidies to reward her efforts and sacrifices." At first, Yuan Jingshi was a bit stunned, but as he listened, he couldn't help but applaud Xiao. "Xiao, your outlook is so inspiring. I feel ashamed in comparison." Before Xiao could speak, someone nearby sneered. "You talk so nicely, but you think you're the emperor. Who do you think you are? The emperor of Dayu dynasty? Not even close. I want to see who dares to be so shameless and boast so loudly. I will make sure to teach you a lesson." The money tree was pushed over. Xiao and Yuan Jingshi immediately appeared in someone else's line of sight. The person who had been loudly threatening to scold Xiao, upon seeing her face clearly, suddenly shrank back with wide eyes. This person must not be provoked. Just then, Xiao looked up at him. The man who had been fierce suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. "I believe in myself." Yuan Jingshi couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I apologize for offending you both," the man said nervously. "Young second, this table is on me. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, he hurriedly left. Xiao didn't expect things to turn out this way either, and she and Yuan Jingshi both laughed. "Brother Jingshi."
Broterso.
Yuan Jingshi, who had been about to go upstairs, heard the commotion below. He looked down and was surprised, then quickly hurried downstairs toward them. "Long time no see." Yuan Jingshi sat down unceremoniously next to Yuan Jingshi. "I didn't expect to meet you here in Yuxian. Now we can travel together. I'm heading to the capital too, so let's go together. It'll be safer with company." Xiao and Yuan Jingshi exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. Yuxian and the capital are close. After Yuxian is the city boundary. Following Yuan Jingshi's group into the city is definitely a better choice. It's better to stay under a big tree for shade. Most of the troubles in Yuxian have been resolved, so there's probably no one foolish enough to cause trouble now. Xiao smiled and said, "That sounds good. That's wonderful." Yuan Jingshi looked around. "Where are your mother and the three sisters?" "Oh, they don't like noisy places. They're resting in a room," Xiao replied. "That's good. I'll visit Lady Su later." Yuan Jingshi was very enthusiastic in front of Xiao and Yuan Jingshi. He lowered his voice and asked, "Ahem, I want to ask, when I just entered the city, I heard that that gentleman was also protecting the county. Did he also fight with the Imperial Guard?" "Where did you hear that?" Xiao asked back. Ahem, of course, I got the news myself. Although the Imperial Guard keeps things secret, some rumors still leak out." Yuan Jingshi thought of the figure in a black cloak and silver mask, and couldn't help but tremble with admiration. Such a strong person is truly hard not to respect and trust. That's probably the case, Su Xiao replied vaguely. I don't know if I will have the chance to meet that gentleman again, Yuan Jingshi said with longing. Being able to fight the princess and the Imperial Guard alone and come out unscathed, even causing the other side to suffer a big loss, he's really a hero. If I could make friends with him, it would be a threefold blessing, Su Xiao. Cough, cough, cough. Xuanzi Qing. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone has a desire to admire strength. Men are no exception, even more so than women. Yuan Jingshi probably already knew about the great achievements in the battle at Shanshan, or he wouldn't be so proactive and enthusiastic. He even forgot that he was originally a cold and noble young master. Su Xiao replied a little awkwardly, If there's a chance, we will meet again. That's true, Yuan Jingshi said with shining eyes. The gentleman bears a heavy responsibility, so he wouldn't be free every day. When he has time and is willing to see me, I will be satisfied. Hearing others praise her disguise in front of her, Su Xiao felt strangely uncomfortable. Xuanzi Qing almost couldn't hold back, and his face twisted. Fortunately, Yuan Jingshi quickly changed the subject. Hey, you're just eating this. Waiter. Before Su Xiao and Xuanzi Qing could stop him, Yuan Jingshi had already pointed at several dishes and then said to them, I brought 4 chefs with me. Later, I'll borrow the inn's kitchen. You can taste our Yuan family chef skills. Don't hold back. We're all from the north, and in the capital, we must stand united. Okay, Su Xiao agreed readily, not being the type to be stubborn. Soon, the food was served. Su Xiao tasted it and immediately brightened with a smile. How is it? Yuan Jingshi asked, pretending he didn't already know the answer. It's delicious. Su Xiao and Sun Ziking both replied at the same time. Yuan Jingshi looked even happier. How many days do you plan to stay in Yuxian? Yuan Jingshi asked, swinging his folding fan. I'll adjust my schedule so I can travel with you, not in a hurry. Stay for 3 or 5 days, Su Xiao said. I want to stock up on food and drinks. Once I have enough, we'll leave. Yuan Jingshi looked puzzled, but then understood. Is it for that gentleman? Before Su Xiao could answer, Yuan Jingshi got excited and said, Leave this to me. I promise to make sure the gentleman is happy with the food. It's settled. Don't compete with me. I'm not competing with you, Su Xiao replied. I'm not just stocking enough for 1 or 2 meals, but for many days. You see, they have so many people, and their daily food needs are huge. He gave me money, so I will make sure everything is perfect. That's nothing. This money isn't a big deal. Yuan Jingshi waved his hand dismissively. Do you know what his tastes are? Well, anything is fine. Everyone has different tastes, Su Xiao answered. That's true. I was being narrow-minded, Yuan Jingshi said excitedly. I'll go arrange for people to buy ingredients right now. Starting today, I will take care of all 3 meals for the gentleman and his group. After saying that, he turned and left before Su Xiao and Sun Ziking could speak. Sun Ziking nodded at Su Xiao. Your status must really impress him. Look at that expression. He's completely convinced. Who knows how easily he's influenced? Su Xiao shook her head helplessly. If he finds out that I am the one he's been talking about, I really don't know what his reaction would be. Never mind, we'll deal with it later. Honestly, Yuan Jingshi, coming from a noble family, is truly spoiled when it comes to enjoying life. No one can compare. Ever since Su Xiao arrived here, she faced many difficulties. Most days, she was busy figuring out how to escape or fight, with no time to enjoy life. And even if she wanted to enjoy herself, she didn't know where to start. But after Yuan Jingshi joined them, Su Xiao learned a lot and saw new things. It turns out that everything in Dream of the Red Chamber is true. People really care about fine food and detailed dishes. That day, Yuan Jingshi asked his chef to prepare a banquet for Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing to taste. Try this and tell me what you think. If you like it, we'll set the menu based on this, Yuan Jingshi said with a smile. As for the price, don't ask, I won't say. It's my honor to do something for the socialist organization. Cough, okay? Su Xiao picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, her eyes brightening. It's delicious. Sun Ziqing nodded in agreement. Yes, it's really good. Since you both like it, we'll go with this. Yuan Jingshi stood up, ready to have his team prepare the food. But Su Xiao stopped him. Wait, not so fast. Brother Su, do you have any advice? Yuan Jingshi patiently waited for her. When you're outside, meals are usually quick and simple, not a big feast where everyone sits and eats slowly, Su Xiao said, taking out a piece of paper with some dish names written on it. She also showed him a drawing and handed it to Yuan Jingshi. Can you make this? Yuan Jingshi looked at it and asked confused, What is this? It's a lunchbox, Su Xiao explained. Made from very thin wood, coated with a non-toxic varnish to keep it waterproof, oil-proof, and stain-proof. You put rice on one side and dishes on the other. When you open it, you can eat anywhere. Yuan Jingshi's eyes lit up. This is a great idea. Why didn't I think of it before? As a member of a noble family, he immediately saw many business opportunities. He said, Brother Su, can I sell these for takeout? I'll give you a 10% profit share for each one. Su Xiao paused. How could she forget such an important thing? Coming from the future, she had plenty of ideas and schemes. Making money was way too easy. With Yuan Jingshi's reputation and sales channels already in place, earning money was just a matter of time. Of course, yes, Su Xiao smiled sincerely. Honestly, she had never found Yuan Jingshi so agreeable before. Sun Ziqing said, One task, two bosses, let's just leave it all to you. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I'll do a good job. Yuan Jingshi excitedly turned and walked away, his previously weak and sickly demeanor now replaced with a bright, positive attitude. Why didn't you let him help make the kind of dried food you gave me last time? Sun Ziqing looked at Su Xiao with a half-smile. Am I stupid? Su Xiao rolled her eyes. Although we are friends with Yuan Jingshi now, that might not always be the case. The method for making military rations is a secret. It affects marching speed and combat efficiency. I wouldn't be foolish enough to share everything. Speaking of which, our task later is to go to the rented courtyard to make dried food. Don't you want to see how it's made? Su Xiao smiled. I'll let you see, and try making it yourself. Really? That's great. Sun Ziqing's eyes lit up. Then he eagerly urged Su Xiao to hurry and eat, saying that once they finished, they would start making dried food. The three girls from the Su family, upon hearing about making dried food, immediately put down their embroidery and rolled up their sleeves to help Su Xiao knead the dough. Lin Guthian was in charge of lighting the fire. Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing took charge of the cooking. In this era, some ingredients like honey, sugar, salt, fats, sesame, and dried vegetables were all added in proper proportions. They kneaded the mixture until it was the size of a finger, then started frying it in oil. Fortunately, it had rained recently, otherwise, in this season, it would have been unbearably hot. Despite that, after a whole day of work, everyone was so exhausted that their arms couldn't lift anymore. It was very physically demanding. Su Xiao secretly decided that when she had free time, she must return to the laboratory to make a manual pasta machine and an automatic fryer. Relying solely on manual labor was just too tiring. Knock, knock, knock. Someone outside the courtyard knocked on the door. Young Master Su, young Master Sun, we've come to deliver the food. Su Xiao went to open the courtyard gate and saw a long line of people, each two carrying a large food box. How much food did Yuan Jingshi prepare? Young Master Su, young Master Sun, the two at the front said with warm smiles. These are special feasts prepared by our family. The big food boxes you mentioned are still being made and dried. They should be ready by tomorrow. Please tell those gentlemen to make do for now. After speaking, he raised his hand, and behind him, others hurriedly came forward, carrying all the large food boxes into the courtyard. They are well trained, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. They put down their things and left, and also helped Su Xiao close the courtyard gate. Sun Ziqing couldn't help but open a food box first. He looked inside and said, Wow, Yuan Jingshi is really generous. So much food. This isn't something 4 chefs could make. He must have asked many people to help cook. This much food could last us a month. His desire for socialism is really strong, Sun Ziqing said with a chuckle. Let's just take it in. It's a gift from young Master Yuan. Su Xiao smiled and stored everything in her space. They usually stock up on common dishes from the restaurant, eating whatever is available, not picky. But with a rich person around, their supplies become more upscale. With his skills, he's practically a top chef. So this time, they really benefited from Yuan Jingshi. Although Yuan Jingshi can be a bit of a hypocrite in other ways, he's quite good. When they returned to the inn at night, Xiao almost got overwhelmed by what was inside the room. "What is all this?" Xiao asked in shock. "Oh, this was sent by young Master Yuan," Shi replied. "When he came to visit me and saw us doing embroidery and learned we were preparing clothes and shoes for you, he immediately sent all this. Young Master Yuan is a good kid. Don't bully him," Shi said. "His actions in Fenglin town have reasons. No one is perfect. At least he's sincere to you." "Yes, mother, I understand," Xiao answered with a smile. It seems Yuan Jingshi has been flattering Shi a lot, otherwise she wouldn't speak so kindly of him. But it doesn't matter. Being just acquaintances is fine. Deeper than that isn't possible. Yuan Jingshi helped Xiao and the others stock up on food for 3 days. The first 2 days were proper big meals, but on the third day it was just packed lunches. Yuan Jingshi had a carpenter make over 1,000 lunchboxes based on Xiao's drawings, coated them with oil, dried them, filled them with food, and delivered them to Xiao, box and all. Xiao looked at them and thought, "Wow, you really can't underestimate people from this era. Just by looking at the drawings, they can make these. Their imitation skills are really strong." Xiao raised her hand and stored all the lunch boxes into her space. Then she turned around and heard Yuan Jingshi leaning on the boxes, having sold several thousand taels of silver. Because Yuxian is close to the capital, many merchant caravans choose to rest and disperse there. When they are away from home, eating is always a problem. Eating plain bread every day gets boring. It's hard to find good food. Now, with these lunch boxes, it's very convenient. They can eat right away. As for preservation, that's not difficult. Their caravans carry ice, so the lunch boxes can stay fresh for several days. Once launched, they are in high demand. Yuan Jingshi leaned on the lunch boxes, not only earning back the money spent on food for Xiao, but also making a good profit. Just looking at Yuan Jingshi's ability to make money, Xiao felt a bit envious. Unfortunately, their paths are different. Otherwise, Yuan Jingshi hurried over to Xiao, saying, "These lunch boxes are selling so well. Can we stay for 2 more days?" Xiao nodded casually. "It's not impossible." While they were talking, they didn't hide their conversation, and someone close to the Imperial Guard commander overheard. He immediately became anxious. If Xiao doesn't leave, that troublemaker definitely won't leave either. If the troublemaker doesn't leave, the Imperial Guard can't stand tall in Yuxian. Then this strategist came up with a plan: friendly help. On the 4th day, a 50-man Imperial Guard team came directly to assist. Xiao was shocked to see 50 strong men lined up, all kneading dough, making buns, steaming buns, and frying pancakes. She was stunned. Yuan Jingshi looked troubled and said, "They said they're here to help for free. I couldn't stop them. Oh, our lunchbox orders have increased again. If we weren't planning to go to the capital, I'd want to stay here and make money. But in the capital, we can earn even more. Thinking about that, I don't feel so regretful." Xiao twitched her mouth and said, "All right, since they're willing to help voluntarily, we shouldn't let them down. We'll set out the day after tomorrow as planned." Hearing Xiao's words, the Imperial Guard members collectively sighed in relief. The troublemaker is finally leaving. They finally managed to stand up again. Yuan Jingshi went to find Xiao with a box of silver and straightforwardly said, "Here, this is your bonus. A total of 1,533 taels. Here's the account book. We are brothers, and we settle accounts honestly. This is yours, not a single coin less." Xiao pretended to be modest and said, "This is a bit much. Look, you've provided us with so much food these days. You haven't taken my money, and now you're giving me money. I don't know how to thank you. Take it, take it. We are family, and I prepared some food and drinks for you. Isn't that what brothers do? Why would I count that as money?" Yuan Jingshi replied warmly, "But this money is different. It's from our joint business, not just kindness. It's profit from our partnership. It's not the same. All right, I won't be polite then, Su Xiao said, not holding back. She quickly handed the money to the Song family, moving swiftly. All right, everyone has been busy for so many days. You must be exhausted, Su Xiao said. Go to bed early. Tomorrow we leave early and head straight to the capital. Okay, Yuan Jingshi agreed with a smile. Are your carts ready? Do you want to use our family's carriage? It's more comfortable. No. Thank you, Su Xiao quickly declined. No matter how well-made Yuan's carriage was, it couldn't be better than hers. She had added a shock absorption system, used a superlight titanium alloy frame, and installed heat insulation film. As long as she put ice blocks inside the carriage, the cool air wouldn't escape. It was so comfortable. After collecting so much hail in Gan County, she was finally using it now. Young master.
Look.
The Imperial Guard is coming, Lin Guoyan called out to remind Su Xiao. Su Xiao turned around and saw Commander Renmu leading a team toward her. After speaking, a group of people appeared behind her, each carrying a large box. When they placed the boxes on the ground, they kicked up a lot of dust, showing how heavy they were. The boxes were quickly opened, revealing full loads of iron ingots and copper blocks. In a time when metals were controlled and limited by the government, this was indeed a very valuable gift. Lord Commander, you are too kind, Su Xiao said with a smile. I'm a rough person and not good at fancy words, Renmu replied. Please pass a message to that gentleman. When we meet again, I hope he will show mercy. All right, Su Xiao nodded. Parting ways after a long journey is inevitable. We won't see you off. Please, Renmu raised his hand, and the Imperial Guards behind him cleared a path. Su Xiao knew Renmu was suspicious of her. After all, she was wearing a cloak. No matter how well she disguised herself, her height couldn't be hidden. Renmu suspected that the masked person was her, so he gave such a heavy gift in front of everyone. If she could easily take the gifts, it would be a clear sign that she was the masked person. Then her cover would be blown. But if she didn't take the gifts, she would regret missing such good things. It would feel like her breath was hurting. Renmu was trying to test Su Xiao, but she didn't want him to. She turned to Yuan Jingshi and said, My carriage is small and can't hold all these things. Please help me carry them. Her tone was natural, without any embarrassment. Okay, Yuan Jingshi agreed immediately. I happen to prepare a few more carriages. I was planning to buy some supplies on the way, but now you can use them. Then we will take our leave, Su Xiao said, bowing to Renmu. May we meet again someday. Until we meet again, Su Xiao turned her horse around, and her carriage followed behind. Yuan Jingshi's convoy was at the back. Under the watchful eyes of the Imperial Guards, they left the county town of Yuxian. When their convoy disappeared from sight, the guards all sighed in relief. Great, they finally left. They had sent away the troublemaker. Now they could go bother someone else. At the moment they left Yuxian, Su Xiao instinctively looked back and then smiled meaningfully. We will meet again, Mu. Not long after leaving Hu County, we officially entered the capital city. This place, the capital, is very different from other areas. The people here live much better than in other places. Their food, clothing, and spirits are all better. Because the capital hasn't suffered disasters like droughts, floods, hail, or wars and plagues, the common people are content as long as they have enough to eat and drink. Mother, what are you thinking about? Su Xiao noticed that Mrs. Song suddenly looked nervous, so she kindly asked, Are you feeling nervous about returning home? Yes, Mrs. Song replied with emotion. I haven't been back to the capital for many years. Younger ones like you might not remember, Aunt Lu explained. Our Su family used to be quite prominent in the city. Your father once held a fourth-rank official position, but he was dismissed after making a mistake, so we returned to our hometown in Yenzhou. That year, the eldest daughter was only 5 and Xiao Xiao was just born, Aunt Lu said with a sigh. 10 years have passed so quickly. I never thought we'd return to the capital one day. Mrs. Song gazed at the scenery outside the carriage, lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Will returning to the Song family cause trouble for Mother? Su Xiao asked. If it will, we can rent a courtyard or stay in an inn instead. It's no problem, Mrs. Song said. Even though I married out, I am still a member of the Song family. Your grandparents are not petty. Besides, we won't stay long. We are heading to the southeast and then to the south. Big sister Su Ling looked at Xuanziqing and Lin Guihyun, who were in another carriage, and quietly asked, when we return to the capital, should my younger brother's identity be changed back? Everyone's eyes turned to Mrs. Song and Su Xiao. Xiao, what do you think? Mrs. Song asked for her opinion. Su Xiao shook her head and said, I will continue to act as a boy. First, I don't want to reveal my identity to Xuanziqing and Lin Guiyun. Second, I have already built my social network as a man, so I can only keep pretending to be a boy. Unless I become emperor, I can't reveal my girl identity. Otherwise, others' gossip could ruin our whole family. The last reason is that Su Mingji has been castrated by me. He will never have another son in his life. Mother also doesn't want to adopt an outsider's son as her own, right? Mrs. Song immediately said, Of course not. Never, and a mother can't be without a son. Otherwise, outsiders might gossip about her, saying she is jealous and unkind. Mother treats me sincerely, so I naturally want to repay her. With me as her son, she can confidently silence others' gossip. But what if grandfather and grandmother ask when she will have a legitimate heir? How should we explain? Sister Su Ling asked worriedly. That's easy, Su Xiao replied calmly. Mother just needs to say, he's just a son from a concubine. Just forget to mention it to the family. We'll do as you say. Mrs. Song's eyes lit up. Then she said, You've been wronged. And Aunt Lu, you've also been wronged. Su Xiao smiled and said, What is poison to one person is honey to another. For me, being a man is the most exciting thing. I'm so happy I can't even contain it. Mother, please don't feel guilty. Aunt Lu also said, Madam, don't say that. I am willing. With a wife, Xiao can enter the Song family's main house. I'm not ungrateful. I gave birth to the children, but I enjoy all the benefits from Madam. If I still feel wronged, I'd be truly unkind. Mrs. Song smiled gently. All right, then we'll go with your wishes. Su Xiao, get ready. We're going to the city. Someone called from behind. Su Xiao immediately jumped down from the carriage, just in time to stop it smoothly. Looking at the tall city gate in the distance, she smiled. Beijing, I'm coming. You reckless young men, are you ready? Entering the capital is much more troublesome than going elsewhere. Not only do they verify identities and check the carriages carefully, but they also ask very detailed questions. No wonder. Both the emperor and the empress dowager are afraid of death. Now, some people in the south are starting to stir, preparing to establish their own power and oppose the Dia dynasty. The 3 northern provinces are controlled by the Northern Wolf Army, so the crown princess and the Yuan family are temporarily quiet. No one has openly rebelled yet. But the south is a different story. There is no one in the south threatening them, so when they can't go on, they just want to cause trouble. When they cause trouble, the emperor becomes afraid. Therefore, the capital city is very strict in checking. Fortunately, Su Xiao and her companions all have proper identification, and with Yuan Jingshi, a member of a noble family, helping them, they pass through customs much faster than others. They smoothly entered the city. As the carriage passed through the long city gate, it felt like crossing into a different world, from a poor and backward place to a bustling, prosperous city.
Wow.
The capital city is so lively. Third sister Su Xiao, with a child's curiosity, leaned out the window to look around. There are so many people here. Yes, Sun Ziqing replied. The local population of the city is over 5 million. Including travelers, merchants, and people running errands, the total is about 7 or 8 million.
Su Xiao nodded.
Don't think 7 million is a small number. This is ancient times. It's not the modern world with its technological explosion. Today, large cities with over 10 million people are common, but at this time, only the capital city could reach this size. The total population of the Great Yu dynasty was only about 80 million. 7 or 8 million is already a very large number. Throughout history, few dynasties have reached this scale. No wonder the Great Yu dynasty lasted over 300 years. Such a long period of development was no joke. The Song family began to introduce themselves. My maternal family, the Song family, had officials of the second rank in the past, but by my grandfather's generation, they stopped at the third rank. My father, the left Minister of Rights, is also third rank. He is a high-ranking official in the capital. My mother is from the Kai family of the Wei River, also a noble family. After marrying my father, they had a son and a daughter, my older brother and me. The others are all illegitimate children. My brothers are all married and have their own households, so they don't live together. My sisters are also married, and they married far away. Over the years, we haven't had much contact. Probably because Su Mingji was demoted, they feel that I, Song Wanning, am no longer within their reach. The Song family woman spoke calmly about her family. Although she didn't complain openly, everyone could tell that she had become distant from her siblings. Madam, Aunt Lu looked at Song Wanning with concern, full of sympathy. Song Wanning smiled and shook her head. It's okay. Once I returned, I started talking more. When they arrived at the Song family, everyone knew to follow the family rules and avoid causing trouble, especially Linger. Su Ling nodded and said, "Yes, mother." As they spoke, they reached the intersection. Su Xiao and the others could no longer walk with Yuan Jingshi. Su Xiao very bluntly told Yuan Jingshi, "Young Master Yuan, we need to part ways for now. We're going to visit our maternal grandparents. Please keep the things I left with you safe. I'll come to pick them up later. Ziqing wants to visit you, and I hope you don't mind." "Of course, no problem. I'd be happy to see her." Yuan Jingshi handed Su Xiao a note, smiling even more happily. "We have a guest house in the capital. Here's the address. Feel free to visit me when you have time." Sun Ziqing smiled and said, "I'll bother you these days." Since Su Xiao was visiting her maternal grandparents, it was not very appropriate for Sun Ziqing to follow, so she temporarily went to Yuan Jingshi's place. All right, Su Xiao stored the address, returned her carriage, turned around, and split from Yuan Jingshi, heading north and west. As soon as Su Xiao got on the carriage, she started pulling things out from her space with a cool expression, saying, "Mother, although our maternal grandparents are not outsiders, when a daughter gets married and visits her family, she must do it with energy and spirit. We can't let anyone say you're just passing through. We can't afford that reputation. I've prepared all these in advance. These are for Grandpa, these are for Grandma, and these are for Uncle. Please look over them." "No need, I've already prepared everything." Madam Song quickly said. "How could I take your things? Aren't you being a bit formal with me, Mother? I am your eldest daughter, and my things are also yours." Su Xiao smiled brightly and plainly. "Besides, this is just a gesture to show our sincerity. Our actions in the capital will need Grandpa's help to smooth things over. These little gifts are nothing compared to the convenience brought by the Deputy Minister of Rights." Madam Song was amused and laughed. All right, I'll listen to you." "My dear eldest daughter." Everyone laughed together. In a short while, both carriages were packed full. They had just enough space to sit comfortably. The carriages clattered toward the Song residence. Before reaching the street, someone was already waiting on the street. "Miss." Someone saw the carriage and hurried over to greet her. "The sedan chair, follow us," followed by a few small carriages. Miss Song got out of the carriage and saw the other person. Tears came to her eyes. "Motherly, miss, it's been a while. Do you still remember your old servant? Madam asked me to come pick you up." Motherly wiped her tears and said, "Ever since she received your letter, she has been waiting here every day. It's so good to see you back. Are these the young ladies? They look so grown up. And this is..." Motherly looked at the four sisters. Su Xiao stepped forward and bowed. "I am Su Xiao." Not at all, not at all." "So you're the young master of the family." Motherly quickly looked at Su Xiao and then at Lady Lu. She immediately understood that he was the illegitimate son of Lady Lu. But since Miss Song could bring him home and was so affectionate, it was clear she accepted the son. Moreover, since the young lady has no children of her own, whether legitimate or not, having a son is good. No one will bully her then. Thinking this, Motherly became even more friendly towards Su Xiao. "Old servant has seen the young master." Everyone stopped standing around. "Let's go home," someone behind them urged. "Sir." Madam is waiting anxiously. Yes, yes, let's go home first. A group of people surrounded Lady Song, and they cheerfully entered the Song residence. Su Xiao's current identity was that of a man, almost 14 years old, so he naturally needed to meet the male elders in the family first. That was Song's father, Song Qingxin, the left vice minister of rights in the Diyu dynasty. Su Xiao was led to old Master Song's courtyard. As soon as he looked up, he saw an elderly man with gray hair and beard, painting vigorously. Su Xiao took 3 steps forward, stood still, and bowed. Junior Su Xiao, greetings to grandfather. I pay my respects, your Su Xiao. Song Qingxin put down his brush, took a towel from a servant, wiped his hands, and looked at Su Xiao carefully. He nodded. I've heard about the Su family. You're a good child, supporting this family. Do you have plans for the future? Do you want to study in the capital? Song Qingxin was clearly testing Su Xiao. Su Xiao spoke calmly and confidently, saying, My grandfather's calligraphy is truly excellent. When I was at home, my mother told me that when my grandfather took the imperial exam, his results were very close to another candidate. The emperor was in a difficult position. At that moment, someone secretly told the emperor that the Song family's son was a famous calligrapher in the literary circle. Coincidentally, the emperor also admired the calligrapher's paintings, so he immediately decided that you would be the top scholar. When I was young, I didn't understand the value of being a top scholar. Only after experiencing some setbacks did I realize how much effort and dedication it takes for a noble family to produce a top scholar. It's not an exaggeration to say it takes the whole family's effort. Every family is the same. They try their best to support their children, letting their descendants stand on their shoulders to reach higher. Their goal is simply to see their children prosper and their family flourish. But how can a family or a country stay forever strong? Even dynasties cannot last forever, let alone ordinary people. When my grandfather was young, he must have been ambitious and eager to succeed. But years of navigating official life gradually softened his sharp edges and dimmed his brilliance. This is not weakness or fear. It's wisdom for survival. Like your 4 characters, wish fulfilled. Not seeking fame or glory, but wishing for peace and smooth days. Your calligraphy is still very good. Su Xiao smiled and replied. At least in my eyes, it's still perfect. Song Qingxin looked at Su Xiao in surprise, as if he hadn't expected her answer to be like this. Is he really not yet 14? Why does he seem so worldly wise and insightful, like a seasoned official? Or is it possible that someone in this world can be so outstanding? He seemed to begin understanding why his daughter saw this illegitimate son as her own. Having such a child by her side truly made her less worried about the future, old age, or being alone. Have you read many books? Song Qingxin asked again. Did your father teach you these? Su Xiao shook her head. No, my teacher taught me. Your teacher? Yes. Su Xiao smiled and created a grand, impressive identity for herself. My teacher is a hidden master. He doesn't teach me the 4 books and 5 classics, only the principles of being a good person. He teaches me martial arts, strategy, and survival skills, things others might overlook, but that help me endure in tough times. My teacher says he can't make me a high official, but he can help me stay strong in difficult situations, not be defeated or broken, so I can survive when others cannot. In the past, I didn't understand and thought he was biased. But now I see that he has already seen through everything. The Great Yu dynasty is rotting from the inside, and becoming a high official is just a fleeting illusion, like a flower that blooms briefly before withering away. How dare you? Song Qingxin sharply interrupted Su Xiao. Yes, Su Xiao admitted, but her attitude remained proud and stubborn.
You.
I don't know how to teach this child, Song Qingxin said, unsure, because what she said really made sense. Grandfather, I won't stay in the capital to study. The imperial exam path isn't right for me. We also won't stay in the capital because I want to see the south, Su Xiao said. My mother feels the same. Why go to the south? Song Qingxin asked. Grandfather, do you want the truth or a lie?
Su Xiao replied.
Tell me the truth, and then the lie, Song Qingxin pressed. The truth is, the Great Yu dynasty is falling apart. Staying in the capital will only make us prisoners. When the North and South go to war, the capital will become a target, a battlefield. Land that has been ravaged by war isn't good to live on. The lie is, I heard my father went south with others, and of course, we will follow and reunite as a family, Su Xiao answered calmly. Song Qingxin was stunned for a moment, then slammed the table. You, how bold. In fact, my grandfather agrees with my view. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so patient and clever, Su Xiao said. I understand. Song Qingxin was amused and angry. None of the Song family children could understand his intentions, yet an outsider saw through them all. Grandfather should also think about the future, Su Xiao said. Should we endure humiliation and wait for the new emperor to come to power, or seize the opportunity and rise with the dragon's strength? Song Qingxin didn't know what to say. This child's ambitions are just too big. I really don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Grandfather, I'm not very good at officialdom. So, either live in seclusion in the wilderness, carefree and free, or sit proudly on the throne of the court, above 10,000 people. Su Xiao bowed to Song Qingxin. I only told my maternal grandfather this bold declaration. Rest assured, no matter success or failure, I have the ability to take care of my mother and the family members so they can live happy and peaceful lives. Enough, Song Qingxin sighed. You little bird, full of ambition. When you fall, you'll see how tough it really is. Yes, little bird may stumble, but it can also shed its old feathers and become a soaring eagle. I fear no pain in shedding those feathers. Su Xiao looked directly at Song Qingxin. At this point, Song Qingxin's test had a clear result, and Su Xiao openly expressed her goals. Go see your grandmother. Song Qingxin waved his hand. Junior will take my leave. Su Xiao bowed and stepped back a few paces, then turned to leave from the door. As Su Xiao left, Song Qingxin immediately asked his trusted aide standing nearby, What do you think of this girl? The aide smiled slightly, ambitious but clear-headed. She has a maturity and cunning beyond her age. This girl is not to be underestimated. Who would have thought that the old folks in the Su family would produce such a good seed? Song Qingxin said. All right, I should go see my daughter now. After speaking, he tore up the words he had written and threw them into the trash can. The words, now without sharpness, were not worth keeping, nor did they deserve his seal. Song Shi threw himself into his mother's arms, unable to speak through his tears. The grievances she endured all these years were truly unspeakable and unshareable. Only she knew the pain inside. Since we've returned to the capital, stay here. Old Lady Song wiped her tears. This is your home. Stay as long as you like, for as long as you want. Hearing this, the eldest sister-in-law standing nearby paused slightly. Her smile remained perfect, but her words carried a hint of distance. Grandmother, don't be too generous. If you make my sister cry and she gets upset, what if she never comes back? This is my family home. I can come back whenever I want. My sister-in-law's face changed, and then she forced a faint smile. However, I won't stay at home for long. Once everything is done, we will leave. Song's mother told her. Our current head of the family is Su Xiao. We all listen to him. Wherever he says to go, we go. It's clear you really like this child. The old lady nodded and said. Yes, Song's mother immediately started praising Su Xiao, praising him in many ways. The talented woman from the capital was not joking around. When she truly wanted to praise someone, she could really make them shine. My sister-in-law said dismissively, my younger sister has no children of her own. Otherwise, why would she give so much face to a son born from a concubine? My sister-in-law's words were wrong. I ask, among my nephews, who, before age 14, could lead his family out safely when the Northern Wolf Army broke through the city gates? Who managed to pass through the quarantine zone and the no-man's land? He took good care of all of us, very carefully. I'm not just praising him. He really is excellent. Along the way, he made friends with noble families and hidden clans, and they became close friends. Gifts kept coming to me like flowing water. Is this because of my face? No, it's because of Su Xiao's face. Even if he's not my biological son, so what? He calls me mother, so he is my son. What's wrong with being a son born from a concubine? A son is a son. Song's mother's words made her sister-in-law lose her composure. She was so angry she decided not to speak anymore. The old lady gently patted Song's mother's hand, still playful like when she was a child, always at odds with her sister-in-law. Song's eldest brother, Song Lianqing, is now just a fifth-rank Hanlin Academy scholar, someone close to the emperor, or, less kindly, sitting on the sidelines. Usually the saying goes, a hero's son is a hero. But this doesn't really apply in the Song family. Song Wanning is more than 100 times better than her brother, and her writing is 1,000 times better. So, when Song Wanning was still a young lady, she was called a talented woman of the capital, while her brother, Song Lianqing, was so insignificant under her glow. If it weren't for a powerful father, Song Lianqing wouldn't even have entered the Hanlin Academy. Su Xiao's words about dedicating her whole family's effort to support a younger generation truly touched old Master Song's heart. He had indeed worked very hard, using all kinds of connections and efforts to bring his seemingly useless son into the Hanlin Academy. He is almost 50 years old and shows no signs of changing. Most likely, this will be his life. He could have also helped his grandchildren succeed. But unfortunately, his grandchildren are short-sighted and fail to understand his sincere intentions. They are all caught up in false prosperity and cannot see the true nature of things. Unexpectedly, the first child to see through the truth is someone else's. While Song's family was arguing with his eldest sister-in-law, Su Xiao also encountered trouble. She came out from the front yard, planning to go to the backyard to pay respects to old lady Song, but was stopped by several young masters of the Song family. "Are you the illegitimate daughter of the eldest aunt?" asked a young man dressed in fine clothes, with a rosy face and charming cheeks. Su Xiao nodded. "Yes, I am. I am Song Gung," the young man introduced himself. "This is Song Qi, Song Rong, Song Lisin, and Song Xuxin." Su Xiao immediately greeted them. "Nice to meet you. Eldest cousin, second cousin, third cousin, and two younger cousins. Song Gung is the eldest son of Song Lianqing, 18 years old. Song Qi is the second son, 17. Song Rong is the third legitimate son, 15. Song Lisin and Song Xuxin are illegitimate twins, 13 years old, just a little younger than Su Xiao." These family relationships had been explained to Su Xiao by the Song family early on. They also told her not to worry about these children, as they are all just a bunch of fools. "I heard you just came out of grandfather's yard. What did he say to you?" Song Rong asked. "I heard that all the people in Yenzhou are gone, and your family is gone too. Are you planning to stay in the capital? Although eldest and is part of our Song family, we shouldn't support outsiders. Third brother, don't talk nonsense." Song Gung pretended to be serious. "Cousin is visiting for the first time. You must not be rude." "Yes, big brother. I just feel sorry for second brother," Song Rong said with a fake gentle tone. "Our family resources are already limited, and now there's someone else sharing them." Sigh. It was clear he was trying to cut Su Xiao down to protect his own share. Su Xiao immediately responded, "Everyone, please rest assured. I won't stay long in the capital city. I am only here for a few days to visit my family and spend time with them. Soon, I will leave to go south. As for sharing resources, I don't think it's necessary. The resources in the capital don't mean much to me." "Ha, you really like to talk big. You're just a commoner son. Pretending to be proud is pointless. In the end, you'll still have to rely on the resources of the Song family to move up," Song Rong sneered. Pretending to be indifferent, it's really funny. Su Xiao understood that she and they were not the same kind of people. There was no point in arguing. Su Xiao said, "I haven't gone to visit my grandmother yet. Sorry, I need to leave now." She turned and walked away. The 5 sons of the Song family looked at her back, feeling a bit unhappy. Why is he so proud? A commoner son from a poor family. What does he have to be proud of in front of our deputy minister's house? One of the twin brothers, Song Lisin, said. Big brother, second brother, third brother have already been nice enough to him. How dare he act so shameless? Forget it. Since he's so proud, I want to see if he's truly noble or just pretending. Let's go meet our aunt, Song Gung said with a fake smile. By the way, I haven't seen our aunt in a while. She's our real aunt, and for her sake, I won't argue with him. Yes, Big Brother is generous. Let's go meet our aunt. The 5 young men waved their fans and followed slowly. When they arrived, Xiao was already happily talking with Old Lady Song, making her very happy. Oh, you 5 little troublemakers are finally here. Come, have you met her? This is your cousin from your aunt's side. His name is Xiao, and he's about to turn 14, Old Lady Song said with a smile, pulling Xiao to sit beside her. He's very good at talking, making me very happy. He even brought a gift for me. Oh, he's so thoughtful, Song Rong said sourly. Yanzhou is such a poor place. What good things could there be? Why does grandmother praise him so much? Indeed, it's nothing special, Su Lai, standing nearby, said unhappily. Just a set of moonlight cups, a pair of clear, flawless glass bracelets, and a strange glass rock garden ornament. Nothing extraordinary. He even deliberately showed off the gifts on the table, which he hadn't yet put away.